Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The elegance and beauty of Park Hae-sang, the show host of A Writer's Study, shone even more brightly on the screen. There were 4 seats set up in the studio. Park Hae-sang and Ha Jae-gun sat in the middle. Applet Chai-rin was on the leftmost seat, while Kim Dae-ik, a popular critic of mainstream literature, was on the rightmost seat. I feel like you've done a lot of research when you wrote Summer in My 20s. What was the actual process? I mobilized all the information around me. However, the greatest help I had received was from my father's friend, a forensic scientist. Ha Jae-gun replied calmly. In the control room, the producer looked at his team. He sounded surprised as he said, "He's doing quite well and not getting clammy at all." Yeah, he was quite stiff when we were filming at his house before. He's performing better here. That's surprising. I hope you will talk about quite a bit of interesting topics with Ms. Chai-rin later. We can still go according to the script if there's nothing good coming out from them. But why does Ms. Chai-rin look like that? Is she not feeling well? I know, right? Is there any particular reason for her to get nervous when it's just an educational program? We're not even doing this live. Chai-rin was indeed feeling nervous. It wasn't as bad as when her group had achieved first place in a music program before. She was still feeling quite nervous to the point that her throat was parched. She was gripping her water bottle quite tightly. After the question and answer session for a topic had ended, questions from the critic Kim Dae-ik followed up. Summer of My 20s is close to having 1 million copies getting sold. It's quite an amazing feat in the current recession, which even the publishing industry and the consumers couldn't escape from. How do you feel about this? I knew that the readers of the mystery genre would definitely spot a good mystery novel if they saw one. Despite the current market being dominated by novels written by famous overseas writers, I am thankful to our readers for being willing to open their wallets for my humble novel, even though I'm still being labeled a rookie writer. Ha Jae-gun let out a sigh of relief after finishing his answer. If he hadn't been given the script beforehand, he would probably have only given them a standard answer like, "I would like to thank everyone for reading my novel." It was now Chai-rin's turn. She gulped before asking Ha Jae-gun, "I heard that the movie adaptation for Summer of My 20s is scheduled to premiere this coming summer, and the team is currently speeding up its production. As the author of the original novel, are you involved in any part of the production?" "I have only taken part in deciding the scenario writer for the movie's script." "Are you saying that you won't be writing the script personally?" I made the conclusion after considering various factors, and when I saw that it would be better to leave the job to someone who is good at writing scenarios with enough experience working with the director. I see. There's something else that could be a sensitive topic for you. Your copyright fee has been becoming a hot topic recently. As the original writer of a novel that has been adapted into a movie, how do you feel about receiving an enormous amount of 200 million won for its copyright fees? I'm very grateful, as I feel that my value as an artist has been recognized compared to just putting a price tag on my name. Of course, my editor-in-chief has played a huge role in that portion as well. Ha Jae-gun then looked at Oh Myung-suk, who was standing outside the film boundaries in the studio. Oh Myung-suk then slightly raised his hand with a bitter smile. I see. Chai-rin nodded in response. That marked the end of the script. However, the producer hoped that her questions wouldn't end there. "What, you should talk some more. Bring up more topics to discuss. Something interesting. Don't you have a lot of them?" The producer muttered under his breath while signaling anxiously at Chai-rin, who looked like the cat got her tongue. The producer had made it clear to Chai-rin to talk about topics that weren't within the script prior to the filming. However, it was frustrating to see the lively girl group member wordlessly sitting there like a statue. Just then, Chai-rin's eyes widened and shone brightly. She put down her script and asked, "What do you think about the actors?" "I am quite satisfied with them. I have the most trust in specifically Mr. Park Do-joon, who was cast as the male lead. To be honest, I didn't know about him as I rarely watch the TV. But thanks to the casting news, I took the opportunity to watch all of his projects, and I'm relieved to find that he is a cool and great actor. Color returned to Chirin's face in an instant. Only a few people, including her company's president and manager, knew that Park Do-joon was her boyfriend. Hearing her boyfriend getting complimented by a writer she liked made her so happy that she even forgot that they were filming. Ha Jae-gun continued. In fact, I actually met him once at the broadcast station. Oh, really? Yes, at a certain broadcast station. Ha Jae-gun glanced at the production staffers. A staffer signaled that it was fine to mention the name of another program. So Ha Jae-gun finally said, "It was during the recording of Writer's Night that I met him there coincidentally. I thought he looked familiar when I learned of the casting news, but I only found out later that he was Mr. Park Do-joon." Chirin screamed inwardly. There were a lot of things she wanted to bring up about Park Do-joon, but they were all inappropriate with all the cameras rolling. Ugh, how should I ask the question? How I wish I could reveal the truth about me, dating Do-joon Appa now. While Chirin was conflicted about her question, Ha Jae-gun looked around discreetly and continued lightly. "Oh, come to think of it, we've met before, haven't we? I was happy to hear that you came for my autograph event, although I learned about it only later since you had a mask and sunglet SCS on. Oh, yes. I was in the area back then with my manager. I thought that I couldn't S up on the golden opportunity and decided to put on a disguise. Were you surprised?" "Yes, I was really surprised. If I'd been more focused on my surroundings, I would have recognized you right away, and I would have asked for your autograph as well. Please give me your autograph after we're done filming." The producer clapped loudly back in the control room upon seeing this exchange. "Yes, this is it. Keep it up. We're going to edit the show, so don't worry about anything and just talk freely." Chirin's lead did not disappoint the producer. Chirin recovered her vigor after Park Do-joon was brought up, and she quickly moved on to another topic. "Our group members like your novels a lot, too. They've read both Foolish Woman and Summer in My 20s. Aha! Are you sure you did not force all of them to read?" "No way. I'm a very fair person. The younger members should have posted about your novels on their social media as well. You should go check them out sometime." Ha Jae-gun and Chirin's conversation continued for quite a while. The producer and staff were smiling as the number of scenes that they could use was growing. Ha Jae-gun had also forgotten his fatigue and endured the long hours of the recording. They took a short break before filming the closing segment with Park Hae-sang. We've soon come to the last segment of the show, Eyes of Another. Shall we find out which novel from another writer has writer Ha Jae-gun prepared for us today? Yes, I would like to recommend this novel. Ha Jae-gun held up the novel titled The Desert to the camera. A close-up shot of the novel filled the entire LED screen in the studio. Oh Myung-suk and his employees were busy replying to messages on their phones and missed the shot on the screen. It's called The Desert by writer Oh Myung-suk. Oh Myung-suk flinched at the mention of the title and looked toward the studio. He hadn't misheard it. The book in Ha Jae-gun's hands was no doubt The Desert. Oh Myung-suk's face turned pale. However, Ha Jae-gun was oblivious to that, so he continued. The sentences in this novel were outstanding, and it's worthy of an award. The flow of emotions between the two main characters, Hae-cheol and Min-hee, was flawless and elegant as well. Ha Jae-gun opened the first chapter of the book. Thanks to that, Oh Myung-suk saw a picture printed on the front. It was a photo of himself in thick horn-rimmed SCS, smiling brightly at the camera. The female lead, Min-hee, was the desert. She had various characteristics similar to that of a desert. Unlike the usual day and night of other deserts, hers were the opposite. Her personality was also extreme, either scorching heat or freezing cold. It was heartbreaking to see Min-hee struggle to find a mirage in a desert-like city. Oh Myung-suk looked away and gnashed his teeth. It was something of a distant past that he had long forgotten. The fragments of his old memories inundated him like a deluge. Just then, a man named Hae-cheol approached her and said, "The desert is a path that you have to walk alone." The word from a poor laborer saved Min-hee, who was in fact a prostitute. Myung-suk leaned against the wall and took off his silver GLA.S.SES. He pressed on his nose bridge with his fingertips as he smiled bitterly. Thank you. After the recording, Ha Jae-gun bowed to Chai-rin and thanked her sincerely. Not only for today, but also for everything that you have done up until now. I'm also thankful for this chance to thank you properly in person. Is that all? Sorry. Ha Jae-gun looked up at her with his eyes wide open. Chai-rin glanced at her manager, who was waiting in a corner, and whispered to Ha Jae-gun, Is that all? If you're thankful, why not buy me a meal? Ah, that. What? You don't wish to treat me to a meal? Ha Jae-gun waved his hand. Teared. No. It's because you're a celebrity. What's wrong with that? I would definitely want to treat you to a meal, but aren't celebrities all very busy? Applet is quite popular as well. Chai-rin burst into laughter and lightly tapped Ha Jae-gun's shoulder. Even so, we have enough time to eat. What, do you really think that they'll starve us? Chai-rin held out her hand, and Ha Jae-gun handed her his phone. Chai-rin dialed her phone number on his phone and returned it. I'll take it that we'll meet sometime later for that meal. Feel free to drop me messages whenever you're bored. Okay. And you have another avid fan as well. Another? Oh, another member from Applet. Chai-rin giggled with her mouth covered and tapped Ha Jae-gun's shoulder slightly harder this time. You're that curious? But he's a guy. Anyway, he likes your novel as much as I do, but I'm not sure if he would join us for the meal. I'll talk to him again and let you know, Chai-rin said. Meanwhile, Chai-rin's manager finally approached them from behind. Chai-rin, we have to go. I'm about to go. Ryder Ha, please stay safe on the way back. Goodbye to you, Chai-rin and manager Nim. Thank you. It was an honor to meet you. Chai-rin's manager greeted Ha Jae-gun politely before he led Chai-rin into the van. Ha Jae-gun turned around and headed to his own car as well. Oh, editor-in-chief. Ha Jae-gun found Oh Myung-suk, whom he thought had left a while ago, waiting by his car. Oh Myung-suk smiled at Ha Jae-gun and suggested, How about having dinner together tonight? Ah, sure. Sound good. Ha Jae-gun agreed in a heartbeat, as he could always just have dinner with Young Somi tomorrow. He couldn't refuse the dinner when he had just introduced Oh Myung-suk's work on the show earlier. Soon, the two of them arrived on their own at the location that they had agreed upon. Oh Myung-suk and Ha Jae-gun clinked GLA.SES at their table in a Japanese restaurant. Ha Jae-gun was astonished to see Oh Myung-suk drinking alcohol. After all, Oh Myung-suk had never really been the type to drink alcohol. Editor-in-chief. Please speak, Mr. Ha. Are you feeling down because of my actions? Myung-suk shook his head and smiled. Which writer in this world would hate it when someone else recommends their own work? I'm extremely grateful to you, and that's why I want to treat you to dinner. Oh Myung-suk filled up Ha Jae-gun's GLAS and asked, But how did you find out? I searched on the internet. Ha Jae-gun replied and handed him the book. Oh Myung-suk took the book and signed it before returning it to Ha Jae-gun. You're a great man, editor-in-chief. You'll soon take over Sung Publication Group. I'll have to become a businessman whether I like it or not. Yes, it's expected since you're the eldest son. It's not that. Oh Myung-suk shook his head with a sad smile. I have no rights to be a writer and editor. That's why I chose to escape from it and become a businessman. Ha Jae-gun was confused. He had acknowledged Oh Myung-suk's skills as both a writer and editor when he read You, The Desert. So what was Oh Myung-suk talking about? He knew there was a story behind it, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. Mr. Ha, I'm sorry, but could you call a substitute I.toot driver for me today? Ha Jae-gun smiled as he picked up the bottle and said, I'll call for one myself as well. Please drink. Thank you. Just as they were about to go for another toast, Oh Myung-suk's phone rang. Oh Myung-suk turned away to answer the call and soon returned with a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Ha. What is it this time? Your novel has finally sold 1 million copies and is ranked first on Bandy and Lunia's bestseller list. You'll be doing better and better for the rest of this year. The two men clinked their GLA.SES with vigor. As the spring night deepened, bottles were emptied one after another, and their laughter grew louder as well. Ha Jae-gun grabbed his head in frustration. He had been stuck working on the story development for the sixth volume of Oscar's Dungeon for quite a while now. If he weren't at the writer's office and were alone in his own apartment, Ha Jae-gun would have already been screaming his head off and slamming his fist on the desk. Elder, I wanted to make Oscar leave the guild, but it seems like a boring turn of events now that I'm looking at it. Ha Jae-gun looked up and asked inwardly. It's not Oscar's fault that he absorbed the dragon's artifacts in the dungeon, but the guild master was jealous of Oscar, who gained tremendous power. I will need something that can link the two of them. Oscar will look like a pushover if he decides to endure the absurd treatment of the guild master, and introducing a third character at this point in the story will look random. Try to look for another way. Focus on Oscar and the guild master's personalities. The elder didn't give a definitive answer. How much more should Ha Jae-gun contemplate this issue? Ha Jae-gun leaned back and stretched, cracking his joints. Maybe I'm not feeling as desperate as when I wrote the breath. Ha Jae-gun looked at the empty Word doc that you'd mint on his monitor and got lost in his thoughts. It looked like he had been agonizing over this part of the plot for a long time, but it actually hadn't been too long since he started working on Oscar's Dungeon. Let's sit on this for a while more. Let's be desperate about it until I get a definitive answer. I still have some time anyway. Ha Jae-gun didn't have to rush since he had already completed the Ma. and U. scripts up to Volume 5 of the novel. Ha Jae-gun headed to the window and stood there to drink his coffee. The warm sunshine in late spring was pouring down on him. The weather will turn hotter soon. Ha Jae-gun wiped the sweat off the back of his neck and saged it. Ha Jae-gun was in a suit today, like the day when he recorded A Writer's Study. He was also wearing a light green shirt and a red necktie that Ha Jae-in had picked out for him. They said to arrive by 11:10 a.m., so why did I put myself through this by wearing it out first? Ha Jae-gun felt uncomfortable in the suit. Ha Jae-gun thought that suits were only suitable for those who were used to wearing them. The temperature today was reported to be higher than normal, which made him want to take off his outfit. Unfortunately, he couldn't really show up to the movie press conference in his birthday suit. Writer Ha. Jang Eun-young called out from behind him. Ha Jae-gun turned around to see not just her, but Kang Min-ho and Yang Hyun-kyung as well. What is it? Why are you all here? However, their expressions looked quite serious. Ha Jae-gun's face turned serious as well. Did something bad happen? He asked with a frown. We have to tell you something, Jang Eun-young said. She signaled Kang Min-ho with a glance. Kang Min-ho took out something that he had been hiding behind him. It was a small box. What is this? It's a small present from us to you. A present? It wasn't even his birthday, so why a present? Ha Jae-gun was dumbfounded. He stared alternatingly at them and the small box. Kang Min-ho explained, We prepared this on our own. We have been indebted to you all this time. It'll be shameless of us, but we hope to receive your continuous support in the future as well. What? What did I do to deserve this? Please accept it, Writer Ha. Ha Jae-gun reached out with slightly trembling hands. His eyes were dazzled by the bright light the moment he opened the box, and he felt as if he were looking directly at the sun. The small box contained a luxurious-looking silver metal wrist. Try it on. It should fit nicely since I measured your wrist while you were asleep. Jang Eun-young was right. The watch fit Ha Jae-gun perfectly. Ha Jae-gun silently admired the watch for quite a while. I apologize. We couldn't really afford something better yet. Huh. Do you like the design? Eun-young Nuna picked it. Yang Hyun-kyung asked. Hey, of course, he'll like it. My eyes are great. It suits his current outfit as well. Look, Min-ho Hyung. I was right when I told you that we should give it to him before he leaves for the movie press conference, right? Jang Eun-young said. Ha Jae-gun smiled. He was so touched that a tingling sensation came up to his nose. He had to gnash his teeth to stop himself from tearing up. He knew that they were starting to earn quite a bit of money, but Ha Jae-gun was aware that they had to have paid quite a hefty sum to buy this watch, even if they had divided the total between the three of them. I'll wear it for the rest of my life, Ha Jae-gun said, and continued. I'll wear this forever. Thank you so much. Ha Jae-gun choked, unable to say anything more. This was the best present he had received from the three of them. Writer Ha's nose has turned red. I wonder why. Jang Eun-young teased and SN'd I.G.G. got red as she got closer to Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun pressed both his eyes and tried to come up with a lame excuse. No, the dust from the window got into my eyes. Lies, the window is closed. Thinking back, I get allergies during the change of seasons. I should go wash with cold water. Cold water is best to treat allergies, so my eyes should get better after a cold water wash. Ha Jae-gun escaped to the bathroom and closed the door behind him. The three burst into laughter and high-fived each other. The movie press conference for Summer of My 20s was held at Nudon Cinemas up Gyeongju Branch. It was scheduled to start at 11 a.m., so as to expand and maximize the promotional effect for the movie by using the reporters who would be releasing articles about the movie press conference onto their respective platforms. Announcer Park Se-yoon is the MC for the event. He's gotten quite popular recently. He's got good wits, and he's quite adaptable. Reporters were discussing Park Se-yoon. It couldn't be helped because an MC was crucial here. Park Se-yoon had recently become a hot pick in the film industry, as he could neatly organize the reporters' complicated and dynamic questions and convey them to the directors and actors. Meanwhile, he could also fix their vague answers and convey them accurately back to the reporters. Park Se-yoon was the most well-known announcer in this regard. His ability to lead the atmosphere with appropriate humor was also a pleasant bonus. How much does it cost to hire him? Isn't 7 million won the maximum? I heard it was 8 million won from Reporter Park. Wow, he's popular indeed. Must be great to earn 8 million for just a few hours of work. I suddenly find my 10-year-long career as a reporter to be quite disappointing. There were 5 seats on the platform. Starting from the left, Chai Bo-ra as Lee Yi-ji, Yu So-young as Han-ji, Park Do-jun as the male lead Lee Jin-hyuk, and director Yoo Jae-hoon. The last seat to the right belonged to the author of the original novel, Ha Jae-gun. I'm too nervous. Ha Jae-gun was trying hard to suppress his pounding heart, but it wasn't really working out. It couldn't be helped because this was on an entirely different level compared to the A writer's study. Camera flashes were endless as countless reporters gathered in front of them. It was tough for Ha Jae-gun to even keep his eyes open. As a newbie to such events, Ha Jae-gun felt overwhelmed and burdened that he was already exhausted. Thankfully, there aren't that many questions for me. Ha Jae-gun was thankful for that. Most of the questions were directed at the actors and directors, so Ha Jae-gun still hadn't received even a question. Ha Jae-gun wasn't upset at all. He desperately wanted the event to come to an end sooner, and he shuddered at the thought of how ridiculous he would sound if he were asked a question while he was nervous. Were there any difficulties or challenges when acting as the male lead? Park Se-yoon asked Park Do-jun. Crossing his legs, Park Do-jun replied with a serious look. It was tough to act after Lee Yi-ji's death happened because before that, the poor student, Lee Jin-hyuk, was mistaken as the rapist. However, after Lee Yi-ji's death, he exploded at the people who were pushing the blame onto him, saying that he was part of the reason why Lee Yi-ji chose to commit suicide. Park Do-jun trailed off as he could not organize his thoughts and answer. Park Se-yoon jumped to his rescue, helping Park Do-jun complete the rest of his answer. And that's when Han Joo-hee came to you, right? She wanted to find out why her friend died after going on the trip with her to Japan. Yes, that's right. Park Do-jun smiled brightly at the rescue and continued. Han Joo-hee hated Lee Jin-hyuk from the start. As someone who was always upright, she wouldn't fall for someone like Lee Jin-hyuk, who was quite the free-spirited playboy. However, Lee Yi-ji's death made her realize that he was the only one who could help her, so he decided to investigate the case together with Han-ji. Park Do-jun took a breather for a moment before continuing. It was hard to empathize with Han Joo-hee from there on since Lee Jin-hyuk liked Han Joo-hee at first, who was the queen. However, he discovered some suspicious points about her, and he was torn between his fondness and the suspicions he had of her. That conflicting feeling was hard to portray, and I'm still struggling since we're still filming. Ha Jae-gun nodded in agreement inwardly as he listened to Park Do-jun's answer. He was able to relate the hardships the actors had to go through when expressing those complicated emotions they had read through the novel and scenario. After all, the actors had to be immersed in the story. The question and answer segment continued on for a while, and the movie press conference session was soon nearing its end. While the director was receiving all the attention from the reporters, Ha Jae-gun accepted only one question from the floor. As the writer of the original novel, how do you feel about the scenario? It was great. I was relieved when I saw that writer Baek Dong-il did a great job in adapting the novel into a movie. I see, thank you. Ah, director Woo Jae-hoon. Will the movie be premiering in the summer as scheduled? The reporter redirected their attention back to the director. Ha Jae-gun wiped the sweat off of his forehead. He was glad to know that his role lasted only a total of 5 seconds despite the length of the movie press conference. When a movie press conference finally ended, Ha Jae-gun looked at his wrist. .w.tch. Should I head over to Sinchon right away? Today was also the day of the alumni gathering. He had to attend since Park Young-jin had been nagging him to attend since last year. Writer Ha. The surroundings were so chaotic that Ha Jae-gun didn't hear that someone was calling out for him. While Ha Jae-gun was looking for Oh Myung-suk among the sea of people, a hand tapped his shoulder. Excuse me, Writer Ha. H to E.L. Low. Ha Jae-gun turned around and was taken aback. Park Do-jun was standing behind him and towered over him. Ha Jae-gun was only 176 centimeters tall, so he had to look up slightly at Park Do-jun, who was 10 centimeters taller than himself. I still haven't properly introduced myself since we met at the broadcasting station. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Park Do-jun. Park Do-jun reached out his arm for a handshake. Ha Jae-gun shook Park Do-jun's hand and said, Yes, Hicholo. I'm Ha Jae-gun. Are you busy today? Today? I would like to thank you properly for returning my phone. I felt that just a can of drink wasn't enough. I would also like to hear your thoughts on the movie. I'm actually quite free today. Park Do-jun's tone sounded polite, and he didn't sound shy at all. Ha Jae-gun let go of the handshake first and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, but it'll be difficult for me to join you today. An expression that seemed to say, How dare he? Flashed across Park Do-jun's face. The most popular actor had asked him out for a meal, but he actually refused the offer. Park Do-jun's overflowing conceit was starting to pop up. I've got a reunion that I must attend. Don't worry about our previous encounter. Anyone else would have returned your phone to you as well. I see. Park Do-jun nodded in understanding while observing Ha Jae-gun's expression. He did not get too upset because Ha Jae-gun truly looked apologetic despite being quite prideful. Park Do-jun Appa, the director is looking for you. Bo-ra, the actress playing Lee Ji, called out to Park Do-jun and approached them with a smile. Ha Jae-gun still hadn't introduced himself to her. However, as a rookie actress who had just turned 19, she wasn't really that interested in the writer of the original novel, so she never once made eye contact with him. Bo-ra, have you greeted the author yet? Bo-ra quickly checked out Ha Jae-gun at Park Do-jun's prompt. He bowed slightly for the sake of formality and spoke in a rough voice. Hichiolo. You know me, right? No, I don't know you. Bo-ra frowned. However, before she could even say anything, Ha Jae-gun bowed slightly toward Park Do-jun and walked away. Bo-ra pouted upon being ignored. He's quite a show-off, right? Why put up airs? You're worse. Appa, why are you doing this to me? Don't talk to me. Park Do-jun ignored Bo-ra, who was chasing after him, and walked over to the director. The reporters who had yet to ask their questions quickly swarmed him. 1. A queenka is the most popular girl in school, aka Queen Card, Queen Bee. For males, they're called kinka. After returning from the movie press conference, Ha Jae-gun took off his uncomfortable suit and went for a shower. As he was .h.i.t by the hot water shower, Ha Jae-gun recalled the day when the reunion was held last year. He had answered Park Young-jin's call after waking up and took a cold shower before leaving the house in a hurry. Ha Jae-gun couldn't help but laugh at that memory. A lot has changed since last year. His one-room apartment was still the same, but many things had changed. Ha Jae-gun could now enjoy hot water showers whenever he wanted, and he didn't have to worry about going out in loose clothes. Ha Jae-gun changed into a comfortable shirt, a pair of slacks, and loafers, and headed out the door. He also didn't forget to wear the wrist.w.tch he had received as a gift. There was an unprecedented spring in his steps as he headed toward the subway station. The alumni gathering was held at the same bar as last year, Pub Hippo, in Sinchon. Ha Jae-gun looked up at the signboard upon arriving at the shop front and got lost in thoughts. He recalled leaving the gathering early with Park Young-jin last year in a gloomy mood, and he could still remember that they went for a second round on their own. However, that wouldn't happen to him today. He resolved to stay until the end with his like-minded CLA.S. mates, including Park Young-jin. "What are you doing standing out here?" Park Young-jin tapped his back and appeared from behind him out of the blue. Ha Jae-gun flinched and turned around. "You scared me." "Hey, I told you my heart isn't that strong against jump scares." "Hey, what is this feeling of deja vu? I think I've seen this scene before." "Of course, you did the same to me last year." Park Young-jin read as he took out a stick of cigarette. "Let's go in together after I puff this stick." "What's the time now?" "It's just past 7. Ha Jae-gun replied after looking at his wrist to W.Tsh. With the cigarette stick in his mouth, Park Young-jin's eyes were fixed on Ha Jae-gun's wrist. W.Tch and asked, "You bought a watch?" Wow, it's Tizot. I didn't expect you to choose such a humble brand when you're earning big bucks." "Is Tizot the brand of this watch?" "You bought this without knowing what it is. The writers at my office gave this to me as a gift." "Oh, really?" Park Young-jin took a long, deep puff of his cigarette and let out a huge cloud of white smoke before continuing. "Tizot is the name of this watch's brand. It's a low-end luxury brand, but the quality is decent. The designs aren't bad as well, so it's quite popular." "Oh, it's a brand. How much does it cost?" "I know of this model. I think it costs slightly over 900,000 won online." "What? How much again?" Ha Jae-gun was shocked. Ha Jae-gun thought that the watch would cost around 200,000 won at most, so he was stupefied to learn that the watch was that expensive. This meant that Kong Min-ho, Jang Eun-young, and Yang Hyun-kyung forked out 300,000 won each to get him this watch. "I had no idea it's that expensive." "Why are you exaggerating when you're earning hundreds of millions every month?" "The writers who gave this to me aren't doing so well financially, so I feel guilty now that I've heard the price." "They must have gifted this to you after knowing and realizing the value you have brought to them. Don't be guilty and wear it proudly. That's how you should repay them for the gift." Park Young-jin took out a portable trash can and threw the cigarette butt into it. As the pair turned around and was about to head into the restaurant, Lee Soo-hee appeared behind them and greeted them with a bright smile. "Oh, what did you get here?" "For about 30 seconds. What were you guys talking about that you didn't even realize that I was behind you?" Lee Soo-hee shrugged. Lee Soo-hee's lace shirt and flare skirt made her look brighter than ever. Suddenly, Ha Jae-gun felt sorry to see that spring was about to leave. "Have the others arrived yet?" Lee Soo-hee asked. "Not sure. We just arrived as well and haven't gone in yet." "Let's go in then." Lee Soo-hee put herself between them and grabbed each of their arms. She took the lead and headed for the stairs that led to the restaurant. The innermost part of the restaurant had a huge table, and around 10 of their mates were gathered there. As the three of them made eye contact with the group, everyone stopped their conversations and waved at them. Park Young-jin and Ha Jae-gun are definitely dating. Look, they're together again. As expected of Madam Cheon Hyo-jin. You're always quick when it comes to food. It's been a while, Lee Soo-hee. You weren't here last year. Yeah, it's been a while. Something happened at work last year. As the uproarious greetings came to an end, the group shifted around to make seats for the group of three. Lee Soo-hee took her seat with the other ladies while Ha Jae-gun and Park Young-jin sat together across from her. "Isn't Lee Soo-hee's skirt getting shorter?" Park Young-jin whispered into Ha Jae-gun's ears. Ha Jae-gun smiled and casually turned to Lee Soo-hee. He agreed with Park Young-jin. He could see that over half of her stocking-covered thighs were revealed despite her putting her legs together. She has become bolder. It feels like she's got a change of mind. What change of mind? She's probably in the mindset of wanting to date right now. Shut up and hand me the beer. Young-mi held a pitcher in hand and walked over to Ha Jae-gun, who was holding onto his GLA.S. Jae-gun, let me pour you a drink. Ah, thank you. Let me pour you one as well. Young-mi blushed as she watched Ha Jae-gun fill her GLA. S.S. Thank you for taking a look at my novel. If you hadn't, I would have given up midway, she said. I enjoyed your novel, and I even learned a lot from it. It was a win-win. I'm so glad that I went for the orientation. Your lecture was very touching, and I learned a lot from it. Youngmi's eyes shone as she looked at Ha Jae-gun seated next to her. Lee Soo-hee's eyes shone sharply for a moment, but no one noticed it. But hey, Jae-gun, just how popular have you become? Asked one of the CLS mates. With that, everyone turned to look at Ha Jae-gun. They all knew about Ha Jae-gun's success story. He's got a movie adaptation and even sold 1 million copies of his novel. I heard he's even swept the fantasy genre market by storm. Your earnings from that market alone are humongous, right? Just how much are you earning per month? Lesson on a little, Have you met Do Jun? And does Chai-rin look much better in person? Or is she just more photogenic? The questions were endless. Ha Jae-gun broke out into a cold sweat, but he still answered their questions to the best of his abilities. However, he felt embarrassed, as Dot said, and burdened as well. It was a gathering for everyone, so he didn't wish to be under the spotlight. Guys, let's stop all the questions and have a toast, said Park Young-jin. He picked up his GLA.S in an effort to change the topic upon seeing Ha Jae-gun's troubled face. Ha Jae-gun thanked his friend inwardly and followed suit. Ha Jae-gun's phone rang. He froze at the name shown on the screen. Park Young-jin peeked at Ha Jae-gun's screen and exclaimed unknowingly, Hey, is that Applet Chai-rin? What? Really? Did Applet Chai-rin call you? Hey, Jae-gun, it's my lifelong dream, so just let me speak to her on the phone for 10 seconds. Please. A huge commotion ensued, especially from the men at the table. A couple of them were even shouting over each other like animals. Ha Jae-gun escaped and headed to the washroom to answer the call. Hello. Hello, writer Ha. Are you busy? Not really. I'm actually in an alumni gathering. Oh, so it's true. Huh? What did you just say? It's nothing. You had the movie press conference earlier today, right? I wanted to call and ask about you since we haven't called each other since exchanging numbers. I see. But it's quite noisy where you are. Did a fight happen or something? It's because of you. Because of me? Ha Jae-gun held his phone in his other hand and smiled. Everyone got excited after knowing that you're the one who called me. One of them even said that it's his dream to talk to you, even if it's just for 10 seconds. Oh my, how nice of them. I'd love to, but my manager Appa is glaring at me with lasers shooting out of his eyes right now. You must be busy. Please go ahead and focus on your work. I'm sorry. Please enjoy your alumni gathering. Ha Jae-gun hung up the phone and returned to the table, but he was shocked at the commotion. Some of the guys were already dancing along to Applet choreography. Hey Jae-gun, what did Chai-rin say? Why did she call you? She just asked about the movie press conference. She even calls to ask about things like that. It does not even concern her. Wait, are you dating her perhaps? No, that's ridiculous. Stop spouting nonsense. You guys met during the TV show, right? Did you hold hands or kiss? Just shut up already. It took a while for the conversation to finally steer away from Chai-rin. Ha Jae-gun clinked SES with everyone and enjoyed his time. Come to think of it, Myung-hoon didn't appear today. Oh Myung-hoon suddenly came to his mind. Ha Jae-gun had really forgotten about Oh Myung-hoon up until now. It took him a while to realize why the atmosphere at the gathering was so pleasant and enjoyable, and it was actually because Oh Myung-hoon was missing. Ha Jae-gun drank more alcohol, and the same was true for Lee Soo-hee. Soo-hee, aren't you drinking a bit too fast today? Hyojin asked with a face full of worry. Her worry was valid since Lee Soo-hee had never once let go of her GLA.SS since she arrived here. No, I'm just enjoying myself. It's been a while since I drank. Lee Soo-hee smiled with her eyes raised. Hyojin was frightened. She could see the coldness on Lee Soo-hee's face. Good for you, Ha Jae-gun. You must be ecstatic about getting a call from a popular girl group member. Look at that smug look on your face. Despite thinking that Ha Jae-gun wasn't the type to easily fall for any woman, jealousy grew in Lee Soo-hee. The fact that the girl in question was a celebrity rather than an ordinary person triggered her even more. Truth be told, Lee Soo-hee had a lot to tell Ha Jae-gun today, but it seemed that there wouldn't be any chance for her to do so. I'm getting hot. I should step out for some air. Lee Soo-hee quietly picked up her bag and left the restaurant. It was already quite dark when she stepped out. Lee Soo-hee stretched and took a deep breath beneath the brightly lit street. What are you doing out here alone? Lee Soo-hee's eyes widened. She looked to the side and was astonished to find Ha Jae-gun next to her. Why did you come out? I thought you were going to escape, so I followed you out. Lee Soo-hee looked down slightly and chuckled. I came out for some fresh air. All right, let's enjoy some fresh air and head back together. I'm going to stay out here for a while, though. I'll accompany you then. The pair looked at the streets quietly and enjoyed the cool breeze. After a few minutes, Lee Soo-hee broke the ice. Actually, I've got something to tell you today. Yeah, it's something about work, but I think I should let you know next time. Now that you're the talk of the town, I don't feel like talking about it. Lee Soo-hee smiled and stuck her tongue out playfully. Ha Jae-gun pondered over her words for a while before asking, Shall we leave? How could we? You said there's something you want to tell me. I'm sure there are others who will run soon as well. We could just tell Park Young-jin that we're leaving. Ha Jae-gun was curious about what Lee Soo-hee wanted to tell him. Lee Soo-hee gulped and asked carefully, Are you sure that's fine? Yeah? I'm tired of getting asked about Chai-rin. I really want to leave now. Ha Jae-gun explained to Park Young-jin what happened and managed to shake off the others who had clung to him after their first round, leaving the group for the night. Lee Soo-hee had excused herself earlier, so she didn't have any difficulties leaving the group. Hey, Jae-gun, over here. Ha Jae-gun arrived at the pub where they had agreed to meet at. Lee Soo-hee was already waiting for him. Ha Jae-gun sat across from her and ordered alcohol and some snacks. Their conversation started with Ha Jae-gun asking Lee Soo-hee a question. So what is it that you wanted to tell me? I'm not sure where to start. Lee Soo-hee hesitated for a while before asking carefully. Are you busy recently? Not really. I'm not working on anything else other than a fantasy novel. You won't mind if I ask you to write another game scenario for my company, right? Ha Jae-gun leaned back in surprise. Isn't it over? You didn't mention it anymore, so I thought it got axed. This is for another project. And isn't Mi-young-hoon working on it? Lee Soo-hee sighed. Something seemed to have gotten over him recently, and he has gotten diligent. He's still bossy, and he doesn't really take in the opinions of other people, but he's still writing for us. That doesn't sound too bad. But the problem is that he keeps arguing with the planning director. Our director's personality is much stronger than Mi-young-hoon's. In fact, he's smart and good at his job. But he has rejected Mi-young-hoon's scenario over 10 times by now, saying that it's not interesting. Lee Soo-hee took a sip from her GLA to S and continued. Mi-young-hoon thinks that he's being targeted, but the director is just a very straightforward person. He'll say things like, it's so boring and cliched, things like that. How can you expect Mi-young-hoon to endure all of that? I can already imagine it, Ha Jae-gun muttered, nodding. Lee Soo-hee observed his reaction and asked cautiously, I'd like to tell the director about you, if you're okay with it. This project is really huge, plus you're much more popular now compared to last year too. We will definitely draft a contract that is more beneficial to you. Okay, Ha Jae-gun replied unexpectedly, cutting Lee Soo-hee off. I'll do it since you asked. Call me again once you're ready to talk about the specifics. Really? It was a shame when the game I wrote a scenario for was axed. I haven't been able to make progress in that field as well, and Ha Jae-gun filled Lee Soo-hee's GLAS and smiled before saying, You're giving me more money, so why would I refuse? Lee Soo-hee's face flushed. She smiled and clinked GLA.SES with Ha Jae-gun. She could even remember clearly the patterns of the wallpaper despite her bad hangover and the throbbing headache. Even the smell of the blanket and pillow was familiar to her. What? My clothes? Lee Soo-hee turned white as day after lifting up the blanket slightly. She found herself wearing Ha Jae-gun's baggy shirt and shorts. Even her stockings had been taken off. Wait, no way. The worst situation she could imagine had unfolded before her very eyes. She had no recollection of taking off the clothes on her own, which meant that someone had changed her clothes for her. However, she was currently in Ha Jae-gun's one-room apartment, where there wasn't anyone else aside from Ha Jae-gun and Rika. There was no way the cat could change her clothes with her front paws. A low groan tickled Lee Soo-hee's ears. Guseb.Uv.MPS appeared all over her body, making her tremble. She slowly turned around to see where the groan had come from, and her eyes widened. Ha Jae-gun and Park Young-jin were sleeping on the floor next to the bed. Their legs were on each other's stomachs, and they were deep asleep in an ugly tangle. Come to think of it, yesterday, as her memories started to slowly come back to her, she finally heard the sound of running tap water from the bathroom. Lee Soo-hee quickly laid back in bed, pretending like she was still asleep as soon as the bathroom door opened. A seemingly exhausted Hyojin emerged from the bathroom. My head feels like it's going to explode. Hyojin plopped back down into the bed next to Lee Soo-hee. She frowned in discomfort and quickly fell back asleep. Right, the four of us had drinks and came back to Jae-gun's house. Lee Soo-hee calmly retraced her steps. While she was drinking alone with Ha Jae-gun, Park Young-jin and Hyojin came looking for them after they were done with the second round of drinking at the alumni gathering. The group of four spent an eventful night at Sinshin until midnight and eventually made their last stop at Ha Jae-gun's house. Wow, we drank a lot here, too. Bottles, GLA, S.ICS, and snacks were strewn across the floor. However, Lee Soo-hee couldn't recall much, wondering if she had fallen asleep soon after they arrived back at Ha Jae-gun's house. The sky was bright outside. Lee Soo-hee gently escaped from the covers and started cleaning up the messy room. She then headed to the nearby supermarket and started preparing breakfast for everyone. No one else woke up in the meantime. I should hurry up and leave before anyone else wakes up. There was no way she would let Ha Jae-gun see her messy makeup from last night. Lee Soo-hee changed back in her own clothes and woke up the sleeping Hyojin. Hyojin, wake up. It's morning. Aren't you going to go back home? I don't want to. I'll leave after sleeping a while more. I've also agreed to go watch a movie with Young-jin later. Hyojin whined and turned away. Lee Soo-hee continued shaking her shoulder and asked, I got something to ask you too. My clothes. Ha Jae-gun turned around and let out a groan. It looked like he was about to wake up. With that, Lee Soo-hee left the apartment without delay. The remaining group of three finally woke up at noon and had their late breakfast. There were steamed eggs, seasoned bean sprouts, and pollock soup on the table. Lee Soo-hee had made them earlier. Wow, it's FUC-kin delicious. Can Soo-hee really do everything? What FUC-kin? Park Young-jin, can't you use nicer words at your age? Sorry, Madam Cheon. The food was just extremely delicious. Park Young-jin cleared 2 bowls of rice in one sitting. All the whining and grumbling about feeling nauseous when he woke up earlier had gone without a trace. Leave it, Hyojin. I'll do the dishes. Ha Jae-gun's manners are still the best. Ha Jae-gun quickly washed the dishes and filled up Rika's empty food bowl. Just then, Hyojin murmured, Ha Jae-gun, do you wear GLA SES? Isn't this yours? It looks old, Hyojin asked while holding up Seo Gunwoo's GLA SES. Ha Jae-gun's heart pounded. He had forgotten to keep the GLA.S.SES in the drawer before leaving the house yesterday. I wore GLA.SES back in my university days, too. The size fits me as well. Hyojin. He couldn't stop Hyojin in time and watched as Hyojin wore the GLA.S.SES. She was already picking up a book to read when Ha Jae-gun went over to her. It doesn't have a prescription? Hyojin asked as she flipped through the pages of the book half-heartedly. Ha Jae-gun didn't answer and just stood there blankly. This was an unprecedented situation. Can you lend me this book? I want to read it. Hyojin, I can't borrow this book. No, I can lend it to you, but do you not feel anything? What feeling? Hyojin asked curiously. She was still wearing the GLA.SES. Jae-gun wasn't sure how he should answer. He pondered for a moment before asking once again. It's prescription GLA.S.SES. Are you sure you're not uncomfortable? Really? I thought it was prescription-free. I had surgery, so my eyesight is 1.0. Hyojin picked up the book once again. After a while, she nonchalantly took off the GLA.SES and put them back where she had found them before pocketing the book in her bag. Ha Jae-gun stood by the bookshelf. He stared into SBC and was lost in his own thoughts. He thought Hyojin would be alarmed at the sudden increase in her reading speed upon wearing the GLA-S SES, but she didn't experience anything off. Ha Jae-gun wore the GLA-S SES himself and picked out a book to read. The effects were still there. He could still read at an alarming speed. Could it be? Ha Jae-gun unlocked his drawer and took out Seo Gunwoo's cup. Now his target was the groaning Park Young-jin on the ground. He was writhing like a live octopus on an iron plate. Young-jin, have a cup of coffee. Ha Jae-gun made him a cup of coffee. Park Young-jin looked at him and refused, waving his hand. I don't want to drink anything hot now. Have a sip. It's from Switzerland. Nonsense. I saw you take out the instant coffee sachet. Jae-gun, let me have it. I want to drink it. Hyojin took the cup and drank it instead. Ha Jae-gun observed Hyojin quietly for a while as she read the book and drank the coffee. However, she didn't have any reaction. Hyojin, how are you feeling? Ha Jae-gun asked as he cleaned the cup. Hyojin found his question strange. She tilted her head at him and replied, What do you mean? I'm still feeling terrible. I'm sore. I see. Ha Jae-gun, you're kind of weird. Are you sure you're sober? Maybe I'm not. After a short conversation, Hyojin and Park Young-jin finally left his house. Now that Rika and Ha Jae-gun were left alone, he made another cup of coffee with Seo Gunwoo's cup. Upon taking a sip, his exhaustion was immediately washed away. He locked eyes with Rika and smiled. Am I the only one who can experience these effects? Meow. They only apply to me. He felt a bit proud knowing that the great writer Seo Gunwoo had only acknowledged him. Even though he could only show off to Rika, Ha Jae-gun still felt great. Well, I should start figuring out what its effects are as well. Ha Jae-gun murmured as he took out the fountain pen from the drawer. Ha Jae-gun already knew the abilities of Seo Gunwoo's laptop, cup, and brown horn-rimmed GLA SES, including Rika's, who had now become his life companion. However, he still had no clue about the fountain pen's abilities. I should start using it more often now. Deciding to bring it along with him wherever he went, Ha Jae-gun stuck the pen into the pencil holder on his desk. He believed that putting it where it was visible to him would make him use it more often. Nice! Now that my stamina's recovered, let's work for a bit. Ha Jae-gun motivated himself and turned on a laptop. The game scenario job at Next Ion that he had discussed with Lee Soo-hee would only be decided in the next few days. In other words, he should focus on the fantasy novel, Oscar's Dungeon. He was stuck and couldn't quite progress with the plot, but he was still at ease since it was the only project he had to work on right now. However, just as he reached for the keyboard, a text from Lee Soo-hee came in. I left in a hurry this morning because something urgent came up. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, it was delicious. I realized this back at your house, but your cooking skills are incredible. It took a while before Lee Soo-hee's reply arrived. Let me know if there's something you want to eat, and I'll cook it for you. You should eat well so that you can produce great TI, please. What are you doing today? I mean, it's the weekend. I was about to start working on my novel. I see. You're working hard, even during weekends. Don't push yourself too hard, though. Thank you. You should not push yourself too hard as well. After replying to Lee Soo-hee one last time, Ha Jae-gun turned his attention back to his screen, and his eyes were ablaze with motivation. He was about to start writing the 6th volume of Oscar's Dungeon. Let's break through this wall. Ignore the vocabulary and sentences, even the coherence. Tadadak, tadadadak, tak. Sparks seemed to erupt from his fingers. The ability to type 10,000 characters per hour on Seo Gunwoo's laptop started. Ha Jae-gun glared intently at his screen as if he wanted to devour it. His fingers moved tirelessly, thanks to the anger directed at the unresolved plot progression. He thought that if he were to continue working away in earnest like what he had done for Storm and Gale, the muse of the plot would eventually come to him. Time said, and it was soon evening. Ha Jae-gun totally forgot about the sage time. Rika would usually not disturb Ha Jae-gun while he was working, but she decided to leap up onto his desk this time. When Ha Jae-gun heard Rika's cries, he finally stopped working. I'm doomed, Rika. Ha Jae-gun looked at Rika with an ugly expression and explained, I can't think of anything to write. I wrote 80,000 characters, but this isn't even a novel. It's just a combination of words. The story is boring without a resolution between Oscar and the Guildmaster's conflict. Rika approached Ha Jae-gun and consoled him by pressing her front paws on his chest. Seeing how there wasn't any response from Ha Jae-gun, Rika licked his cheeks and cried sadly. Yeah, I must have lost my desperation, Ha Jae-gun muttered. His head drooped as he said, I've been spending less time thinking deeply into my plots. I'm a problem. I've forgotten about my early days. I've forgotten about why I started. Meow. Ha Jae-gun came to his own conclusion and turned off the laptop before standing up. He needed to take a breather from writing by taking a walk and getting some fresh air. Ha Jae-gun changed his clothes and packed his notebook into a backpack. However, he spotted an old notepad and stared at it for a while. A thought suddenly came to him. How long had it been since he stopped using his notepad? He had totally forgotten about the times when he often recorded everything he saw, heard, and felt whenever he was out and about. Plop! Ha Jae-gun put down the heavy backpack on the floor and picked up the notepad, as well as Seo Gunwoo's fountain pen, which he had placed in the nearby pen holder. Without a single heavy load in his hands, Ha Jae-gun stepped out of his apartment. Ha Jae-gun arrived at a small cafe nearby after spending some time in a bookstore. Thank you. Ha Jae-gun ordered a cup of coffee and took a seat in a corner. He had specifically chosen this cafe, as this was the very same cafe where he had come up with a story for The Breath, the biggest hit novel he had published under the name Peng Chunyu. This fountain pen definitely has a special ability as well. Ha Jae-gun held the pen in his hand and opened the notepad. Nothing was coming to his mind. However, the tip of his pen was unknowingly scribbling the lyrics of Applet's song. An idea for the development might come to me if I listed out the characters, events, and background. Ha Jae-gun wrote down a list with high expectations. However, no magic happened. Ha Jae-gun wasn't too discouraged. He had already tested the fountain pen, after all. But seriously, how should I resolve the conflict between Oscar and the Guildmaster? Ha Jae-gun recalled the plot and translated the concerns he had in his mind onto the notepad. Oscar, who gained tremendous strength after obtaining the dragon's artifact, and the Guildmaster, who became jealous of Oscar, got into a, this is it. A bell rang in his ears. The Guildmaster lost his parents because of the dragon, so it's not weird that he hates Oscar. Plus, the Guildmaster originally wanted to grow stronger just to get rid of the dragon in the Empire. In that case, Ha Jae-gun's tired hands moved rapidly. He started scribbling, filling up the notepad with sentences. The thick iron wall that was in his way was starting to crumble. Yes, this is it. It'll be resolved at some point if you keep thinking about it. The feeling of joy bubbled from within him as he continued working on the idea. The fountain pen, accompanied by Ha Jae-gun's deep-rooted concerns, displayed its ability to its maximum potential. On that night, Ha Jae-gun only departed the cafe when the owner had to close it. Kwon Tae-won woke up at 7 a.m. without the help of his alarm. Shin Dong-mi, who was supposedly sound asleep beside him, woke up at the rustling of the sheets. You're waking up early? You worked late last night, so you should sleep more. I've had enough sleep. You're the one who needs to sleep more. What about breakfast then? I'll find something to eat. You should sleep a bit more. Kwon Tae-won gently patted Shin Dong-mi's forehead. Shin Dong-mi smiled blissfully as she closed her eyes once more. Kwon Tae-won left the room and prepared some toast and a cup of coffee for breakfast. Ever since he quit his job at Starbucks and the temptation to smoke from time to time came in strong, Kwon Tae-won would chew on some Moondan to endure the temptation. Naughty Roommate is doing well. Writer Jang definitely specializes in the adult romance genre. I should suggest working on an adult webtoon story sometime. Kwon Tae-won sat down at his computer and started working away. By now, Laugh Books had already contracted over 20 writers. Their performance wasn't really that remarkable yet, but Laugh Books was stabilizing, which was a good sign. Above all, the monstrous writer Ha Jae-gun was with him, which brought much relief. Kwon Tae-won's day went by tirelessly. Kwon Tae-won started by reading numerous novels on novel distributing platforms to discover writers with good works. He would then ask them to sign contracts, read their ma.in.u. scripts, give them feedback, outsource their book covers, and finally conduct business with various distributors. All the work was done all year round, and it had been a year since then. It was only recently that he got some breathing SBAC when things finally started to settle down. It was thanks to the two new staff he had employed, including Young So-mi, who was in charge of editing. It used to be just him and his wife, Shin Dong-mi, doing all the work. Kwon Tae-won laughed, thinking back on how ridiculous that idea was. The sixth volume of Oscar's Dungeon. He found the ma.in.u. script attached to an email from Ha Jae-gun. Kwon Tae-won clicked on the file and started reading the ma.in.u. script. It was perfectly revised. It was good enough to hand it over to the printing company immediately after editing it into a format suitable for publication. MS. So-mi's compliments are real. Kwon Tae-won smiled and enjoyed reading the entire volume. After flagging a few areas that were bugging him, he closed the Word program. BZZT. His phone on the desk started vibrating from call. The caller ID was unknown, but he still answered it as the president of Laugh Books. This is Kwon Tae-won from Laugh Books. Hello, I am CO Hiran from the business support team at the game development company, Joy-M. Kwon Tae-won was familiar with them, even though he wasn't really interested in games. Joy-M was a successful game development company. They had released a diverse list of games with some localized for the Japanese and Chinese markets. Overall, they were a popular company. Why would Joy-M contact me? It is something related to writer Ha Jae-gun. We are currently planning to hold a lecture on creative content for our staff. Ah, I see. Creative content. Kwon Tae-won grabbed a pen and started taking down notes. We have a list of candidates for the lecture, and after some internal discussion, we have decided to ask if writer Ha Jae-gun would hold the lecture first. It's scheduled for a day between the end of July to early August. We have yet to fix a venue, but it would definitely be in Seoul. Kwon Tae-won was already feeling quite positive about this. Holding a content-related lecture for all employees at Joy-M was by far the best inquiry he had ever received. Accepting this would have a significant impact on Ha Jae-gun's career, and it would promote his novels as well. The lecture fee didn't matter. I understand. I will discuss this with writer Ha Jae-gun and get back to you as soon as possible. Do I call this number? Yes, I will also drop you a text with my mobile number. Feel free to contact me anytime. And if a meeting is necessary, we're available tomorrow. I understand. I'll be in touch. Have a good day. Kwon Tae-won ended the call and looked at the time. It was only 9 a.m. Looking at the time Ha Jae-gun had sent the ma.in.u. script over. He guessed that Ha Jae-gun should still be in dreamland. Kwon Tae-won decided to call Ha Jae-gun later. He decided to edit the ma.in.u. script for the sixth volume of Oscar's Dungeon until then. Bam, bam, bam. Someone was banging on his apartment door. It took Ha Jae-gun quite a while to wake up because he spent the entire night working on his novel. Ha Jae-gun's eyelids lifted slightly, and he grumbled inwardly. Ugh, who is it? Ha Jae-gun was extremely annoyed at the sudden visit from a stranger and how they were banging on the door when there was a doorbell next to the door. He kicked his blanket away and sat up. Please stop banging on the door. Who is it? Your father. Sorry, I said your father. Ha Jae-gun freaked out and hurriedly opened the door. The visitor was indeed his father, Ha Suk-jae. Ha Suk-jae was carrying a box of kimchi wrapped nicely in a pink wrapping cloth too. Father, why did you show up unannounced? Ha Jae-gun hurriedly took the box of kimchi from his father and stepped aside, inviting his father into the apartment. Ha Jae-gun was surprised because this was his father's first visit here. Are you sure this is a room for humans to live in? Ha Suk-jae looked around with a look of dissatisfaction. Your dirty dishes are piling up to the ceiling. Is that snow on your windowsill? That, I definitely cleaned it the day before. Ha Jae-gun scratched the back of his head, trying to come up with some excuse. In the end, he walked away and pulled a chair for Ha Suk-jae. You should have called me before you came here. Father, said Ha Jae-gun. I called you 5 times. I even rang the doorbell over 10 times. Ha Jae-gun checked, and there were indeed 5 missed calls from his father on Ha Jae-gun's call log. It seemed that he was truly fast asleep. He had to have collapsed because Seo Gunwoo's cup was still on cooldown. Your mom said that you should only take the amount you're going to eat and seal the box tightly. Then cover the outer leaves well and wrap them up tightly. I know. Would you like a cup of coffee? No need. Just give me a cup of cold water. Ha Suk-jae gulped the cold water. Then, he looked at the meal table left in the corner of the room. He saw a pot of leftover ramyun soup, pickled radish, and used cutlery. Don't just eat ramyun. Eat proper food, punk. Yes. Don't just say yes all the time. Ha Suk-jae turned around to face Ha Jae-gun before raising his voice. Hey, must I get nagged by your mom and come all the way to Seoul at my age? If you're going to live independently, you should take good care of yourself. If you can't handle your own meals, then just go back home. I'll keep that in mind. Nonsense. Seeing his father grumble, Ha Jae-gun smiled faintly. There was no way his father would come down just because of his mother's nagging. He chuckled, knowing that his father visited out of worry for himself, yet he was still beating around the bush. What's funny? No, I just recalled a show I was watching last night. Silly brat. Ha Suk-jae downed the rest of his cold water and continued. Do you still remember my friend, Sang-ok, who helped you with your novel before? Ha Jae-gun wondered why his father brought his friend up, but he nodded anyway. Of course, I still remember him. Sang-ok's student has a relative who is a smart young lady. She's younger than you by 2 years and is an elementary school teacher. Do you want to meet her? Ha Jae-gun's expression stiffened. Are you asking me to go on a blind date? I'm not forcing you, so you don't have to be afraid. However, you should meet her if you're interested. Your thoughts are the most important, so I won't bring this up again. If you don't wish to hear about this from me again, make sure you take good care of yourself. I understand, father. All right, I'll be leaving now. Ha Suk-jae put down the cup and stood up. Ha Jae-gun followed after him and said, You should eat before going back. Why should I eat with you when your mom has prepared a delicious meal for me at home? Ha Suk-jae hopped into his car and started the engine. He had bought the car secondhand from his friend after quitting his job. Remember to eat your meals regularly. Yes, father. Please drive safely, said Ha Jae-gun, and he watched as his father departed. Ha Suk-jae's car could no longer be seen, but Ha Jae-gun still stood rooted. He stroked Rika for quite a while, seemingly lost in his thoughts. So I'm old enough to get asked to go on blind dates already, huh? He chuckled again. His situation hadn't changed. His father wouldn't have brought that up at all. If I don't want him to bring that up again, I should really get myself together. Ha Jae-gun rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning up his messy room. As expected of the early summer weather, Ha Jae-gun soon started sweating. He thought about turning on the air conditioner, but his phone rang, interrupting him. It was a call from Kwon Tae-won. Hello, President. Hello, writer Ha. I enjoyed the mod and script you sent for Oscar's Dungeon. Thank you. That's great to hear. Ms. Somi is currently working on the il.u.s.tration for the 3rd volume, and when we're almost done with the ones for volume 4, we will start publishing. Okay, please go ahead. There's something else I need to tell you as well. There's a lecture request from Joyam, a game development company. Kwon Tae-won continued with a clear explanation. Ha Jae-gun listened to him quietly for a while, and then he eventually nodded. I understand. Since you're pushing for it so actively, I should accept it. When shall I schedule a meeting with them? They said they're available tomorrow, if you'd like. It's fine. All right. I will ask to schedule the meeting tomorrow. Ah, is there any special news for summer my 20s? I was informed that there'll be a preview for the production companies in 3 to 4 weeks, and that I should attend the preview as well. Wow, they shoot movies quite fast these days. Ha ha ha, I understand. Please enjoy your meal, writer Ha. Yes, you too, President. Ha Jae-gun hung up and continued with his cleaning before eating lunch. He very much wanted to have ramyun as he found it troublesome to prepare food, but he eventually decided to make a meal for himself upon recalling his father's words. When Ha Jae-gun sat down at his desk and was about to work on the plot ideation for Volume 7 of Oscar's Dungeon, a text from Lee Soo-hee came in. Ha Jae-gun, I'm working out of the office tomorrow. Do you want to have dinner together? The timing was perfect because the meeting with Joyam was at 4 p.m. Sure, I'll be out tomorrow for an appointment as well, so let's meet for dinner. Okay, I'll call you again. Ha Jae-gun put down his phone and reached for the fountain pen instead of his laptop. He had a vague idea of the fountain pen's ability. Despite his deepening concerns, quality sentences flowed out swimmingly. Kwon Tae-won heard himself gulp a mouthful of his own saliva. It couldn't be helped because the two employees of Joyam were sitting across from him, and one of them was so beautiful that Kwon Tae-won actually felt nervous. What kind of game development company hires models as their employees? Kwon Tae-won had pride in his standards, which was unlike the beauty standards commonly seen on TV. He preferred an intellectual lady with a vibe that resembled a spring breeze, but the beautiful young woman in front of him seemed to be straight-laced. Her seemingly prudent eyes were clear, and her slightly closed thick lips made it clear that she was a tenacious and resolute young woman. But she looked familiar. Kwon Tae-won looked at her for quite a while, finding her extremely familiar. However, he couldn't quite recall where he had seen her. The beautiful young woman broke the ice and said, "Joyam is our subsidiary company, so I decided to join the meeting as well. It's a combined plan, so our employees will be included in the list of attendees as well." Kwon Tae-won ignored his parched throat and answered, I see." There were still 3 minutes left until their appointment. He turned around to look for Ha Jae-gun, who had yet to show up, but speak of the devil, and he would come through the door. "I'm sorry. The traffic was pretty bad. Sorry for being late?" Ha Jae-gun was stupefied, and he froze on the spot. The beautiful young woman greeted Ha Jae-gun with a bright smile, but she was someone he least expected to see at the meeting. 1. Candy in small bead sizes that make one's mouth feel refreshed with its smell, made up of 7 oriental herbs. 2. This is how they usually look like. "Why are you here?" Ha Jae-gun asked in a daze. The beautiful young woman who was smiling brightly at him was Lee Soo-hee. "Do you two know each other?" Kwon Tae-won asked, bewildered. Ha Jae-gun looked at Lee Soo-hee blankly and slowly nodded. "She's my university smate, and she's also a team leader of Next Ion." "Ah." Ha Jae-gun gasped and looked at Kwon Tae-won. "President Kwon, you should have met her too. Back during the Modern Youth Literature Awards ceremony." "Ah, really?" Kwon Tae-won put his hand to his forehead and looked into his memories, seemingly taken aback. However, Ha Jae-gun was right. He definitely caught a glimpse of her back then. However, he could also remember being so occupied with the constant calls coming to Laugh Books that he didn't have the time to look around during the ceremony. "It's no wonder I found you familiar, team leader. We probably met back then. I'm disappointed. I remember you clearly, President Kwon. I apologize. My eyesight is really bad, and there's a reason why I'm wearing these GLAS.SES. Lee Soo-hee laughed and waved her hand. "I was just joking, so don't mind me. Please take a seat." Writer Ha Jae-gun. Yes. Ha Jae-gun replied in honorifics and pulled out a chair next to Kwon Tae-won to take a seat. Lee Soo-hee started the meeting with official introductions. "Let me officially introduce myself again. I am Lee Soo-hee, team leader of Nextion's mobile planning team. I am CEO Hyran, section chief of Joyam's business support team. I'm also in charge of the lecture. I am Kwon Tae-won, president of Laugh Books and writer Ha Jae-gun's manager." Writer Ha Jae-gun. Everyone smiled pleasantly at each other. The atmosphere softened when Ha Jae-gun introduced himself. The meeting proceeded swimmingly under Lee Soo-hee and CEO Hyran's lead. As Lee Soo-hee handed the contract over to CEO Hyran, she said, "Don't be too pressured by the topic. You could talk about your experience as well. Things like how you ideate your novels, or even habits will do." "Okay, it's great that we still have quite a bit of time to prepare. I'll think about it," Ha Jae-gun said. "I wanted to give you more time to prepare, and that's why we contacted you early. Anyway, whatever you think lightly of could be of great help to others, so I hope you do a good job," said Lee Soo-hee. Silence immediately descended. She got too engrossed in Ha Jae-gun, and she blushed upon belatedly realizing that both Kwon Tae-won and CEO Hyran were around as well. "No, he'll please do a good job." Writer Ha. Ha Jae-gun barely managed to stop himself from laughing. He thought that there was no need for her to act so professionally. Lee Soo-hee needed some time alone to forget the embarrassed.s.smit, so she excused herself and went to the washroom. Ryder, huh? You must be happy to have team leader Lee. She's a reliable friend. After all, CO Hiran muttered after Lee Soo-hee disappeared into the washroom. Ha Jae-gun was confused. He looked straight at her and blinked blankly. CO Hiran continued. Team leader Lee has been actively pushing to get you on board, not only at the main headquarters, but also to the Joyum board of directors. Really? Yes. Would you take a look at this? CO Hiran took out her tablet PC and opened a presentation file. Ha Jae-gun was surprised after reading through its contents. It had a list of all his activities in great detail. Following his profile was a list of all his published novels alongside a short synopsis, their sales performances, and even market responses. The presentation even included the novels that got adapted into a webtoon and movie, as well as his radio and TV appearances. The information was organized quite meticulously as well. You're saying that Sue? No. Team Leader Lee made all these? Yes, all by herself. It looks clean, and the presentation itself is very persuasive as well. She's really good at PPT, and she used her prowess to do all these. Ha Jae-gun was impressed as he flipped through the doc.u.mint with over 15 slides. Lee Soo-hee should have been extremely busy with her own work, but she still made sure to work on this. Can you please send a copy of this to me? Ha Jae-gun hurriedly asked while Lee Soo-hee was still in the washroom. He wanted to keep the presentation file as a souvenir. By email? Yes, you can remove all the information related to your company. I just want the parts with my own information. Would that be possible? CO Hiran smiled sheepishly. Internal doc.u.mint shouldn't be leaked externally. If there are any other events that Ms. CO Hiran from Joyum's business support team requires me to attend, I will be happy to attend. Oh my, you've got yourself a deal. CO Hiran smiled and reached out for a handshake. Meanwhile, Lee Soo-hee finally emerged from the washroom. Ha Jae-gun and CO Hiran quickly returned to their usual expressions. Lee Soo-hee didn't notice anything suspicious from the pair. I'll have to head back to the office now, so I'll take my leave first. I will also have to head to the writer's office now. CO Hiran and Kwon Tae-won both left the meeting, leaving only Ha Jae-gun and Lee Soo-hee behind. Ha Jae-gun fiddled with the cup of diluted coffee and said softly, "Thank you." What for? For looking out for me. Lee Soo-hee stiffened. She turned away and broke into a soft chuckle. I'm doing it all for myself. I was using you, my great writer friend, for the sake of improving my reputation at work. So what's up with the thanks? Team leader Lee Soo-hee here is dragging our popular writer Ha Jae-gun to hold another bothersome lecture. DM, now that I'm hearing it from you, you're actually the devil. I shouldn't have thanked you. That's right, I'm the devil. Ho. Lee Soo-hee covered her cheeks and smiled. She was happy that things had turned out well. After all, she originally wanted Ha Jae-gun to be the first-choice lecturer instead of having him as a backup. I need to let them recognize Ha Jae-gun's existence naturally, especially to the planning director who thinks that there's no one else as outstanding as himself. The background music playing in the cafe had stopped. The part-timer was looping the playlist on the computer. Watching the part-timer work, Ha Jae-gun suggested, "Shall we have dinner? It's not even 5 p.m. yet. Isn't it too early?" Ha Jae-gun rubbed his hands together and nodded. "I'll let you decide then. We can go watch a movie together and then have dinner afterward, or we can have a light meal and then go for a second round of drinks afterward. Are you treating me now that you're going to get a huge sum of money from the lecture? I'm going to have an expensive meal then. Whatever you like. Let's leave this place first." The warm breeze outside welcomed them as they stepped out of the cafe. Lee Soo-hee took off her cardigan and hung it on her arm. Ha Jae-gun then asked casually, "Have they broken into your feet now?" "Huh? Oh." Lee Soo-hee furrowed her brows and laughed as she looked down at her feet. She was wearing the flats that Ha Jae-gun had brought for her in Japan. "Of course. Let's go." Lee Soo-hee lightly slapped Ha Jae-gun's shoulder. The sun was setting as the pair walked leisurely down the street. The weather wasn't that great recently, and the high humidity only made the weather worse. As usual, Ha Jae-gun was reading in the library's archives room. He had been looking up reference books related to creative content for the lecture. He was learning something new today as well, and he was progressing consistently. Custodian, that weird man is back again, the part-timer said as she gestured to Ha Jae-gun with her eyes while scanning the books that were due to be returned. The library custodian, Lee Mi-ju, stared deeply at Ha Jae-gun, who was reading a book at alarming speed while wearing his horn-rimmed GLA-SES. Is he focusing on non-fiction books today? Wasn't he reading a ton of fiction books before? When did he arrive today? He arrived early this morning, as soon as I opened the doors. I think he has read over 30 books already, but I'm not sure if he actually read them properly. Lee Mi-ju tilted her head. She had found him familiar before as well, but she was much more certain of it today. She couldn't hold it in any longer and approached Ha Jae-gun while pretending to organize some books. I've definitely seen him somewhere before. Lee Mi-ju went closer and peeked at his face. Ha Jae-gun smiled faintly as he quickly flipped through the pages of the book. Lee Mi-ju's eyes widened, and she muttered, Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun looked up when he heard someone call out his name. Lee Mi-ju's lips trembled ever so slightly when they made eye contact. She hadn't recognized him with the horn-rimmed GLA.S.SES, but Ha Jae-gun's smile was identical to the smile he had on the photo she had seen in the interview article posted on the corner. Author of the day, on Naven. Are you writer Ha Jae-gun? Ah, yes. That's me. Lee Mi-ju covered her mouth in shock. Lee Mi-ju loved reading books, and that was how she decided to become a library custodian. She was an avid fan of Ha Jae-gun's novels, which had swept the awards in the Digital Literature Award and Modern Youth Literature Award. Sum. Pardon, I enjoyed summer in my 20s a lot. I'm not sure what I should say, but I'm looking forward to the movie adaptation as well. I'm feeling so hot. It's an honor. It's really an honor. Really? And I also enjoyed your other novels as well. Please don't misunderstand. Lee Mi-ju had raised her voice so much. She totally forgot the fact that she was a library custodian and they were in a library. Ha Jae-gun revealed a weary smile and put his index finger to his lips. Lee Mi-ju covered her mouth at the gesture, but the excitement on her face didn't disappear at all. I am sorry. I apologize for disturbing you. No, it's fine. With that, Lee Mi-ju turned around and ran out. The part-timer felt that something was off, and she asked, Officer, what's wrong? Did you know him? I'll tell you later. I have to go and look for someone. 5 minutes later, Lee Mi-ju and 3 other people returned to the archives room. Of the 3 people, 2 were section chiefs from the Administrative Support Department and Information Archives Department, while the last person was the director of the library, who would never appear arbitrarily. I deeply apologize for the disturbance. The elderly director in his 50s started and bowed deeply at Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun turned around, wondering what they were here for. I'm the director of this library, Lee Young-bae. MMIC. HLO, I'm Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun bowed in return. He was teared when a man who looked to be around the same age as his father greeted him politely. I heard from our employee here that a renowned writer is a frequent visitor of our library, so I decided to come here personally to see you. Have you experienced any inconvenience during your visits here? Please let us know. We will do our best to accommodate your needs. Thank you for the offer, but I'm very comfortable with my current situation right now. I'm also fine with the selection of books so far, and there are still many books that I haven't read yet. Ha Jae-gun said politely and let out a sigh inwardly. Should he not visit this library in the future? He was afraid to inconvenience other people with his presence. The director nodded and said, I would like to offer you some tea. Is it okay? Of course. Ha Jae-gun wanted to reject the offer. However, the 2 people behind him were staring intently at Ha Jae-gun. The director nodded at him and gestured with his hand, saying that Ha Jae-gun should follow them for now. Oh, seems like I have no other choice. Ha Jae-gun sat down on the sofa in the director's office, and he absent-mindedly listened to the old man's words. The gist of the conversation was about holding a lecture for Pa S.Sine parents. As expected, they had a motive for their approach. In other words, if a great writer like you could give a lecture at our library, we will be able to promote the development of our local district's community. We'll also be able to increase the value of this place, which is a gathering place for local residents. And yes, that's it. The director's voice got louder in his speech, and he inadvertently spat saliva everywhere during his speech. Ha! Jae-gun looked hesitant. Lee Mi-ju saw that, so she said, "Please, Mr. Ha, if you could give a lecture here, it would be a great source of pride for our library." Ha! Jae-gun nodded with a positive look. The theme was living a beautiful life through creativity. The contents of a lecture would overlap with the creative content lecture he was supposed to give for the game development company. Since this lecture would be held much earlier than the one with Joy M, he could use this chance to gain experience. He also wouldn't be under any significant pressure. I understand. It's presumptuous of me, but I'll give it a try. The director was ecstatic upon hearing Ha Jae-gun's words. He smiled brightly and said, "Thank you so much. Do you want another cup of tea? And can I get a photo with you if possible?" Sorry. Let's take the picture another day." Ha Jae-gun kept trying to stop the group from sending him off, but the employees still followed him to the entrance until he got into his car. If Ha Jae-gun's plan for the day were just to stay at the library, he wouldn't have driven his car today. Today was Summer in My 20s movie preview. He was scheduled to attend the movie preview as the writer of the original novel. I hope it turned out well. Ha Jae-gun's anxiety was ignited when he inserted the car key in the ignition and started the car. He would be lying if he said that he didn't have any expectations. He was confident of his movie production, but he wasn't sure about the details of the adaptation, so he could only hope that they had done a great job. I think they did a great job since they're great actors, and the director is great as well. Ha Jae-gun entered the address into the navigation application and grabbed the steering wheel. He felt good about the movie preview, and it was probably because of what happened at the library earlier. Ha Jae-gun felt so great that he even started whistling while driving. The lights were off, and silence filled the theater. The movie T.I.T.L.E., Summer in My 20s, slowly faded away in the middle of the dark screen. Director Woo Jae-hoon, lead actor Park Do-joon, and people from production companies and investors were present in the theater. Even Ha Jae-gun, the writer of the original novel, was sitting in a corner with a pounding heart. It's so cool. The movie started with the male lead, Park Do-joon. He was partaking aiding in the MT of the university where he had just enrolled in. Ha Jae-gun was satisfied to see the character's nervousness on his first day of school. It was similar to the image he had in his mind while he was writing it. Sad music started playing after the MT scene. Ha Jae-gun's eyes widened. The next scene was Lee Yi-ji jumping into the river of her own accord. Did the timeline change? Why did Lee Yi-ji die immediately after the MT scene? Why were there no clues or any lines hinting at why Lee Yi-ji had committed suicide? Why did it jump straight to that scene? The case was an important part of the plot, but it suddenly felt too random. Let's keep watching. I'm not an expert on filmmaking, so I must have missed something. Ha Jae-gun repressed his nervousness and watched on. Time Estat said, and they soon arrived in the middle of the movie. The strange feeling from earlier had grown stronger. His smile had disappeared long ago and was replaced by shock. Why? Why is the fighting scene so long? Hanju, he was just a normal female student, but why is she so good at fighting? Her opponent is a former martial artist. Why did they add the criminal staring wide-eyed scene? They're blatantly showing that he's the criminal. Wait, stop crying. The criminal is coming after you. Run first and bawl your eyes out later. Ha Jae-gun wanted to yell his thoughts, but he could only suppress them. The only scenes he liked about the movie were the scenes that appeared within the first 10 minutes of the movie. Almost every scene afterward appalled him. Ha Jae-gun eventually suppressed himself. He didn't want to stir any trouble. His expression hardened like a stone. He couldn't understand why he had to watch such a garbage movie. Fortunately, the movie soon ended. The final scene was of Lee Yi-ji jumping into the river in the middle of the night, and the credits started rolling afterward. The dark blue light from the screen reflected Ha Jae-gun's figure, and his complexion was blue, which made him look like a corpse. This isn't it. Ha Jae-gun stood up without checking his name in the credits. No one paid any attention to the original author's departure aside from Park Do-joon, who was looking at Ha Jae-gun's departing figure with a gloomy look. The rolling credits had ended, and bright lights soon filled the theater. Director, you did a great job. You did a great job filming. This should get you at least 5 million audiences. The investors surrounded director Woo Jae-hoon and started praising him. A few of them even raised their thumbs up. Woo Jae-hoon shook each of their hands and laughed until his pot belly swelled. The post-edit team had done a great job as well. I'm relieved to hear that you enjoyed the movie. At last, I can finally sleep well. Park Do-joon ignored the huge group and silently left his seat. Park Do-joon was furious. He was both the male lead of the movie adaptation and a reader who enjoyed the original novel. Park Do-joon turned around and saw a female in her 40s letting out a sigh. She was a famous editor in the film industry, Park Suk-ji, who was known for her outstanding editing skills. Summer in my 20s had also gone through magic hands. Suk-ji Nuna. Oh, Park Do-joon. Park Suk-ji smiled. Park Do-joon had always called her Nuna, as they had known each other since his debut. They shared an amicable relationship. You're quite disappointed, right? I'm thankful that you edited the movie, Park Do-joon replied softly after looking around. Park Suk-ji smoothed out Park Do-joon's clothes and let out a small sigh. This is what the power of investors brings about. You've been in the industry for such a long time, you should have long gotten used to it, she said. I know. Park Suk-ji looked at the closed doors. She was one of those who watched as Ha Jae-gun left the theater alone bitterly. Writer Ha Jae-gun didn't look happy. I hope he wasn't too disappointed by the outcome. You should calm down. Your expression is too stiff. Popular celebrities must be all smiles. I'm all smiles. It's an awkward smile, geez. Let's go eat. Park Do-joon followed Park Suk-ji and left the place that was still bustling with the investors chattering. Park Do-joon's mind was still filled with Ha Jae-gun's departing back. A pork and rice soup restaurant located in a shabby-looking alley in Jongno was BR.G with customers in the early evening. Ha Jae-gun ordered a sundae, one platter, and some soju to drink by himself in a corner. It had been a while since he visited this place. Ha Jae-gun visited this place often with Park Young-jin since their university days, as they served cheap and delicious food. The restaurant owner was a kind old lady who knew how to pamper her customers. What? You're already drinking? Park Young-jin asked. He fixed his necktie that had gone over his shoulder and sat in front of Ha Jae-gun. What happened? Why did you ask me out to drink all of a sudden when you would usually prefer to work on your novels? It must be something huge if you're already drinking alone. Have a GLA.S first. You haven't had dinner, right? Do you want a bowl of rice soup? Blood sausage soup is enough. I'll order a bowl later if I'm still hungry. So what happened? Park Young-jin grilled. He let Ha Jae-gun pour him a shot of soju. Ha Jae-gun smiled helplessly and started, I don't think the movie will do well. Ha Jae-gun proceeded to share his feelings about the movie preview with Park Young-jin. Park Young-jin quietly listened to him, but his expression looked grimmer than Ha Jae-gun's. What's most disappointing of all was that they couldn't control the pace of the movie properly. They were trying so hard to evoke emotions. What was that movie? The disaster thriller with Seol Kyung-guk, Sun Hae-jin, and Kim Sung-kyung in it. Building. Yeah, building. The movie is good overall, but the plot progression was getting interrupted because of the excessive display of emotions. They're on the verge of dying from a fire, yet the mother and son pair still manage to find time to talk to each other for a few minutes. They must be trying to evoke the audience's emotions. Park Young-jin replied bitterly, pouring another GLA.S for Ha Jae-gun. Maybe they risked breaking the flow because of their obsession with trying to evoke emotions. I'm not too sure. It just lengthens the duration of the lead character's conversations. It's not even Max Payne's bullet time. Ha Jae-gun smiled and said, It's great that I can rant like this to you. Shut up. So what are you going to do? What else can I do? It's already out of my hands. There's nothing I can do about it. I mean, in the future, you'll be writing more novels, and there's no guarantee that they won't get movie adaptations as well. So if this kind of thing happens again, what are you going to do? Ha Jae-gun's smile disappeared, and he fell into deep thought. Park Young-jin's question was like opening a can of worms. Park Young-jin drank his alcohol quietly, letting Ha Jae-gun think things through. If I were confident in writing scenarios in the first place, Ha Jae-gun started wondering how things would have turned out if he had been confident enough in writing scenarios. And he reached one answer. He would have insisted on writing the scenario himself. Of course, the audience's dissatisfaction with a movie couldn't be blamed solely on the scenario itself. They should have changed scenes on site during filming, and many changes would have been made during the post-editing process. Still, Ha Jae-gun thought that he wouldn't have felt this much regret if he had worked on the scenario himself. He had poured his everything into writing Summer in My 20s. It wasn't logical to label it as his child since he was single, but he could label it as his alter ego. And such a precious work was adapted into something that couldn't meet his expectations. Perhaps he was feeling more emotional due to the alcohol, but Ha Jae-gun seemed like he could finally understand how heartache felt. Don't be too upset, Ha Jae-gun. I know, you're already a successful writer. It doesn't matter even if the movie fails since you're an author who has sold over 1 million copies of the original novel. The director will receive the criticism rather than you. And from what I'm seeing, the movie probably won't do so badly. I could roughly tell how the movie would turn out based on your explanation, and those types of movies are actually quite popular. Thank you, Yoongjin. Ha Jae-gun's mood was lifted thanks to Park Yoongjin's consolation. Every word from his close friend soothed his complicated emotions. My pride is hurt. I still can't let it go, said Ha Jae-gun after pouring Park Yoongjin a shot. Park Yoongjin froze and looked at Ha Jae-gun, startled. What? What are you going to do? I'm going to see Professor Han. Park Yoongjin grinned. He understood what Ha Jae-gun was trying to say. He was also one of the many students who had a deep respect for Professor Han Hae-sun. You punk. Good luck. Are we going for round 2 tonight? Sure. Let me know whatever you want to eat. Ha Jae-gun declared as they made a toast. Ha Jae-gun was determined not to let the depression he felt from watching the movie bog him down. Tomorrow was much more important than the Pa S. Sing present. After all, he could always learn what he didn't know. Your novels are getting better. Han Hae-sun was in research room 403 at Myeongkyung University of the Arts. A positive response from her was a big deal because Professor Han had never been the type to give empty praises. A nervous-looking student sitting in front of her let out a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be easy working on your writing while working at a full-time job. I'm surprised that you've gotten so much better. Thank you very much, Professor. Sitting across from her with a flushed face was Young-mi. Young-mi twiddled her fingers and continued. Actually, Jae-gun helped me the most. Jae-gun? Yes. I met him at the orientation. I asked him to look at my novel. I see. Yes. I was very upset when he pointed out so many problematic areas because I had been putting a lot of effort into writing them. However, I discovered that he was right when I looked at it again a few days later. I decided to look at my work objectively and revised it repeatedly until I achieved this final product. Professor Han nodded and revealed a smile of approval. Ha Jae-gun was the best student she had ever taught, and he was always hungry for growth as well. Professor, why do you have so many books related to scenario writing? Young-mi asked after glancing at the dozens of books piled on the table. I'm shortlisting a few books for Jae-gun to read up on. There are quite a few out-of-print books, so I have to send him some of mine. Jae-gun, he's going to write scenarios? Looks like it. He probably got more interested in it after his novel got a movie adaptation. Han Hae-sun answered succinctly while recalling the look on Ha Jae-gun's face when he had come looking for her just a few days ago. From writing novels to writing scenarios, she had high expectations of Ha Jae-gun's growth as a writer. Excuse me. Go ahead, Professor. Han Hae-sun walked away to go to the washroom. Meanwhile, Young-mi browsed through the bookshelves, feeling bored sitting alone with nothing to do. Her eyes eventually laid on a piece of paper on Han Hae-sun's desk. An address was written on it. To Dadadak. Tak. Was it because the thought process was different from novels? Despite working on Co Gunwoo's laptop, Ha Jae-gun felt like he was stuck. Ha Jae-gun was in agony, as he hadn't written a single scenario since his university days. It's tough. Ha Jae-gun had been staying up most nights over the week while using the gray cup to recharge. He felt sore all over. His eyes were hollow, and his lips were parched, surrounded by an overgrown mustache. Ha Jae-gun had been practicing according to Professor Han Hae-sun's instructions. He had been reading and analyzing movie scenarios, watching movies and writing out their plots in real time, and even writing his own scenario while referencing the books she had recommended. This is only what I could come up with after so long. I have to reflect on myself. Ha Jae-gun beat himself up repeatedly while pushing his fingers to their limits. The air conditioning was turned on, but his shirt was drenched in sweat. In fact, Ha Jae-gun had been picking up scenario writing techniques at a tremendous speed. The brown horn-rimmed GLA SES helped him read countless scenarios and books in a day, and the gray cup helped him break through humanity's stamina limit. It should have taken him half a year to absorb so much information, but it only took him 3 to 4 weeks to assimilate and fully comprehend so much information. People would faint at the sight of Ha Jae-gun's rate of progress, but Ha Jae-gun wasn't really satisfied with his progress. I should learn what I don't know. It's fine if I'm not doing it because I don't want to do it, but it's inexcusable to avoid doing it because I don't know how to do it. Tadadadak, tadak, tadadadak, tak. Ha Jae-gun kept going and glared at his monitor with bloodshot eyes. Whenever he had to rest his fingers, his mind would still be thinking about the next plot development. Meanwhile, Rika seemed quite worried about Ha Jae-gun as she sat by the windowsill to watch over him. BZZT. Just then, Ha Jae-gun's phone rang. The call came from an unknown caller ID. Ha Jae-gun answered the call without even glancing at the number. HELO. 1. Sausage, not the ice cream. HELO, senior. I'm Jisoo, a freshman. A bright voice traveled into his eardrums. As he was preoccupied with working on a scenario, Ha Jae-gun couldn't immediately remember GS. Oh, cause his mind was preoccupied with working on a scenario. I'm CO Jisoo, senior. We met at your autograph event first with my friend Yin, and also once more at the orientation. Do you not remember me? Ah, yeah, I remember now. Ha Jae-gun replied. He turned away his haggard face from the monitor. His voice sounded quite strange, even in his own ears. It was a given, as he hadn't talked to anyone in a while he was holed up working on a scenario. But how did you find my number? Pardon? Through the seniors. The hesitation and tone in her answer made it obvious that it was a lie. However, Ha Jae-gun didn't really find it important how CO Jisoo found his number. He just wanted to end the call to continue working on his scenario. Okay, so what's the matter? Actually, CLA.S ended early today, so we want to visit you. A visit? Ha Jae-gun frowned. A series of giggles could be heard from the other side of the line. It was clear that CO Jisoo wouldn't be the only visitor. We're in the area, but we're not sure where you are. We wanted to surprise you, but we couldn't really find your exact location. That's why I decided to call. With his phone still in hand, Ha Jae-gun headed to the window and opened it. He spotted a group of 4 university students standing by the street. They were talking to each other. One of them saw Ha Jae-gun, and she waved at him in excitement. It's us, senior. Oh no. Ha Jae-gun wasn't happy at all. Even if they somehow managed to grab hold of his phone number, how did they get his address? The group of juniors was only waving and skipping excitedly without considering his feelings. All right, come on up. Okay, yeah. During the 1 minute that they took to come up to his door, Ha Jae-gun had cleaned himself up, starting with shaving his beard. There was no way he would let them see his haggard look. After washing his face and brushing his teeth at lightning speed, Ha Jae-gun opened the front door to see the group of girls standing outside. HLO, Senior Ha Jae-gun. They greeted him loudly and bowed deeply to him. Ha Jae-gun smiled sheepishly and allowed them into his one-room apartment. Don't just stand around. Come in. The room is quite small, so pardon me. The visitors' eyes widened in shock. They were astonished to see that Ha Jae-gun had been living in a tiny SBC that contained only essential appliances. The apartment looked quite shabby for a best-selling author who had sold 1 million copies of his most popular novel. Do you guys want some coffee? Ah, senior. We'll do it ourselves. But, go ahead. Unable to resist her curiosity, one of the girls asked, You appeared in a writer's study, didn't you? They usually filmed those episodes in the writer's office. Was your episode filmed here? It had been quite a while since the recording, but the show had yet to be broadcast. She wouldn't have been this surprised if she had already seen the episode. Yeah, we recorded it here. What? It's nothing. I was just curious. Kaya, the cat is so cute. She changed the topic and went after Rika. Rika looked at her arrogantly and escaped to a shelf. I think she doesn't like it. Is it a girl? Yeah, her name is Rika. She's quite shy. Anyway, the coffee is over there. The girls made coffee for themselves and sat in a kneeling pose. Ha Jae-gun sat across from them and said, "Don't worry, sit comfortably." Okay, senior. The girls finally pulled their feet and sat their thighs on the floor. Their faces were flushed red with excitement. They were freshmen in Myeongkyung University of the Arts Creative Writing Department, so Ha Jae-gun was like a star in the sky for them. I have a question. Ha Jae-gun started. Please ask. Where did you get my address? The girls puffed their cheeks and looked at each other. Moments later, Co Jisoo stepped up and answered, I saw it on the box that the teaching assistant was packing for delivery. Delivery? Yes. She said that Professor Han was sending you books on scenario writing. Ah, I see. Ha Jae-gun nodded. He finally understood how his phone number and address were leaked. But why did they come here right away without telling me? Jae-gun shook his head disapprovingly. He still saw them as kids, even though they were university students. They probably didn't realize that their actions were impolite. Anyway, it's nice to meet you girls, Ha Jae-gun said with a faint smile. He happily accepted the fact that such young and cute juniors of his had come to visit him, but he didn't forget to warn them. But don't show up unannounced like this in the future. You can't just do that. You should contact me in advance if you want to meet me. That way, I can prepare as well. Yes, senior. I'm sorry, senior. The girls looked down and responded at the same time. Ha Jae-gun smiled wearily and pinched their cheeks one by one. You girls haven't had lunch, right? Look at that booklet there and order whatever you want. Really, senior? You're the best. They unanimously decided to order from a Chinese restaurant, and their order of mixed soup, sweet and sour pork, 2 portions of black bean noodles, and spicy seafood noodles soon arrived at the door. Thank you for the food, they exclaimed and thoroughly enjoyed their meal. After finishing their food, the girls took the initiative to dispose of the disposable bowls. They even wiped the table, washed the utensils, and even cleaned the floor. Ha Jae-gun barely managed to stop them from running the washing machine. After lunch, they talked about creation, but it was mostly Ha Jae-gun answering their questions. A few hours later, Ha Jae-gun noticed the setting sun and said, It's getting dark. It's about time we wrap this up. It was a pleasure meeting you girls today. Yes. The girls muttered with rueful looks. They still had a ton of questions for Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun dropped them off at the nearest subway station. Just as he was about to make a U-turn and drive away, he saw the girls standing by the road through the rearview mirror, waving at him. He smiled softly. It's going to be difficult for me if they decide to visit me often. The worry that he had forgotten for a while resurfaced once Ha Jae-gun reached home. Only 4 students had visited him today, but he was worried that a group of 8 and perhaps 16 students would visit him next time. He definitely enjoyed spending time with his junior, but their visit would interfere with his work. Well, at least they understood. Meanwhile, Ha Jae-gun called the teaching assistant and asked them to be careful about leaking his contact details and address to anyone else. Ha Jae-gun felt slightly relieved after the call, and he resumed working on his scenario writing. It had been a few days since then, and today's weather was quite breezy. Ha Jae-gun left the door and windows open rather than turning on the air conditioning. The doors and windows had screens, so he wasn't afraid of mosquitoes or other insects flying into the room. Meow. Okay, Rika, I'll finish this scene and take a break. Ha Jae-gun was writing out the plot of the movie he was watching. He was all smiles. He had gotten confident in his scenario writing, and he could finally write a satisfactory scenario on his own. BZZT. Ha Jae-gun answered the call that just came in. He saw that it was from Young-mi. Yeah, Young-mi. Hey, Jae-gun. Were you working? Am I disturbing you? No, it's fine. Did you call to ask about your novel? There's that too, but Young-mi trailed off. On top of that, Ha Jae-gun could hear the sound of an approaching car from outside. It seemed that he had become more sensitive to his surroundings over the past few weeks. Ha Jae-gun noticed something off and headed to the window, and his assumption ended up being correct. What is it this time? He saw Young-mi's ivory-colored car, and it was approaching the building he was in. Ha Jae-gun heard the hesitation in Young-mi's voice. I was actually just passing by. I visited Professor Han a few days ago and saw your address on the box that the teaching assistant was using to pack some books. Ha Jae-gun replied, slightly annoyed by the teaching assistant's blunder. He saw Young-mi park her car, and she alighted from it with a phone to her ear. She also had a huge shopping bag in her hand. I realized that I haven't been able to thank you properly for helping out with my novel. So I got something for you. However, I thought it would be better for me to give it to you personally rather than through a courier. So, I see. I'm heading down now. Ha Jae-gun picked up Young-mi from the building entrance and brought her up to his studio. She got him a relatively expensive set of red ginseng. Thank you. You should take care of your health, Jae-gun. You look thinner than before. Yeah, I will, Ha Jae-gun replied dryly. Ha Jae-gun felt more burdensome than grateful at her unexpected concern. However, Young-mi did not leave immediately. She only got up nearly an hour and a half later after talking about her novel and her current workplace, as well as some small talk about her daily life over some coffee. I've taken up too much of your time. Sorry, I'll go now. Be careful on the road. Ha Jae-gun sighed as he sat back down at his desk after sending her off. Her sudden visit had interrupted his train of thought. Ha Jae-gun now had to go back to the beginning of the movie and work on the scenario from scratch. He needed quite a long time to recover his broken concentration. I hope she won't visit me again. He could always look at her novel over email, chat, or calls. There was no reason for them to meet face to face over it. Ha Jae-gun concluded that she had to be extremely grateful to him, which was the reason she bought him an expensive gift and visited him. However, something unexpected happened a few days later. Ha Jae-gun was fast asleep on a gloomy rainy day. His front door was left wide open to let the cool breeze in. He had been asleep for 5 hours, as he couldn't wait for 5 hours for the cup's cool down to recharge. Tack, 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 mm. A weird sound woke Ha Jae-gun up from his sleep. Someone's silhouette appeared in his blurry vision. His eyes focused on the silhouette, and he soon recognized Young-mi wearing an O.N and slicing some vegetables. Ah, Jae-gun, you're awake? Young-mi smiled shyly. Guseb .MPS broke out all over him, and he hurriedly looked around. He was definitely in his own studio. Rika was also crouched by the windowsill. What are you doing? I had something on at Giro Digital, so I dropped by. You didn't pick up my call, so I came up and found your door wide open. Then, I thought of making you a stew since I'm already here. Ha Jae-gun was rendered speechless by Young-mi's nonchalant tone. Young-mi got nervous upon seeing unresponsiveness. She sounded a bit scared as she asked, I made a mistake, right? Well, it's all right. Ha Jae-gun scratched his head and sat up. I'm thankful that you showed up without telling me and started cooking for me out of the blue. Young-mi couldn't possibly miss the thick sarcasm in his voice. Young-mi looked away and finished chopping up the vegetables before saying, Sorry, I'll just cook the stew. I'll leave as soon as it's done. I'm sorry for the harsh reply, but I don't think this is right. Yeah, you're right. I thought that we were longtime friends, so I thought it would be okay for me to just come here. Yeah, this isn't right. Young-mi went back to cooking the stew. Meanwhile, Ha Jae-gun looked out the window with a complicated look. Jae-gun, would you date me if I asked you out? Ha Jae-gun directed a bewildered gaze at her. However, Young-mi was already in the foyer with her bag in hand and her head hanging down. What? It's what it means. I think I like you. No, Young-mi. Ha Jae-gun let out a sigh and slicked his hair back. You've never shown any interest in me back then. Well, I had no idea that you were such a charming person. Don't get me wrong. It's not because you're now a successful person and earning a lot of money. These feelings suddenly appeared during our recent interactions, and I really want to spend more time with you. I'm working full-time, and I'll work even harder in the future. Young-mi, Ha Jae-gun interrupted and looked straight into her eyes. Young-mi shivered beneath his cold gaze. You don't know anything about me. But Jae-gun, let's stay friends and forget that something even happened today. Please leave. Ha Jae-gun dismissed her with a wave of his hand. The sight agitated Young-mi. She stepped forward and exclaimed, "I confess because I really like you." "I don't like you." "I'm sorry, but I don't see you as a woman." Ha Jae-gun's cold and firm reply made Young-mi freeze on the spot. Young-mi's eyes turned red, but she eventually smiled and nodded as if she had decided to accept the harsh reality. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Sure. I'm nothing compared to Suhee. Anyway." "What?" "Nothing. I'm sorry, Jae-gun. I'm leaving now." Young-mi put on her shoes and left. Ha Jae-gun heard her car driving away, and his empty eyes stared blankly into SBC. I should move away soon. Ha Jae-gun made up his mind. He had always been thinking about moving to a larger place for Rika's sake, but it seemed that the negative effect on his work efficiency was the final nail in the coffin. He couldn't allow his juniors to visit him randomly. "Rika, let's go look for a new place to call home." Meow. Ha Jae-gun carried Rika and put on his shoes. It was still raining heavily when Ha Jae-gun walked out of his apartment. "Never knew it would come to this," Ha Jae-gun said to Rika as he took the umbrella with him and stepped out. He hadn't planned to head out today, but it wasn't on impulse either since he already had plans to move much earlier. There just wasn't a chance for him to look into it since he had spent most of his funds helping his family move house in Suwon. Plus, he felt comfortable working in the small studio. The recent events had simply triggered him to move. "I've already made a decision, so why don't I just make a move? If I were to delay this any further, I would definitely end up just staying in that apartment. In addition, I can easily get a loan, considering that I just bought a house," muttered Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun chuckled upon recalling the ridiculous event earlier. He didn't expect that Young-mi had that side. He wasn't really close to her, but he was still stupefied by her revelation. After all, they were friends for so long now. Virum. As he started the car engine, Ha Jae-gun went down memory lane. Young-mi was extremely popular back during university. Her cute looks and above-average fashion sense added to her femininity, which got a lot of male students interested in her. However, she had never come in close contact with Ha Jae-gun. Their writing styles, values, and even views toward life didn't really match. They didn't have any common interests, and Ha Jae-gun couldn't really view Young-mi as a potential partner because they had been treating each other as mates for the longest time now. Aside from meeting during the alumni gathering, they had never exchanged any form of personal contact information. It was only until the previous orientation that they met and Ha Jae-gun started helping out with her novel, and it somehow culminated in her confession. Ha Jae-gun was totally perplexed. Should I thank her for making me move out? Ha Jae-gun grabbed the steering wheel and hit the accelerator. The car started traveling on the muddy road amidst the downpour. His destination was the real estate agency nearby that he had visited when he went to rent his current studio. "I won't move too far away, Elder." As he was approaching Seo Gunwoo's grave, Ha Jae-gun slowed down and looked out of the window. Seo Gunwoo's existence was a huge psychological pillar of strength for him, so he had no plans of leaving this area. It took him less than 5 minutes to arrive at his destination. Ha Jae-gun parked his car by the road and headed into the real estate office. An old man in his 50s was dozing off in front of the TV. The old man noticed Ha Jae-gun and greeted him. "Welcome, H.L.O. Are you here to look at apartments?" The old man asked after examining Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun was clad in a tracksuit, and he was wearing 3-striped slippers, which made him look like a student or an unemployed young man at most. Even if the old man were to put on his positive lens, he could only view Ha Jae-gun as a greenhorn of the working society. "Are you looking at monthly rent? One-room studios?" The old man asked with conviction before pulling out a couple of documents on one-room studio leases from his desk. Ha Jae-gun said, "No, I want to look at houses for sale." "You're buying a house?" "Yes." The old man was stunned. His wife had always nagged him about how he should be more careful about his manner of speech because there would always be customers who would get offended by it. Did he get upset when I mentioned the monthly rent? The old man examined Ha Jae-gun's expression, and he was relieved to see that Ha Jae-gun didn't look like he was offended. "What are you looking for?" asked the man. Ha Jae-gun looked down and thought about it for a while before saying, "A detached house, please." "Detached house. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, I like it to have a small front yard as well. Is there any suitable one in this area? I hope the surrounding wall would be high enough such that people outside won't be able to view the inside. Ha Jae-gun was leaning toward getting a detached house. It was his long-standing wish to have a study, and it would definitely be much better for him to have a large and SP-size house. He had also decided to dedicate the garden to Rika. A detached house, what about your budget? Up to 1 billion won will not be an issue. If a lot is good, I don't mind paying more. The old man scoffed at Ha Jae-gun's nonchalant answer. Did he hear him right? Or was 1 billion won the name of a dog? Even if the young man in front of him had struck the lottery, it wouldn't be easy to receive 1 billion won as prize money. The old man also thought that the words 1 billion won shouldn't come from a young man in a shabby tracksuit and slippers. Could it be? The old man tilted his head and took a closer look at Ha Jae-gun. The old man finally remembered Ha Jae-gun. Aren't you the young man who signed a contract for a one-room studio last year? That's right. So you finally remember me. The old man boisterously laughed at the response. He found it ridiculous that the young man had returned to him after a year to look for a detached house. He considered the conversation a waste of his time. The old man was so irritated that he no longer wished to deal with Ha Jae-gun. Fortunately, the door opened once more, and a couple who seemed to be in their early 30s walked into the agency. The middle-aged woman's eyes sparkled upon seeing Ha Jae-gun. How may I help you? It's Yolo. I called earlier saying that I would like to rent. Ah, yes. Welcome. Please take a seat. The old man's expression changed as he entertained the couple. His ATT, I.Tude, was the exact opposite of his ATT, I.Tude, while attending to Ha Jae-gun. The old man made 2 cups of coffee for the couple. He glanced blandly at Ha Jae-gun and said, There aren't any available detached houses. Not even one. Yes. There are a couple of one-rooms available for monthly or yearly rental. See the paper there? Write down your name and contact number there. I'll contact you again later. Ha Jae-gun's smile disappeared, but he didn't show it on the outside. He decided to refrain from getting into a pointless argument. I'm done writing it down. Have a good day. Okay, goodbye, the old man replied dryly without even turning around to look at Ha Jae-gun. It was an awkward situation, but the middle-aged woman couldn't keep her eyes off Ha Jae-gun. She was even tilting her head, seemingly trying to examine his face from many different angles. What's wrong, darling? You don't find him familiar? I'm not too sure. No, I'm sure I saw him somewhere before. While her husband was discussing the lease agreement with the old man, she got busy trying to recall where she had seen Ha Jae-gun. She exclaimed and looked up something on the internet. Dear, look at this. She held her phone out to her husband. Her husband looked away from the contract to look at the screen and asked, Isn't he the author of the book you bought last week? Yeah, and he's the same guy who just left. But why, no way. He must just be someone who looks similar. The middle-aged woman's face turned red from frustration. No, he's really Ha Jae-gun. There's no mistaking it. He was even carrying Rika in his arms. The cat was also included in the post on Naven. Unfortunately, her husband seemed like he couldn't believe her at all. The old man stared blankly at the couple. He also couldn't understand a single word of what she was saying. Look, the wife picked up the piece of paper where Ha Jae-gun had written his contact details and showed it to her husband. Her husband's jaws dropped. It's really him. I wasn't sure, so I didn't dare to talk to him earlier. Should I chase him? I think he's still nearby. I want to get his autograph. The old man couldn't suppress his curiosity and finally asked, was a young man earlier a celebrity? He's a very popular writer these days. His latest novel sold 1 million copies. How many? 1 million. Yeah, the novel is called Summer of My 20s, and it got adapted into a movie as well. Its teaser is currently being advertised on TV. Have you not seen it yet? The wife showed the old man the search results on the internet. The old man was speechless. He had also heard of Summer of My 20s, as his daughter was also engrossed in that best-selling novel. It looks like you've heard of the novel. He's definitely rich, but I guess it's hard to notice because of his outfit. Give me a moment. The old man hurried out the door. He ignored the rain and rushed somewhere. Just then, he spotted the shining headlight of a black car. Wait. The old man ran up to the car and bowed at the driver's window. The window rolled down, revealing Ha Jae-gun's surprised face. "What's wrong, sir?" he asked. "Egu, I just recovered from the flu, and the brain fog has been crazy. Anyway, there are quite a few available detached houses." "Yes, I'm sure of it," said the old man while rubbing his palms together apologetically. The real estate market wasn't doing great in recent months. The brokerage fees for detached houses would definitely be a mod.s.civ amount. Ha Jae-gun had also declared that he could afford one. "If you could give me some time, I will definitely arrange some houses for you to view in the next few days. I will make sure that the requests you made earlier will be included in the viewings as well. I will try to arrange them such that you can view all of them on the same day. Please allow me to attend to you." Ha Jae-gun found it ridiculous. It hadn't been a hot minute since he stepped out of their office. Just what happened in there during the short period of time that made the old man run out into the rain and bow down to him like this? "Okay, I'll wait for your call." Ha Jae-gun didn't probe further and simply accepted the outcome. Regardless, it wouldn't be nice of him to let the old man bow down in the rain while he was comfortable in the driver's seat of his car. "Please go back. You shouldn't stand out here in the rain since you've just recovered from the flu." Thank you so much." The old man repeated his words like a parrot instead of leaving. It seemed that the old man would stay until Ha Jae-gun's departure, so the latter decided to step on the accelerator. "Rika, all's well that ends well, right?" Meow. Ha Jae-gun turned on the air conditioner upon arriving home and locked his door. It was regrettable that he had to miss out on the good breeze on such a day like this, but he would never leave his door open once again. He also regretted wasting money on installing the insect screen. "Ryder, huh? Shall I go ahead with this draft?" "Yes, please. But are you really not tired?" "I'm fine." Ha Jae-gun didn't look fine at all in Young So-mi's eyes. The two of them met at the Buchin writer's office to discuss the ill.u.s. trations that were going into Oscar's dungeon. "He doesn't look good at all." It had been a while since she met Ha Jae-gun, but he seemed to be doing much worse than before that Young So-mi was starting to get worried. After their discussion ended, Ha Jae-gun went full-on work mode on his scenario writing. His face was pale, and the dark circles under his eyes grew darker as his thin fingers typed profusely. The other writers weren't here. Yang Hyun-kyung had gone out earlier to meet his friends, while Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young had gone out for a movie date. There wasn't anyone else here aside from Young So-mi and Ha Jae-gun. "I should just complete the scenario since I'm already here." Ha Jae-gun made up his mind and downed the rest of his coffee. After he was done with his practice scenario, he planned on working on his final preparations for the lecture at the game development company. He still hadn't found a detached house to his liking, so it didn't seem like that would be crossed off his to-do list anytime soon. "Phew, I'm out of coffee again." Ha Jae-gun took his empty cup and stood up. Just then, extreme vertigo struck Ha Jae-gun. His mind went blank, and his vision turned white. White noise rang loudly in his ears, and he collapsed right there and then. "Ryder, huh?" Thud. The loud yet dull sound startled Young So-mi. She turned around and was immediately horrified by the sight in front of her. Ha Jae-gun was on the floor, and he was trying to stand up with one hand. Young So-mi hurried over to help him up and asked, "Are you okay?" "No, I just felt dizzy because I stood up suddenly." Ha Jae-gun shook off Young So-mi's helping hand and tried to stand up on his own, but his legs that had given way wouldn't listen to him at all. Young So-mi grew frustrated watching the limp Ha Jae-gun. "Ryder, huh? I'm sorry, but I'll have to step in this time." "Are you not going to take care of your own health?" she said. I have to. It's fine to write, but look at you." Young So-mi cut him off, stopping him from making any sort of excuses. "How are you going to continue writing if you're sick? Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Have you had breakfast yet?" "Just rice." "Rice? What side dishes did you have?" Young So-mi rapidly pressed on. Ha Jae-gun couldn't answer her at all. Honestly, he hadn't eaten a single proper meal since last night. He had only survived on coffee. He got so engrossed in writing the scenario that he had even lost his appetite. A deafening silence blanketed the studio. He was no longer dizzy and was starting to feel better. However, Ha Jae-gun still couldn't stand up. Young Somi sat down on the floor and asked, "Do you still remember what you told me back when we were on our way back after the author's meet?" "I'm not sure. You said you liked the subway. You said observing people helped form your writing style, and that the subway is full of topics you could use for your novels as compared to taking a taxi, which provided nothing valuable." Hot Jae-gun listened quietly. He couldn't really remember what he had said back then. "I was touched by how you worked, studying from your daily life just to write good works. That's the job of a writer too, right? Typing away on the keyboard day in and day out isn't all a writer has to do." Young Somi took a deep breath. The tip of her nose had reddened, and her head hung slightly low as she continued. "You need a break as well. I've been wanting to say this, but please take good care of yourself." A breeze came in through the window, which got caught in Young Somi's hair. A waft of Young Somi's scent, somewhat nostalgic and gentle, entered Hot Jae-gun's nose. "Why don't you go on a trip? It's summer. I think a couple of days by the sea will heal both your heart and body." Ha Jae-gun realized that Young Somi's scent was similar to the scent of the sea that he hadn't seen in a long while. Ha Jae-gun looked up and met Young Somi's eyes. Her eyes were reflecting the endless blue sea, and Ha Jae-gun finally acknowledged that he was exhausted. "Mom, they sell stone plate grilled dried squid here. It looks delicious. Let's buy some potatoes, too." The rest stop at Yongdong Expressway was bustling with people. The mother and daughter pair, Ha Jae-in and Myungja, were amongst the crowd. "Jae-in, should we get a toast for Jae-gun? We should have proper food once we get there. Let's get a waffle for him instead, Mom." The mother and daughter pair bought heaps of snacks and returned to the car. Ha Suk-jae, who was snoozing with Rika lying on his lap, woke up. "Honey, have a potato." "Why did you buy so much when we're going to eat once we get there?" muttered Ha Suk-jae, but he still ended up with a potato in his mouth. It had been a long while since the entire family had gone on a trip. Myungja and Ha Jae-in were especially excited about it. "Where did Jae-gun go? Seems like he went to the washroom." Ha Jae-gun walked out of the washroom with perfect timing. Ha Jae-gun didn't look happy as he slowly walked back to the car. His incomplete scenario was disturbing him. "Maybe I shouldn't have rushed the trip." Young Somi's words are the reason why the family trip even happened in the first place, and the plan was to let Ha Jae-gun rest for a few days. However, he was already anxious the moment they hit the road. The urge to take out his laptop and work on the scenario right away came up over 12 times while he was driving. "Let's forget about it. I've already decided to go on this trip." Ha Jae-gun shook away the intrusive thoughts. The trip wouldn't be worthwhile if he kept on worrying about his work. He decided to forget his work for the duration of this trip and return to the car. "You're back?" Ha Jae-gun asked as he hopped back into the driver's seat. Ha Jae-in was in the front that singer's seat. She tore a piece of dried squid and put it in her mouth. "Do you want potatoes? We have waffles, too." "I'm fine. Why buy so many snacks when we're going to eat later?" "Why did you ask the exact same question as Dad? I've got a separate stomach for the meal later, so don't worry about it." "I'm sure you do." "All right, let's go then." The car engine started, and the car went down the expressway. Their destination was Donghae City. The navigator showed that they would soon arrive at the bed and breakfast that they had booked, which was being run by Young Somi's parents. "Wow, it's the ocean!" Hot Jae-in exclaimed as she looked out the window. Beyond the shoulder was the blue sea, and the sea looked so calm that it seemed more like a vast carpet. Ha Jae-gun smiled and picked up the SBC. "Oh, look at the site. It says Mukko is that way." "I entered the bed and breakfast address in the navigator, so we can just follow it." They passed that said the toll gate and entered Donghae City. They traveled on the road for a while more before finally stopping at the car park in front of a building. The three-story building had a mod.s.civ sign that said, "Always blue bed and breakfast," and it was directly across the ocean. "Are you the writer?" asked the middle-aged woman watering the flower pots at the entrance of the building. The middle-aged woman looked exactly like Young Somi. Ha Jae-gun smiled and replied, "Yes, it's Yolo. I'm Jae-gun. You're Miss Somi's mother, right? Wow, you recognized me right away. Ho ho, I guess she does look like me. Come on in." Young Somi's mother immediately stopped watering the plants and led Ha Jae-gun and his family into the building. As she brought them up to the third floor, she continued animatedly. I've heard a lot about you from Somi. She suffered a lot while living alone in Seoul, and she told me that you helped her a lot. She mentions you a lot whenever we talk on the phone. She said your works are great and that you're a good person as well. I don't know what to say, haha. Miss Somi thinks too highly of me. The third floor could house an entire family of 3 generations. There was a SPA-sized living room with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The sea was visible from the terrace. Please make yourself at home. Please let me know if you feel any inconvenience. Okay, thank you very much. After unpacking their luggage, Ha Jae-gun and his family went to the sashimi restaurant that Young Somi's mother had recommended. They ordered a sashimi platter, cold raw fish soup, and fish stew. It was a hearty lunch that they very much enjoyed. Afterward, they headed to the city center of Donghae City and visited the Cheongak Cave. Wow, it's super cold in here. So that's why everyone is gathered at the entrance of the cave. They're enjoying the cold wind there. It's very interesting. How is there a cave in the middle of the city? Ha Jae-gun's expression was stiff, unlike his family members. He was trying his best to forget the scenario he was working on, but it kept disturbing him. Jae-gun, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? No. I was just thinking about something. His family even visited the famous filming site, Candlestick Rock. Then, they had dinner before finally returning to the bed and breakfast. They were so exhausted that they fell asleep even before the clock struck 10 p.m. Ha Jae-gun quietly slipped out of the house to organize his messy thoughts. A middle-aged man in a running shirt and shorts was puffing on a cigarette stick in front of the building. He quickly put out the cigarette and greeted Ha Jae-gun upon seeing the latter. You're the writer, right? I am Somi's father. Ah, yes. Hello, I'm Ha Jae-gun. Have you encountered any difficulties? If you need anything, feel free to let us know. It's been perfect. We don't need anything else. Where are you going? I want to see the sea at night. Are we far from Eadle Beach? You could just follow this road for 15 minutes and you'll be there by then. It's a great place to enjoy the night view. Okay, thank you. Indeed, it took Ha Jae-gun slightly over 15 minutes to arrive at Eadle Beach. Ha Jae-gun got himself a cup of coffee from the nearby convenience store and sat down on the sandy beach. There were a few groups of tourists sitting on the mats on the ground. Ha Jae-gun watched the rolling waves, lost in thought. It had actually been a while since he had seen the waves in person, and they were throwing many different things at him to ponder over. 10, 20, 30 minutes, and an hour later, Ha Jae-gun was still looking at the sea, oblivious to boredom. His worries about the uncompleted scenario faded little by little, and his tense figure started to loosen up. A while later, his ears focused on his surroundings once more, and he started listening to the conversation around him. It's really great to be here with you. How long has it been since our last trip? Calm down. This oppa will send you home. Just drink. Su-young-yu, don't go too near the waters. It's too dangerous to swim at night. Honey, shall we live in Donghae City once we get married? It'd be great if we could look at the sea every day. Let's find a job here and settle down here. Ha Jae-gun smiled slightly. He closed his eyes to engrave the sea view on his mind and focus on the tumbling waves. Soon, the many voices, along with the splashing waves, echoed strongly in his ears. I've forgotten all about these. Indeed, typing away endlessly on the keyboard wasn't everything. He had to see, hear, and feel more to nourish and supplement his writing. He had to keep his body and mind healthy as well to ensure that he could continue writing things that he liked. Ha Jae-gun had forgotten that all those were as important as writing. Ha Jae-gun started reflecting on everything, and he realized that he hadn't really been looking after his own health and had been pushing himself to the extreme. That kid sure is interesting. Ha Jae-gun pulled out his notepad and his pen. He couldn't suppress his occupational habit. He was unintentionally eavesdropping on the conversations around him, and he started writing down their interesting manner of speech and stories. Ha Jae-gun was genuinely enjoying his sightseeing as a writer. Thank you for being nosy, Ms. Somi. Ha Jae-gun said inwardly as Young Somi's face came to his mind. If it weren't for her, Ha Jae-gun wouldn't have been able to travel this summer. He wanted to give her credit for this enlightenment. Should I have a can of beer? The atmosphere was great, so he suddenly felt like drinking beer. He turned around to buy a can of beer, but he abruptly froze. Ms. Somi, Young Somi was smiling at him. She stuck her tongue out playfully. She was wearing a sleeveless top, knee-length denims, and slippers. Hee, did I surprise you? Why are you here? It's the weekend tomorrow, and it's a rest day as well. I was worried whether you and your family are enjoying your stay here or not, so I came here to take a look. You should have told me that you'd come here. I could have gone to drive you over here. Actually, I wasn't planning on going here. Mom said she wanted to see me, so I took the chance. Young Somi glanced behind Ha Jae-gun and asked, "How are you feeling after enjoying the sea?" "Yes, it's great. I've reflected a lot after coming here." Young Somi stood proudly in triumph. "See, there's nothing to lose if you listen to me. You really needed some healing time. I'll try to come up with a routine after returning to Seoul." "That's good. Are you heading back now?" "I'm actually going to stay here for a bit longer. The weather and atmosphere are good, so why not take advantage of that? Anyway, I wanted to grab myself a can of beer. Care to join me?" "Sure." Ha Jae-gun and Young Somi walked over to the convenience store across the street. Young Somi accidentally bumped shoulders with a large-framed man upon entering the store. I'm sorry. I didn't see you. I'm sorry." Unlike his intimidating appearance with crew-cut hair resembling gangsters commonly seen in movies, the man apologized politely to Young Somi. An idea struck Ha Jae-gun's mind like a ray of light upon seeing Young Somi standing in front of the large-framed man. The two main characters of a new story quickly appeared in his mind. The gangster fled to the beach to avoid the public's eyes after committing a crime, and a seaside girl who yearns for the fancy city life. This is it. Ha Jae-gun unknowingly clenched his fists. Once again, his muse had come at a completely unexpected moment. His scenario work was merely practice to him, so he had been writing them with stories that he wasn't quite satisfied with. However, he had just gotten a new idea, and he reckoned that he would be able to write a proper scenario for it. And it was all thanks to the large-framed man and Young Somi bumping into each other. "Writer, huh? What's wrong?" "Ms. Somi, I'm just going to grab my laptop for a while." Ha Jae-gun trailed off mid-sentence. Where did his resolve go? How could he be thinking of work so soon? The sense of vigilance he had toward himself rose significantly. "No, it's nothing." Ha Jae-gun scratched his head and headed to the snack corner. The sea came into his view once more, and he said silently to himself, "Look at me. Let's rest. I've already decided to rest. I'm here on a trip." If he had his laptop in hand, he wouldn't have been able to let go of it until he returned home. Ha Jae-gun steeled his resolve not to pull out his laptop until the trip was over. Writing it down should be fine. Ha Jae-gun took out his notepad and started writing about the two main characters who were still fresh in his mind. Ha Jae-gun did not forget to silently thank the gangster-looking man who had become the primary constant of his muse, as well as Young So-mi, who was busy choosing beer and snacks. Ha Jae-gun had obtained a lot from the trip. He was able to reflect on what he had missed while running forward at the same time. He had even obtained a great story for his scenario. His sunburnt face was overflowing with energy. "Father, mother, please go in." "No, you should rest too. Be careful on the road." Ha Jae-gun dropped off his family back at Suwon, and then he headed back to his one-room studio with Rika. It was already past 8 p.m. "I'll start working tomorrow." Writing was hard work. It was something he had resolved to do from the trip. He had decided not to spend over 8 hours a day typing away on his keyboard. "I should go to the writer's office like a normal office worker from tomorrow onward. My schedule will be 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., and I'll have an hour for lunch." Great, that's it. Ha Jae-gun was exhausted from the long hours of driving. He decided to call a night. He showered and changed into his pajamas. Upon turning on his air conditioner and hopping onto his bed, Ha Jae-gun received a call. It was from Oh Myung-suk, HLO, Editor-in-Chief. "HLO, Mr. Ha. I was just wondering, how have you been? Are you okay?" "Yes. I actually want to contact you as well. I have an idea for a new story, and I wanted to sign a contract with you as well." "Oh, really?" "Yes. I was on a trip, and the idea came to me while I was thinking of my scenario's development. There's no guarantee that it will get adapted into a movie. Anyway, I want to write and publish it as a novel before anything else, but I will only work on the novel once I'm done with its scenario version. That sounds great. It's going to be fine as long as it's your work. I actually want to give you advanced royalties of 100 million won just to secure the contract with you. Haha. Oh Myung-suk boisterously laughed. Summer of My 20s had become a bestseller, and it was still popular. There was no way his response would be negative if Hot Jae-gun's next work were the same quality or even better. I'll send you the ma.n.yuta script as soon as I'm done with it. Sure, Mr. Ha. You must be tired, so please rest early. Ha Jae-gun ended the call and plopped back down in his bed. Rika hopped onto his bed and curled up by his arm. The two soon fell into a deep and comfortable sleep. Kong Min-ho's eyes narrowed at the sunlight peeking through the gap in the curtains in the Buchan writer's office. His gaze turned to the clock on the wall. It was currently 8 a.m. I'm slowly waking up late. Kong Min-ho was trying to maintain a daily routine, but it was getting difficult for him to maintain it. As he grew focused on his writing, his bedtime was slowly getting delayed. Kong Min-ho hopped out of his bed. He would love to sleep a bit more, but he felt that he would wake up past 9 a.m. tomorrow at this rate. Jang Eun-young, wake up! Kong Min-ho yelled and knocked on the door. Hearing a groggy response coming from the other side of the door, Kong Min-ho went to the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. This week was Kong Min-ho's turn to prepare meals for everyone. Yeon-on, what's for breakfast today? Fried eggs, bean sprout soup, braised soybeans, and kimchi, Kong Min-ho replied. He turned around and flinched in shock upon seeing Jang Eun-young's pajamas. She was wearing a white sleeveless top that showed off her shoulders and her cleavage, along with a pair of pink hot shorts. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Don't you need to be careful of what you're wearing around the house? What's wrong with it? Don't you think that it's too revealing? Kong Min-ho grumbled as he started portioning rice into the bowls. Jang Eun-young chuckled softly and pulled out a chair from the dining table. It's too hot these days. What else can I do? It's fine if you're in your own room, but just pay attention to your outfit when you're out and about. All right. I'm wearing this because Hyun-kyung won't be here until tomorrow. Don't you think that I'm a person as well? When did you start paying attention to my outfit? It's not like we just met yesterday. Kong Min-ho clicked his tongue as he placed down the rice bowl and sat across from her. Jang Eun-young crossed her legs on her seat and started digging into her bowl. This is delicious, Hyung. Where did you learn to make braised soybeans? You taught me how to make it. Remember when I was still living alone in Jongno? Did I? Jang Eun-young's gaze went blank as she dug deep into her memories. Kong Min-ho had to live by himself in Jongno after he was discharged from the military, and he was working part-time back then to sustain himself. Jang Eun-young had yet to get married back then, so she frequented his place to write their novels, eat, and spend time together. Ah, that's why it tasted like mine. Dumbo. Who are you calling dumb? You're dumb. After breakfast, the pair made their own cups of coffee and headed to the terrace. Jang Eun-young looked at Kong Min-ho for a while, then slowly started the conversation. Hyung, are you going to continue staying here? I'll try to keep staying here for as long as I can, Kong Min-ho answered without hesitation. Isn't it a great blessing to live in such a nice place without paying rent? Of course, I'll have to keep writing if I want to keep staying here. I plan to save a lot of money while I'm here, at least to cover the yearly rent for a studio. What about after that? After that? I'm not sure. Kong Min-ho swept his messy hair before muttering, perhaps I should meet a nice girl, date her, then get married? His casual words made Jang Eun-young go beyond pallid, but she quickly regained her composure and chuckled softly. Yeah, that'd be great. You're 35 this year. What's up with that question? Do you want to leave? Jang Eun-young sighed and shook her head. How could that be? I want to stay here for as long as possible, too. It's just that I'm not really sure how long we can stay here. I was just worried, so I started wondering about what I would do if either you or I had to leave this place for some reason. I think you need more faith. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so worried. This is Writer Ha's office. Don't overthink it. Just keep up a good work, said Kong Min-ho. The front door was unlocked, and it opened, revealing Ha Jae-gun with Rika in his arms. The two were astonished. Writer Ha, why are you here? Hello, Rika, and I will be clocking in the office daily from today onward. Ha Jae-gun put Rika down on the floor and continued. I want to start a routine with you guys. I think it's about time I start taking care of my health before I collapse. Jang Eun-young smiled and approached him. That's a great decision. I've always thought of this whenever I'm watching you work, but I don't think I'll be able to live my life to the fullest if I were to follow your rigorous work hours. Huh, yeah. Ha. Jae-gun laughed awkwardly and avoided Jang Eun-young's gaze. Kang Min-ho elbowed Jang Eun-young. Jang Eun-young looked at herself before heading to her room to change her clothes. Ha Jae-gun took his seat. Summer in My 20s will soon premiere in the cinemas, Kang Min-ho said. He had yet to see the movie. He didn't have any ill intentions, but his comment inadvertently made Ha Jae-gun's cheeks twitch. Yes, that's right. Ha Jae-gun replied calmly and turned on his laptop. He was still sh.e.l.l shocked from watching the movie preview. It's all water under the bridge. I just have to do better from now on. It was his first day clocking at work as if he were a corporate employee, and it was all in an attempt to take care of his mind and body. He wanted to get off on the right foot by emptying his mind of distractions. Ha Jae-gun steeled his resolve and opened word. He was planning on working on the scenario with a new idea he had obtained in Donghae City. After Young So-mi had completed the il.u.s. Trations up to Volume 4 of Oscar's Dungeon, Volumes 1 and 2 were scheduled to be published at the same time. In other words, Ha Jae-gun had quite a bit of free time. What should I name this novel? The meeting between a gangster who fled to Donghae after committing a crime and a seaside girl yearning for city life. He needed a decent title for the novel. However, he still couldn't come up with a good title throughout the time he had spent drinking his coffee. At this rate, he would probably waste the entire day thinking of a decent title. Ha Jae-gun eventually came up with an intuitive title, Gangster C. With that, he started working on the scenario. It doesn't look bad at all. Ha Jae-gun smiled upon seeing that it was already noon. He felt different compared to when he was only typing tirelessly on his keyboard, as if someone were chasing him. The sunlight flowing into the Ispicius room through the wide terrace felt much more pleasant than his own one-room studio, and the typing noises his fellow writers produced created a cacophony of pleasant noises as well. Ha Jae-gun was comfortable with everything here. Writer Ha, it's time for lunch. Yes. What do you think we should order? I've prepared lunch for us. I'm on a roster this week. Ha ha ha, all right. I'm looking forward to it. The three gathered around the table and enjoyed their meal together. Ha Jae-gun ate quietly while thinking about his plans going forward. I'll write the scenario while clocking in at the office. I'll do the lecture first at the library next week, and after that will be with Joy-M. Then I can just meet the editor-in-chief after I'm done with the novel. He was already fully prepared for the lectures. After he was done mentally planning out his to-do list, he finished his meal with satisfaction. Wow, this blogger is really devoted to writer Ha. Jang Eun-young mumbled while staring at her phone. Ha Jae-gun heard his name and asked, "Who is it?" They specialize in genre novels, and your novels have special treatment. They even created a category for just your novels alone, and they have reviewed every single volume of your novels. Do you want to take a look? Ha Jae-gun took her phone and discovered that Jang Eun-young hadn't lied at all. Anyone could tell a single glance that the blogger was a huge fan of Pung Chun-yu. The name of the blog was taken from one of Ha Jae-gun's novels, Pesalon. In fact, the background of the website was covered with the book covers of Ha Jae-gun's novels. What? They started reading when my first novel was published. Ha Jae-gun looked through the bulletin board and squinted. The blogger had carefully reviewed all of Ha Jae-gun's novels, starting from his debut novel, including the failed ones. Furthermore, the blogger had reviewed them in the same year they were published. They had been following Ha Jae-gun right from the start of his journey. The blogger was already reading Ha Jae-gun's books even before he had gotten popular. This is writer Pung Chun-yu's debut novel. I read this during middle school and even failed my exams for it. It's still a mystery to me why such a masterpiece did not become popular back then. Ha Jae-gun was greatly touched reading the compliments. It was heartwarming to learn that there was a reader who had been quietly cheering for him unbeknownst to him. He was already a best-selling author with over 1 million copies sold, along with a movie adaptation of one of his novels. His heart still jumped for joy at the blogger's sincere support. He's a writer, too? Ha Jae-gun found a link to the fantasy novel that the blogger had written. The link brought him to Munpiang, and the novel was titled Martial God Management. Ah, isn't this your phone? I'm sorry. Ha Jae-gun returned Jang Eun-young's phone and started reading the novel on his own laptop. The modern-day fantasy novel was about a once successful Taekwondo national athlete who had gone on a roll by chance. This has potential. The novel's performance wasn't great, but the writing was quite flavorful. Ha Jae-gun was convinced that this novel's quality would improve by leaps and bounds if the writer had a mentor. It'd be great for me and President Kwon. Ha Jae-gun finally decided to leave Pesalon a message. They were his avid fan, so Ha Jae-gun wanted to give them some sort of repayment. Ha Jae-gun had just left the message, but Katak, Pesalon had already replied before Ha Jae-gun could even digest his lunch. Hike, are you really writer Peng Chunyu? Hello. Yes, this is Peng Chunyu. That was a fast reply. Wah, I can't believe this. I'm sorry for the typos, my fingers are trembling. Ah, I almost fainted when I saw your message. I'm a huge fan of yours. I really like your novels. I've read every one of them at least 10 times. I started writing a fantasy novel myself after reading your novels. Ha Jae-gun could feel their screams virtually. Ha Jae-gun smiled while writing his reply. I've read all of Martial God Management and discovered a few decent points. You haven't signed a contract with any company, have you? What do you think of signing your novel with Laugh Books? I have a contract with them as well. Oh no. Actually, I just agreed to sign with Haiti Media. We're supposed to meet later, and I'm actually about to leave the house. Haiti Media? Ha Jae-gun frowned. He got worried because Haiti Media was infamous for tricking rookie writers with unscrupulous contracts. Ma Jong-gu was there as well. Do you mind if I ask for your contract terms? Of course, your writer Peng Chunyu. I don't mind at all. I'll be getting 6% royalties for physical books and 5:5 for ebooks. They said these terms are on the better side for a rookie like me. Ha Jae-gun let out a scoff. Haiti Media probably wouldn't even promote the novel properly, yet they're asking for half? They were tricking Pesalon as expected. Who contacted you? It's Deputy Park Kyung-soo. Ha Jae-gun froze and fell into deep contemplation. There was a chance that he could save his fan's debut novel if he decided to help him. Unfortunately, there was a risk of encountering an issue which would definitely be bothersome to handle. However, Ha Jae-gun still decided to intervene. He decided to help his fan. You made a good decision, writer Lee Yun-woo. Haiti Media's Deputy Park and rookie writer Lee Yun-woo sat across from each other in a small, cozy cafe in the city center. The nervous Lee Yun-woo was sporting a buzz cut. It seemed that he had just been discharged from the military. You've just made your debut, but the terms you've received amidst this recession are amongst the best. I'm going to get into trouble for signing you on such great terms. Park Kyung-soo smiled. There was no way he would get into trouble. In fact, he was doing this under Ma Jong-gu's instructions to tempt Lee Yun-woo. I see. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your help. I don't really know the industry. Lee Yun-woo replied with an awkward smile. Martial God Management was a novel that he had finally published after polishing many practice novels. It was doubtful that it would have a stellar performance, but it still had a small fan base, which had kept him going. Haiti Media soon discovered him and offered him a contract. There was only one reason why Lee Yun-woo had agreed to Haiti Media's offer without hesitation. Haiti Media was the company that published the Pesalon series of his favorite author, Peng Chunyu. Oh, shall we proceed with the contract signing? The sneaky motive started wriggling in Park Kyung-soo. He had undergone a huge change since last year, and he was starting to resemble Department Ma Jong-gu. Shall we sign the contract, then? Park Kyung-soo smiled softly and pulled out the contract from his briefcase. Just then, Lee Yun-woo pulled out his phone and asked carefully, Deputy Park, I actually know a writer. You know a writer? Yes. Before we sign the contract, can you allow me to make a phone call? I don't really have any experience dealing with contracts. Lee Yun-woo pressed the dial button on his phone. The call went through, and Lee Yun-woo spoke for quite a while before handing his phone over to Kyung-soo. Hello. This is Deputy Park Kyung-soo of Haiti Media. It's been a while, Deputy Park. How have you been? The clear voice that pierced Park Kyung-soo's ears drained the color from his face. Is this writer Ha Jae-gun? Yes, that's right. Park Kyung-soo was transfixed unwittingly on Lee Yun-woo. Lee Yun-woo seemed curious about Park Kyung-soo's gaze. Park Kyung-soo was speechless. HELO? Deputy Park? Ah, Agu. Look at me. HELO, writer Ha. Park Kyung-soo scurried on an empty sofa and replied. How have you been? I've dropped a few calls and messages to ask about your well-being, but you seem to be extremely busy. I see. Yes, I'm too busy working on so many novels at the same time. I haven't really been able to check my phone. I'm sorry. Ah, I see. No, it's fine. I should apologize for calling when you're busy. You need not apologize to me. Yes, aha. Lee Yun-woo watched as Park Kyung-soo spoke in a daze. Park Kyung-soo's confidence seemed to have vanished. Park Kyung-soo felt uneasy about what they would end up talking about over the phone. So he signaled Lee Yun-woo and excused himself. But how did you know? Writer Lee Yun-woo. Park Kyung-soo asked upon arriving near the washroom. Writer Lee Yun-woo is a mod.s.civ fan of mine. We're close. So he asked me for advice when you approached him with a contract. Ah, I see. I have a question. I've heard about the terms you offered, Writer Lee, but I find it a bit problematic. What do you think? Park Kyung-soo didn't reply. He gulped with difficulty. There was air conditioning in the cafe, but his forehead and back were drenched in sweat. Why are you not answering? Deputy Park? I'm sorry. The connection got cut off for a moment, and I couldn't hear you that well earlier. Park Kyung-soo gave a ridiculous excuse while wiping the sweat off his forehead. His mind had gone blank. No words would come to his mind. The other party on the line was none other than Ha Jae-gun, after all. It still felt like yesterday, when Ha Jae-gun was still a rookie writer, but now he had grown into an extremely successful writer. Nothing good would come out of offending him in any way. I was instructed to proceed with those terms. I know, but please take care of him. I don't think it's too much to ask. I hope that you'll provide him with reasonable treatment, and I hope that you won't ruin his dream using an unscrupulous contract. Ha Jae-gun remained calm, while Park Kyung-soo was nodding profusely as if Ha Jae-gun were in front of him. Yes, of course, Writer Ha. I will definitely do that. Thank you. I'm hanging up now. Park Kyung-soo hurriedly called Ma Jong-gu. Deputy Park, are you done with the contract signing? No, we're still talking about it. Why are you dragging it out? Wrap it up, then head to Sindang-dong to meet Writer Ko. Writer Ko is easily swayed, so he might not sign with us if he gets persuaded by someone else. Please listen to me, sir. Writer Ha called me. What? I think he's close with the author of Martial GOD Management. He called after hearing the news about how he's going to sign a contract with us. He told me to treat him well. What should I do? Ma Jong-gu didn't know what to say. Park Kyung-soo could see Ma Jong-gu rubbing his face anxiously. No, wait. Did you create those terms for Writer Lee without knowing that he's close with Writer Ha? Ma Jong-gu finally yelled into the phone. He was trying to keep his dignity with those nonsensical words. Park Kyung-soo trembled in fury. How would I know every single detail? Deputy Park, it seems like you're getting better at talking back recently. No. I'm sorry. Arg. This is difficult. It's tough to sign a contract with him using the usual terms because his performance is still not good enough. SHIT, DMN, FUCK. What should we do, Department Head? What do you think we should do? Do you really want to burn our bridge to Writer Ha? We have no choice. Do 7% royalties and 7:3 on ebooks. Give a guarantee up to the 3rd volume. Yes. Understood. And look for something to gift Writer Ha. Use this chance to send him our greetings. Tutor him up well, so that we'll get another novel from him. Anyway, I'm hanging up. Ma Jong-gu ended the call without waiting for Park Kyung-soo's reply. Park Kyung-soo calmed himself down with deep breaths before returning to the table. How was it? Lee Yun-woo asked. He was holding his phone and was typing something on it. Park Kyung-soo was silently boiling with anger. He thought Lee Yun-woo was mocking him. Writer Lee, I think we've made a mistake on our end. A mistake? Yes. I just got off the call with our department head. The terms for your novel should be 7% royalties on physical books and 7:3 on ebooks. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, even the naive Lee Yun-woo could tell Park Kyung-soo was lying. Park Kyung-soo even pulled out a new contract draft. Marshall GOD Management's plot is great, so we decided to offer you guaranteed royalties up to the third volume. We should have done this from the start, said Park Kyung-soo to try and patch things up. Lee Yun-woo went agape in disbelief. Just what did they talk about? Lee Yun-woo couldn't help but wonder about how this outcome was achieved. However, it was hard for Lee Yun-woo to make even a wild guess since he had no experience in the industry. Regardless, Lee Yun-woo exclaimed inwardly with pure admiration. "You're so amazing, writer Peng Chun-yu." The arrogant editor was trembling in fear after a single call from him. On top of that, he had returned with better terms for his contract. The change happened in just a few minutes, but the significant improvement made Lee Yun-woo understand Ha Jae-gun's power. "Here, please fill in the details here." Park Kyung-soo handed the contract draft and politely said the pen to Lee Yun-woo. He slowly looked down at the contract in a daze, as if he were possessed. Writer Lee? I'm sorry." Lee Yun-woo finally snapped out his thoughts. He finally came to his senses and saw the route that he had to take. "I won't be signing this contract." "What?" "I was too eager to make my debut. I'm sorry for making you come all the way here, but I'm going now." Double writer Lee Yun-woo. Lee Yun-woo stood up and saluted like a soldier before turning around and leaving. Park Kyung-soo's pathetic salute could be seen after Lee Yun-woo departed the cafe. "Hello, President Kwon. Are you done reading Marshall GOD Management? I'll be clocking in at the office every day from now on, so I'll help him with his novel." "Pardon?" "Haha, it's no problem. He's my fan, so I'm enjoying the process." "Of course, yes, I understand. I'll call you again. Have a good day." Ha Jae-gun ended the call and worked on a scenario once more. He had suggested signing Marshall GOD Management, so Ha Jae-gun felt great upon hearing that Kwon Tae-won thought the same as him. Marshall GOD Management indeed had the potential to become a great novel. "I should be able to complete a third of this. I should include the remaining story plot and send it to the editor-in-chief soon." It had already been a few days since Ha Jae-gun started clocking in at the writer's office, and he stayed true to his promise of working at the office daily from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It was still exhausting, but it was probably because he was still adjusting to the routine. He wanted to work throughout the night upon being struck by motivation, but he had been trying his best to suppress the urge to work outside work hours. Unfortunately, the process had been torture for him so far. "I don't have to rush things. I'm already writing a lot." Ha Jae-gun comforted himself before typing away. Soon, it was 5:40 p.m. There were only 20 minutes left until his shift ended, so he had no time to rest his fingers. He also had a burning desire to work overtime. "Writer, you'll be having dinner before leaving, right?" Jang Eun-young asked from behind him. Ha Jae-gun nodded without looking back and replied, "Yes, of course. I'm only going to have ramyun if I go home without eating here. So, shall we eat out? It's my treat, so feel free to decide on the menu." Jang Eun-young's eyes sparkled at the words "eat out." "Wow, of course. What would you like to have?" "Minho Hyung, Hyun Kyung. What do you guys want to eat?" Just then, a knock came from the front door. They were not expecting any visitors here unless it was the delivery man, but neither did they call for delivery. "Who is it?" I'll go take a look," Ha Jae-gun offered, guessing that it could be someone he knew. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lee Yun-woo standing there scratching his buzz-cut head. "Hello, I'm Lee Yun-woo." Lee Yun-woo greeted with a bright voice and made a salute. Ha Jae-gun smiled and invited him into the office. All the other writers stopped working and stood up from their desks. You must be the author of Marshall GOD Management." The blogger named Pesalon. Writer Ha's huge fan, Minho and Jang Eun-young added while approaching the foyer. Lee Yun-woo smiled and bowed to each of them. Ha Jae-gun introduced him to the others. "I actually just met him outside yesterday. He stays in Suwon, but has a hard time focusing at home, so I asked him to come here to work instead. Please introduce yourselves. This is writer Kong Min-ho, and this is writer Jang Eun-young." Lee Yun-woo's eyes brightened in excitement. "You're the authors of Demon Lord Returns and Naughty Roommate, right? Wow, you know of her novels as well." "Of course. After I finished reading The Breath, I enjoyed both of your novels as well." I find all the novels from Laugh Books interesting. It's really awesome. Lee Yun-woo exclaimed in all like a little boy with both thumbs raised. Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young looked at each other and laughed while feeling shy at the compliments. Meanwhile, Yang Hyun-kyung was standing quietly in a corner. It wasn't strange because he had always been shy. He was a bit wary of the newcomer whose personality he still hadn't quite grasped. Ah, and he's writer Yang Hyun-kyung. Ah, the author of Slater? Lee Yun-woo accurately named Yang Hyun-kyung's novel. Yang Hyun-kyung let down his guard and was about to feel happy at the recognition, but Lee Yun-woo asked Yang Hyun-kyung, "But I haven't really read it since you returned from your hiatus. Have you completed it?" Yang Hyun-kyung's eyes twitched. It seemed that Lee Yun-woo was a bit dense, so Jang Eun-young quickly clapped and changed the subject. How timely! Since writer Lee is here with us, why don't we all have dinner together? Writer Lee, what do you like to eat? I'm fine with anything. That's great. Shall we head to the arcade first, then? All right. Writer Ha, you haven't finished writing, right? I can clock out 10 minutes earlier today as well. Please wait a moment. Let me quickly send out the ma.n.u. script. As planned, Ha Jae-gun sent out a third of the ma.n.u. script he had completed along with the overall storyline to Oh Mi-young-suk's email. He even sent Oh Mi-young-suk a text message while he was at it. Jang Eun-young saw Ha Jae-gun's pale face and asked worriedly, "Writer Ha, are you feeling okay?" "No, but I'm shivering. I don't think I caught a cold. I think it's just my body acclimatizing to the sudden change in routine." "Egu, what logic is that? Since Writer Ha isn't feeling that well today, let's have some soup then." Ha Jae-gun smiled gratefully at Jang Eun-young, who was acting like a considerate older sister of the group. The team headed out for a welcome dinner to welcome the new member of the office. He sent a ma.n.u. script? Oh Mi-young-suk was about to clock off, but he sat back down upon seeing Ha Jae-gun's email. If it were from another writer, he would have postponed reading it until tomorrow. However, it was from Ha Jae-gun, so he was eager to check it out. Oh Mi-young-suk opened his inbox and saw the unread email. Tightly, Gangster C. Oh Mi-young-suk ma has saged his stiff neck. The tightly wasn't really that intuitive. It didn't give any information about what the story would be. Is it a drama? Perhaps with a mix of a thriller. Oh Mi-young-suk fixed his GLA.S.SES and focused on reading the ma.n.u. script. The scenario ma.n.u. script had many more dialogues compared to usual novel ma.n.u. scripts. Oh Mi-young-suk automatically constructed the scenes as he read the sentences. Ah, the female protagonist's name is Bada, and that's why the tightly is Gangster C. Am I right? Oh Mi-young-suk chuckled. The hook in the introduction was great, and it was a smooth read. The dialogues of the female characters were somewhat awkward, but it wasn't that huge of a thorn in his eyes. Oh Mi-young-suk read the entire ma.n.u. script in less than 20 minutes. Once he was done, he pulled out his phone. It was time for him to call Ha Jae-gun and share his thoughts on the ma.n.u. script. "What are you doing? Why are you still working?" interrupted a familiar voice. "Father, what brings you here?" Oh Mi-young-suk put down his phone and stood up. His father, Oh Tae-jin, leisurely walked into the office with his hands behind him. "You should knock off on time. What are you hooked on this time?" "Ah, that writer has just sent his scenario ma.n.u. script over." "Scenario?" "Yes. It's writer Ha Jae-gun." Oh Tae-jin's ears twitched at the name. He hadn't shown it during the movie preview for Summer in My 20s, but it seems that he's quite unhappy with how it turned out. I guess he wanted to write a scenario on his own to feel satisfied. I see. He sent a third of the scenario, and it's great so far. I like it. Oh Tae-jin only nodded silently. He was the president of Eungsung Publication Group, so he had seen many Hollywood-level writers. Ha Jae-gun had become a best-selling author who had sold over 1 million copies, but he was still an ordinary writer in Oh Tae-jin's eyes. If it hadn't been for the fact that Ha Jae-gun had used the pen name Seo Gun-woo, Oh Tae-jin would have forgotten his existence long ago. "Oh, and father, I'm almost done editing your tragedy." "Already?" Oh Tae-jin asked in shock. Your Tragedy was a novel that Oh Tae-jin had written after a long hiatus. "Did you do it personally?" I told you to let your team do it. It's your new novel after so many years, so it should definitely go through my hands. I'll make sure it's well printed, so don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll do well. Let's go now. Yes, father. The father and son pair left the office and took the elevator. The employees who recognized Tae-jin in the lift lobby stepped away from the elevator. Let's take the elevator together. I'm not overweight, Tae-jin offered with a soft smile. The employees nodded appreciatively and joined them in the elevator. Oh Myung-suk's phone vibrated as the elevator went down. Hello, Deputy Kim. No, it's all right. Please speak. Yes, it's Girogu Gungdong. Ah, but he said he's been working at the Bucheon office recently, so please send it there. Yes, please. Thank you. Oh Myung-suk instructed, then hung up the call. Are you sending gifts to a writer? Tae-jin asked casually. Yes, to writer Ha Jae-gun. Tae-jin's expression stiffened. Oh Myung-suk was staring at the floor number, so he didn't notice Tae-jin's strange expression. I got him some herbal medicine. He rarely takes care of his own health when he gets engrossed in his writing. I should at least do that much for him. Tae-jin did not respond to his son. He was lost in his own thoughts. He definitely heard his son mention Girogu Gungdong over the phone earlier. The address wasn't the issue, but if writer Ha Jae-gun lived, he could no longer overlook it. The same writer who used the pen name Seo Gun-woo, he also lives in. Was it possible for coincidences to happen twice in a row? Tae-jin became much more sensitive to repeated coincidences. The impossible would never happen. This phrase had always been his motto in life. Tae-jin trembled in the narrow elevator. Father? Let's go. Huh? Okay. Are you feeling unwell? No, it's nothing. Let's go. Tae-jin belatedly regained his composure and quickly walked out of the elevator. Seeing his father's faster-than-usual footsteps, Oh Myung-suk's expression turned as he asked, It's not something bad, right? No, I was just feeling nervous about my novel. It has been a while since I wrote one, after all. Father, don't worry about it. Your novel is really good. I'm not saying this as your son, but as the chief editor of Sung Publication Group. Ho ho ho, all right if you say so. The father and son pair got in the back passenger seat of their car, with the chauffeur in the driver's seat. Tae-jin looked out the window and observed the sing scenery. He didn't say even a single word until they got home. Here's another problem. He worked so hard to become a Taekwondo national athlete, but got suspended for 3 years. Yet he spent his time without exercising even once. How would the readers be able to empathize with the character? I get what you mean now. So, what if he had been exercising during that period but was unlucky and lost the opportunity? That's better. That way, the readers would feel more catharsis when the main character, Park Kwon, gains the opportunity and wins later. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Yun-woo were in one of the restaurants at the arcade. The two had ordered a soft tofu stew and grilled fish set meal for lunch while having a heated conversation. However, this wasn't the first time that it happened. It also happened yesterday. Please start revising your prologue in the office later. If you finish it by 5 p.m., I can help you take a look at it immediately. Thank you so much. Wait a moment. Let me finish taking down the notes. Lee Yun-woo finished up his notes and started wolfing down his food. Ha Jae-gun smiled wearily and said, Please eat slower. Otherwise, your stomach will hurt. I have to finish before 1 p.m. We're not a real company, so there's no issue being slightly late. Please chew well before swallowing, Ha Jae-gun said. He poured Lee Yun-woo a GLA.S.S of water. Lee Yun-woo's eyes quivered at Ha Jae-gun's simple gesture, but he still accepted the GLA.S.S of water. I'm not sure how things would have turned out for me if it hadn't been for you, writer Ha Jae-gun. You took time out of your busy schedule to help me. The quality of my novel has really increased with your help. Well, your foundation is stu.r.dy, so it wasn't that difficult. Oh, but what do you think about the title? I think it's fine. Why? I thought it was quite long. I thought that it would be better if it were a title that could catch people's attention at once. How about Marshall Giodi is coming? Or, Ha Jae-gun snapped his fingers and grinned. What about Big Kwan is coming? Pardon? Lee Yun-woo stared in disbelief at Ha Jae-gun. However, Ha Jae-gun seemed oblivious to that and explained, the main character's name is Park Kwan, but his fist is large and strong as well, so we can add the nickname Big Kwan, combining the English word big and Kwan for fist. Is that okay? Otherwise, we can add explanations like this. He joined a compet at I.Tie-in when he was young, and the organizer made a typo in his name, and it became Big Kwan, which became his nickname since then. What about it? Wow, it really is a great title now that I'm explaining it to you. Ha Jae-gun was admiring his own wisdom while munching on an egg roll. Meanwhile, Lee Yun-woo looked down at his notepad with his pen in hand. He wrote down the words Big Kwan is coming on it, but he struck through them while Ha Jae-gun wasn't looking at him. The title didn't sit well with him. After finishing their lunch, the two went back to the office and continued working. Lee Yun-woo's desk was right next to Ha Jae-gun's desk. The other three writers were working away at their desks behind them. Am I really getting the flu? Ha Jae-gun wrapped his forehead and let out a hot breath. He had been feeling under the weather over the last few days. He had been holding out, but the symptoms seemed to have worsened when he woke up earlier. This is bad. He could take his time writing Gangster C, but he was worried about tomorrow's lecture at the library. Everyone, I think I have to leave early today, said Ha Jae-gun. He decided to leave early. If it hadn't been for tomorrow's lecture, Ha Jae-gun would have held out until 6 p.m. because there were only 2 hours until then. Unfortunately, he had to rest early today for tomorrow's lecture. Writer Ha, you're feeling unwell, right? Don't go home. You can just sleep here today. I have to go back home. The materials for tomorrow's lecture are at home. Rika, let's go back. Rika scurried down from the windowsill. Ha Jae-gun picked Rika up and carried his bag. Lee Yun-woo suddenly emerged from his thoughts and stood up. Let me drive you home. Writer Ha, he said. What? You're sick. So how are you going to drive properly? I'll be your chauffeur today. I'm sure you'll find it hard to take a taxi home because Rika is with you, he added. Ha Jae-gun was grateful for Lee Yun-woo's kindness, but he smiled bitterly and shook his head. My house is in a remote place, so it'll be hard for you to go back home. It's all right, I can just walk. I still have my stamina since I had just gotten discharged not long ago. Let me do it, please. Otherwise, how can I repay your goodwill, Writer Ha? Lee Yun-woo said with resolve and patted his chest proudly. However, Ha Jae-gun still rejected his offer. He didn't want to get in the way of Lee Yun-woo's work. I haven't had medicine, so I can still drive. Plus, I can still call for a substitute I.toot driver. So, Writer Lee, please focus on your novel instead. I appreciate your offer, though. With that, Ha Jae-gun left the office with Rika. Upon reaching home, Ha Jae-gun forced himself to eat. Even though he didn't have an appetite, he took some medicine and lay in bed early. Rika, my breath is too hot. Meow. Don't come near me. You might catch it too. I'll sleep early tonight. Ha Jae-gun eventually drifted asleep. A high fever soon enveloped him. Rika curled down next to Ha Jae-gun, and she didn't leave his side for even a moment. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Loud vibrations awakened Ha Jae-gun from his slumber. The first thing he saw was Rika's pair of sparkling eyes looking right back at him. Were you with me the entire night? Meow. Rika licked the tip of Ha Jae-gun's nose. Ha Jae-gun looked for the origin of the vibrations under his sheets. The vibrations stopped when he finally found his phone. Oh, it's writer Lee Yun-woo. Ha Jae-gun looked up and found that it was already well past 10 a.m. He should slowly get out of bed and prepare to leave for the lecture later. It was about time he got out of bed, so Ha Jae-gun struggled to sit up in his bed. I definitely feel better compared to yesterday, but I still feel lightheaded. I should eat before taking medicine, Ha Jae-gun mumbled. He had just placed his feet on the floor when the doorbell rang. Ha Jae-gun staggered toward the door. Who is it? Writer Ha. It's me, Lee Yun-woo. Stunned, Ha Jae-gun quickly opened the door for him. Lee Yun-woo was standing at the door with a smile and a shopping bag in hand. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Yes, I just woke up. What are you doing here so early? You have a lecture at the library today, don't you? I can't help but worry since you're sick. I got you some abalone porridge, so please eat it while it's still hot. Lee Yun-woo handed the shopping bag to Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun accepted it with gratitude. I'll wait for you out here in the meantime. Why wait outside? Come on in. What? See, can I really? Of course. I've only got coffee at home for you, but please come on in. Lee Yun-woo's eyes sparkled in appreciation as he entered Ha Jae-gun's studio. Rika approached Lee Yun-woo and ran in circles around him. Then, she put her front paws on his feet, seemingly showing gratitude for buying her sick owner porridge. She didn't even struggle when Lee Yun-woo held her in his arms. Are you feeling better today? A lot better compared to yesterday. I think I should drive you to the library later. Please don't reject my offer. You could also take the chance to look over your lecture materials one last time before your lecture. Ha Jae-gun was truly not in optimal condition, and he also needed time to review the lecture materials. There was no other reason to reject Lee Yun-woo's offer, so he nodded and said, I'll be brazen and leave myself in your good hands today then. Brazen? No way. Don't worry about it. Ha Jae-gun enjoyed the abalone porridge that Lee Yun-woo had bought him. Perhaps he felt Lee Yun-woo's sincerity, but Ha Jae-gun emptied the entire bowl and felt even better than before. Please go and have a shower. I'll clean up the dishes. No, I was the one using them. Please. Lee Yun-woo pushed Ha Jae-gun into the bathroom and started washing the dishes. Lee Yun-woo played with Rika on the floor while patiently waiting for Ha Jae-gun to get ready. Oh, I'm ready to leave. Sorry for making you wait. Okay, let's go then. Lee Yun-woo made Ha Jae-gun take the back pa as the singer seat instead of the front pa as the singer seat before hopping into the driver's seat. Ha Jae-gun felt burdened by Lee Yun-woo's politeness. Writer Lee, please treat me casually. Huh, I'm already doing that, though. Lee Yun-woo turned around and directed a strange gaze at Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun didn't know what to say in front of Lee Yun-woo's clueless look. The car engine started, and they were soon on the main road. Lee Yun-woo was a skillful driver. Ha Jae-gun put down his lecture materials and said, You're really good at driving. I still haven't told you, but I'm a driver in the army. I see. It's no wonder you're so much better at driving than me. I still make sudden accelerations and stops while driving. Ha, I'm only good at driving, said Lee Yun-woo. Ha Jae-gun enjoyed a pleasant ride all the way to the library, thanks to Lee Yun-woo's driving skills. The lecture would be held in the auditorium on the library's second floor. The employees, the director, and even the section chief stood at the entrance to the auditorium to welcome Ha Jae-gun. Welcome, Mr. Ha. The director bowed politely and greeted Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun returned the gesture in kind before entering the auditorium. The auditorium had a long banner that said, Special Lecture, Living a Beautiful Life Through Creativity with writer Ha Jae-gun, the best-selling author of Summer in My 20s, with over 1 million copies sold. It's too long and complicated. The suspicious banner seemed like it was the work of the director, who had never really participated in an event like this before. Ha Jae-gun thought about it and shrugged. The most important part here was the lecture rather than a banner. Is there anything I can help you with? It's fine. Please take a seat, writer Lee. Despite Ha Jae-gun's words, Lee Yun-woo still loitered around him, seemingly wondering if he could be helpful to Ha Jae-gun in any way. Once he realized that there was really nothing else for him to do, he took a seat in the middle of the front row seats. A special seat. As the time for the lecture drew nearer, the auditorium seats started to get crowded. Lee Yun-woo's heart fluttered in excitement as well. As he was going to listen to the lecture held by the writer he respected the most in the world. Everything that happened to me this summer really feels like a dream. Lee Yun-woo watched Ha Jae-gun review his materials on the rostrum as he recalled everything that had happened to him this summer. Ha Jae-gun was just a mirage for Lee Yun-woo, like a celebrity whom he would only see on television. Lee Yun-woo was both happy and satisfied by just loving Ha Jae-gun's novels and getting engrossed in the latter's worlds. Ha Jae-gun's novels also provided him with the courage to endure his tough times in the military. Now I'm working in the same office cell as writer Ha Jae-gun. Lee Yun-woo was dumbstruck when he first received the message from Ha Jae-gun. After that, not only did he receive help from Ha Jae-gun concerning his contract as a writer, but he even got to work in the same office cell as Ha Jae-gun have a meal with him. He even got to drive his car. Lee Yun-woo wouldn't even dare to imagine that he would one day experience such things back then. Lee Yun-woo recalled those events with joy. Seemingly still in disbelief, Lee Yun-woo kept rubbing both his eyes. Calm down. Don't cry, Shu. The voice coming from next to Lee Yun-woo pulled him back to reality. Lee Yun-woo was seated next to a young housewife, seemingly in her mid to late 20s. She was comforting her child. Lee Yun-woo locked eyes with the child. He puffed up his cheeks, eliciting laughter from the child. Wow, how come there are already so many people here? Lee Yun-woo's jaws dropped upon looking around. There were still 20 more minutes before the lecture started, but the seats were already filled. Even Officer Mi-jun looked both astonished and worried. Section Chief, did we ever get such high attendance before? Never. I think all the seats have been filled up. But we can't send them back, so let's have them stand along the stairway on both sides and on the back of the hall. Mi-jun and the other officers got to work, guiding the attendees to the respective areas and filling up all the possible empty areas within the hall. However, there were still people streaming in through the open doors. Most of them were housewives with their children from different age brackets. Wow, DAMN. I did a great job grabbing my seat in advance. Lee Yun-woo patted his chest, feeling relieved. If he hadn't taken his seat earlier, he would have had to sit in the back of the hall. Only God would know if he could hear the lecture from so far away. Soon, the auditorium was filled to the brim. The people behind the closed doors obviously looked disappointed. Meanwhile, the spotlight was shining on Ha Jae-gun standing in front of the rostrum. Hello, I am Ha Jae-gun. I don't have much experience giving lectures aside from the one at my alumni university. I'm sure you'll find my lecture lacking in some areas, so I seek all your kind understanding. Upon his introduction, silence enveloped the rowdy auditorium. Ha Jae-gun took in the audience members' gazes before starting his lecture with a calm and composed tone of voice. The power of creativity is infinite. It doesn't apply to writing alone. We have a lot of mothers joining us here today. I'm sure most of you already know, but creativity can also be applied to creation, such as clay making and beads crafting. Everyone seemed to have forgotten their parched mouths as they were unwittingly transfixed on Ha Jae-gun. They were all listening to his lecture intently. Most of the audience members were female readers who were thoroughly impressed by Summer in my 20s, so there was no way the level of attention would be low. Even a library director and the officers stood on one side of the hall, listening to Ha Jae-gun's lecture. The same subject would bring about different results. Even if the result is not what you have been expecting, the happiness born from completing your work will remain. Why? It was because the fun was during the journey. You were already enjoying it. Ha Jae-gun paused for a moment, then moved his gaze to the seats in the front row. He saw a mother holding her child next to Lee Yun-woo. The baby kept reaching out to Ha Jae-gun with their cute little hands while crying. That's not good. The mother was trying to calm her child down with a flushed face. Ha Jae-gun felt unfortunate. Had he not been down with a cold, he would have gone up to calm the child down himself. The mother eventually decided to leave the auditorium, no longer wishing to inconvenience the other attendees. She hugged her child and picked up her bag. Just then, Lee Yun-woo stepped in. Agugu. Agugu. Lee Yun-woo sought consent from the mother using his eyes and took the baby from her arms. Like a miracle, the baby's cries abruptly stopped. Lee Yun-woo gently rocked himself with the baby in his arms and signaled to Ha Jae-gun to continue the lecture. That man is my colleague. He's good at looking after kids, even though he's a writer, so please don't be worried, madam. A wave of chuckles echoed throughout the hall. The baby's mother covered her mouth and laughed shyly as well. The rest of the lecture went on smoothly. It came to an end after an hour and 30 minutes, including a Q&A session and a short break in between. There was a thunderous round of applause as Ha Jae-gun walked down the rostrum. Wow, you were amazing, writer Ha. You're the best. Lee Yun-woo exclaimed as he approached Ha Jae-gun. Honestly, I thought it would be a boring lecture. Lectures are mostly boring and dull, but the information you shared didn't bore me at all. Really, I'm not joking. Don't compliment me too much. I actually prepared a few jokes as well in case the atmosphere turned bad. But thanks to you, I didn't have to use them at all. What kind of jokes did you prepare? You got me all curious now. Please don't ask. Their paths were blocked as they were about to leave the auditorium. The attendees had surrounded them. Mr. Ha, please sign on my book. Ah, sure. Me too. And Mr. Ha, my child has to write an essay. But how should he prepare for it? Essays? You'll have to read the books a few times. Mr. Ha, what's the genre of your next novel? Will it be adapted into a movie as well? I don't think I have the answer to that yet. Mr. Ha, do you have a girlfriend? There was no way Ha Jae-gun could answer the questions the attendees were throwing at him. He tried his best to give out his autograph to those who requested it. He took photos and answered their questions while heading toward the exit. The auditorium wasn't that huge, but it took them over 30 minutes to reach the exit. Oh my gosh! Both Ha Jae-gun and Lee Yun-woo freaked out after barely managing to escape the hall. They didn't freak out because of the travel time from the hall to the exit of the auditorium. They freaked out because there were twice as many people from the auditorium standing in the hallway outside the auditorium. There were even reporters from the local media outlets with their Ma.S.Civ cameras. Ryder Ha, will we be able to go home today? Ha Jae-gun ended up spending over an hour at the library before he could finally escape. The tension in him dissipated, and fatigue finally struck him once more. You must be exhausted, Ryder Ha. Please come in. I'll drive you back. Ha Jae-gun limped his way over to the car with Lee Yun-woo. He opened the car door, but a voice called out to him softly from behind. Excuse me, Mr. Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun turned around to see the mother seated next to Lee Yun-woo during the lecture. She bowed while carrying her baby. I couldn't find a chance to thank you earlier. I really enjoyed your lecture today. I'm glad to hear that. I came here because it was your lecture. I barely managed to take a day off to attend. I don't have anyone else to look after my baby, so I brought him along, but I'm sorry that he made a fuss earlier. Her eyes turned red, tears welling up in them. Ha Jae-gun's heart softened at the sight. The mother then turned to Lee Yun-woo and bowed to show her gratitude. Thank you for looking after my baby. I enjoyed the lecture, all thanks to you. Thank you so much, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Egu, it's all right. I like looking after babies anyway. You don't have to apologize at all. Peekaboo, peekaboo. See you again. Wait, Mr. Ha, I brought my copy of Summer in My 20s. Could you sign it as well? Of course I'll sign it. But it's in my bag. I'll take it out for you. Is it in here? Lee Yun-woo took out the book from her bag and handed it to Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun signed her book and returned it to the happy mother, who departed soon afterward. Actually, I just completed my self-reflection, Lee Yun-woo blurted while staring at the mother's departing figure. Ha Jae-gun made a sidelong glance at him in confusion. Lee Yun-woo explained, I actually thought that the lecture was lame at first. More specifically, I thought, no way Ryder Ha is good enough to give a lecture to a crowd, even if it's in a library auditorium. Lee Yun-woo scratched the back of his head and looked down before letting out a sigh. I feel quite proud seeing that mother's reaction. It wasn't about the scale of the event, but rather about how much help Ryder Ha had provided to the people attending it. My vocabulary is weak, so I can't express this in more detail, but that's how I felt. Ha Jae-gun smiled and nodded. The crude and clumsy boy's honest words made him feel warm inside. You're a good person, Ryder Lee. Pardon, I'm tired. Please drive me back home, said Ha Jae-gun before hopping into the back of the car. Lee Yun-woo tilted his head in confusion, but nevertheless got into the driver's seat and started the car engine. Soon, the car exited the quiet library's parking lot. Yes, Sue, I've given 2 lectures now, so I think I've gotten the hang of it. Yeah, I think I can do well in the lecture for Joy M, so don't worry. Okay, seems like we'll see each other again on the day of the lecture. Have a good day, I'll call you again. Ha Jae-gun hung up the call and finished up the last line of the scenario before standing up. The clock on the wall showed noon. Everyone, let's have lunch. Ha Jae-gun clapped his hands to catch their attention before saying, let's continue working after eating. Don't you guys think that we should be the ones who should tell him to eat? Yeah, it seems like he has recovered from his cold as well. I recovered ages ago. Let's go. Ryder Lee, what are you doing? Ha Jae-gun asked as he turned to look at Lee Yun-woo. Lee Yun-woo's face was so close to the monitor screen. He was looking at a website instead of his Word doc that meant. Ryder Ha, look at this. Your library lecture has gone on the real-time search rankings. The baby's mother even wrote a review for you. The retweets on Twitter are going crazy, Lee Yunwoo said. Ha Jae-gun chuckled. He wasn't that surprised by now whenever something related to him managed to get on the real-time search rankings. Wow, writer Ha. She even wrote something about me. She even thanked me for taking care of her baby. Wow, no way. I'm on the internet. Oh my god. Writer Lee, you'll faint at this rate. Just then, the door opened. Ha Jae-gun's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Kwon Tae-won and Young So-mi. Oh, why are both of you here without notice? Tada! Kwon Tae-won smiled and put out his hands. His left hand was holding the physical copy of Oscar's Dungeon Volume 1, while the other was holding a copy of The Breath Volume 1. I secured a copy for you before they were sent to the exclusive distributor. Ah, the physical books are out. Wow, they're beautiful. Ha Jae-gun smiled as he stroked the book covers. E-books were getting popular these days, but nothing could still beat the feeling that physical books gave. The pre-orders this time were crazy. The pre-orders for The Breath aren't that high, because people can also read it online, but I'm sure Oscar's Dungeon will be a hot topic tomorrow, since it's your latest novel. Thank you so much. Ms. So-mi. No, Deputy Young, thank you so much for the illustrations that you've done. Please keep it up for volumes 5, 6, and 7. Of course. Young So-mi erupted into a chuckle. She then pulled out the physical copies of Martial Geode Management Volumes 1 and 2 from her bag before handing them over to Lee Yunwoo. Writer Lee, your book has been printed too. Here you go. Ah, thank you, Lee Yunwoo exclaimed. He was deeply moved as he accepted the books. He gnashed his teeth and quivered ever so slightly while staring at the books. Are you that happy? Wow, I had never imagined that my novel would one day be printed from the same factory as Writer Ha's books. I really think I have to buy a lottery ticket soon. Thank you very much, really. Ha Jae-gun looked around the office before suggesting, I think we should have a company dinner tonight. What do you all think? Are you asking the obvious? Of course I'm down. Will we be going for round 2? What about the karaoke? Everyone burst into laughter. The smile on Ha Jae-gun's face didn't go away for a long time. Not only was he enjoying his time working at the office with the other writers, but he had also recovered from his cold. I'll just have to wait until I'm done with the lecture for Joy M. I'll focus on working on Gangsters C by then. Ha Jae-gun plotted his schedule for the near future beneath the blue skies of summer. Hours later, the group stepped out for dinner. Tadadadak, tadak, tak, tadak. Meanwhile, there was a writer fighting desperately by himself all this while. The writer's complexion was as blue as the monitor in front of him. The writer had been rewriting his scenario so many times now that he was no longer allowed to revise it any further. It was the final revision that allowed no compromises. This is the end. He put the final period on the mod.n.u. script before uploading it to the planning team's server. He stepped into the pantry and made himself a cup of strong coffee. He was so tired after staying awake for 2 nights straight that he had no appetite for lunch. Ah, here you are. He was about to drink, but a voice echoed behind him. He turned around, and his jaw quivered upon seeing the man clad in a luxurious navy suit approaching him. The man was none other than the director of the planning department, Nam Gyo-ho. 1. I think the joke here is that a writer has no time to do something else other than writing. LOL. Vila, did I not mention that we're going to have a meeting this morning about the scenario? Nam Gyo-ho asked. Instead of replying, Oh Myung-hoon looked down at the cup in his hand. Why didn't you join the meeting? I was busy working on the scenario. Actually, Oh Myung-hoon had been avoiding those meetings due to shame. It was normal for a director to point out mistakes or areas that were lacking, but it was humiliating for Oh Myung-hoon. Ah, is that so? Are you done? I've just uploaded it to the server. You may check it out. Well, I don't think I have to do that. Team leader Lee will handle it. Oh Myung-hoon glared at the director, triggered by his words. What do you mean? What? Don't misunderstand. She's good at her job, so I trust her judgment. Nam Gyo-ho smiled softly and headed to the coffee machine. Oh Myung-hoon remained silent, and his glare never left the man. What a BSDRD. From his looks to his personality, Oh Myung-hoon hated everything about Nam Gyo-ho. He would always have a scornful smile whenever he spoke to Oh Myung-hoon. Oh Myung-hoon truly loved to get up and leave everything behind. An employee sitting in the corner of the pantry murmured, Oh Myung-hoon versus Nam-gyo, a clash between two golden spoons. Another employee sitting across from them shrugged and asked, Oh Myung-hoon is a golden spoon? Wait, you have no idea that he's the president of Sung Publication Group. What? Really? In that case, wouldn't that make him a diamond spoon? That's true. But why is he here, writing scenarios and enduring all this shit? I have no idea. Anyway, he has quite the perseverance. Oh Myung-hoon slowly drank his coffee in the pantry without realizing that the employees were talking about him. Nam Gyo had already left after making his own cup of coffee. BZZT. Oh Myung-hoon's phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out to see a text message from Jaime of the planning team. Did the meeting minutes help? I'll send you the minutes of the planning team meeting later in the afternoon. We have a meeting at 8 p.m. at Times Square, right? Yes, sure. Oh Myung-hoon responded nonchalantly and put his phone back in his pocket. He looked irritated. That foolish woman just annoys me with her useless words. Does she really think that she's good enough to date me? Oh Myung-hoon still decided to keep her by his side for the time being, as she was still useful to him. Like the minutes from the meeting this morning. It was his only way to read the director's thoughts without seeing the man's revolting side. The scenario should s after today. The edits he had made to the scenario earlier reflected all the changes that Nam Gyo had mentioned in the meeting minutes. There was no way it would get rejected once again. Just then, Lee Soo-hee entered the pantry. Lee Soo-hee only briefly glanced at Oh Myung-hoon, then headed for the coffee machine. There was no way Lee Soo-hee would view him favorably, considering how Oh Myung-hoon hadn't been attending meetings and was being uncooperative. I just need you, but why? Oh Myung-hoon asked himself as he watched Lee Soo-hee leave the pantry after making her cup of coffee. He couldn't understand why Lee Soo-hee still hadn't opened herself to him when he was such a good catch. Awesome Kikik, funnily enough, this is the best novel I've read so far by writer Pung Chun-yu. It's lighthearted and funny, yet moving as well. I enjoyed flipping through the pages. Honestly, I'm slightly disappointed by Oscar's Dungeon. I like his down-to-earth style, but I'll still read until the end. I was worried he would contract some literary disease after winning an award and writing a literary novel, but my worries seemed excessive. It's so much fun. There are still 3 weeks left until the release of Volume 3. How can I wait for that long? Crying face. Please release 2 volumes every month. Arf. Wow. The new novel went viral as well. Everyone else was asleep in their own rooms, but Lee Yun-woo was wide awake at his workstation, reading the largely positive response to Ha Jae-gun's latest novel. 10,000 purchases before Volume 3 is released. If he sold that much for physical books, imagine the number for ebooks. The sight of super popular readers immediately got Lee Yun-woo's attention. The most popular actor, Park Do-joon, uploaded a photo on his Twitter account. Another novel from the author of Summer in My 20s, Ha Jae-gun. Are fantasy stories like this impossible for movie adaptations? I would bleach my hair right now and audition for Oscar's role. The photo depicted Park Do-joon smiling while holding up Volume 1 of Oscar's Dungeon. Lee Yun-woo looked at the picture for a while, then his eyes went green with envy. He reached for his keyboard with an anxious look. He was about to look at reviews for his own novel. What? Not even a single review. There were no search results for Marshall Geody Management on the top 2 search portals, Naver and Daewoo. Lee Yun-woo accessed Google with a disappointed look. He scrolled for a while before discovering a webdoc.u.mint in the list of search results. It's the reviews of the rental shop owners. A man in his 40s started reading, but stopped shortly after. Regular in his teens said it was too childish. A man in his 20s said it's boring. A man in his 30s said he felt like he was reading a teenage comic book from 10 years ago. A man in his 40s threw a tantrum at me. We would like a quick refund. Lee Yun-woo turned pale. He hadn't hoped to strike it big with his debut novel, but he didn't expect to receive the worst reviews possible. The shop owner's sharp comments stabbed his heart. I want some drinks. Unfortunately, alcohol was prohibited in the office. Lee Yun-woo staggered out of the office and went to the nearby convenience store to get himself some soju. Otherwise, he was sure that he wouldn't get over the harsh reviews. The following day after the release of Oscar's Dungeon, Ha Jae-gun was working diligently in the afternoon, but he couldn't help but make a sidelong glance at the seemingly daydreaming Lee Yun-woo. The usually energetic Lee Yun-woo seemed like a sick chicken all day. He hadn't been able to write anything since he woke up. Could it be? Ha Jae-gun quietly left the office with a guess in his mind. He headed down the other end of the hallway and called Kwon Tae-won. Hello, writer Ha. Hello, President. I'm calling to ask you about the reviews from Marshall Geode Management. How are the reviews so far? Kwon Tae-won let out an audible sigh. It was worse than expected. Honestly, the story itself wasn't that exciting, and writer Lee is also not that experienced as a writer. That's true, Ha Jae-gun said. In fact, Lee Yun-woo's novel had quite a few issues across the board. The explanations were too long, and the dialogues were boring. What is the expected sales performance? I think it'll be hard to sell even 300 copies. I thought it would be better to release physical books, seeing how long the novel would be. But this is putting me in a pickle. How do you think writer Lee Yun-woo is holding up? I think he checked out the reviews himself because he didn't look so good since I woke up this morning. Egu, that's bad. I hope he stays strong. Ha Jae-gun talked on the phone for a while more before hanging up. While he was contemplating how he should encourage Lee Yun-woo, his phone rang once again. Hello. Hello, Mr. Ha. I'm Kim Dong-gil, the real estate agent. Ah, yes. Hello. I have just gotten hold of a relatively good detached house up for sale. I've just verified the details myself. It's not that far from your current one-room studio, just 10 minutes away. It's on the pricier side, but I think you'll love it once you see it for yourself. You can take a look at it today if you like. I see. I'll head over later then. I'll see you in an hour, Ha Jae-gun said. He turned to the listless Lee Yun-woo in the office. Ha Jae-gun returned to the office and then lightly tapped Lee Yun-woo's shoulder. Yes, writer Ha. I have somewhere to go right now. Would you like to join me for a drive? Lee Yun-woo stared blankly at Ha Jae-gun. The others only turned around briefly, but they didn't say anything else. They all knew that Ha Jae-gun's suggestion was to help Lee Yun-woo get some fresh air. Let's go, Ha Jae-gun said once more as he picked Rika up. Lee Yun-woo stood up without hesitation and erased the bitter look on his face. Where are we going? The real estate office. I asked to look at some suitable houses that were up for sale some time ago, and a house appeared today. Please help me see if there are any defects in the house. I'm not very good at selecting houses, though. It doesn't matter. Ah, I see. Let me do the driving, and you can enjoy the ride. As usual, Lee Yun-woo was a step faster than Ha Jae-gun and took the driver's seat. Ha Jae-gun couldn't help but smile bitterly as he opened the door to the front pie as if his singer's seat. Please enjoy the ride in the back seat. I like the front seat. It gives a better view. The seats are blocking the view from the back seat, and it feels less stuffy here. They drove on the main road after exiting the BAS Nt car park. Ha Jae-gun entered the address on the navigator, prompting Lee Yun-woo to ask, which apartment are we heading to? It's a detached house. Wow, a detached house? Awesome. How many floors does it have? I'll only know when we get there. They soon arrived at the real estate agent's office. Lee Yun-woo parked the car outside, and they hopped into the real estate agent's car. Mr. Ha, as I've mentioned over the phone earlier, you'll love the place once you see it later. I can guarantee it. The house is as new as it can be, and the yard is quite spacious as well. Throughout the ride, the agent kept talking about the house with a confident look. Ha Jae-gun wasn't expecting that much, so he only smiled faintly at the agent. Ha Jae-gun started squinting his eyes as a detached house with a low hill covered with greenery appeared in his eyes. Can you see it? It's that house. The agent seemed to have read Ha Jae-gun's thoughts and stepped harder on the accelerator. Soon, the entire house appeared in front of them. Wow, this house looks great. Lee Yun-woo exclaimed in amazement as he alighted from the car. The detached house consisted of 2 floors above ground and a BAS Nt. The exterior was made of brick walls painted in a mixture of brown and ivory white. Let's go in and take a look. It's almost like a new house. It's a 3-year-old detached house, but the owner barely lived in it due to personal reasons. The agent opened the main gate that was left unlocked. The yard was about 5 pi on one wide, and it was overgrown with weeds as no one attended to it for a long time. Ha Jae-gun walked through the garden, thinking that he would have to work on the garden first if he decided to buy this house. It really looks good. Ha Jae-gun discovered that the agent wasn't just boasting earlier. The first floor consisted of a SP-sized living room with 2 other rooms containing en suite bathrooms. He took the stairs down to the empty but SP-sized BS E.N.T. The BAS N.T. seemed unmodified, which meant that he could freely modify the SBC to his liking. However, Ha Jae-gun was most curious about the second floor. A study? Ha Jae-gun exclaimed unknowingly. The agent let out a chuckle from behind him. See, I told you that you would love this place. This entire floor is a study on its own, the agent said proudly as he spread his arms out wide. Ha Jae-gun couldn't close his mouth as he looked around. More than half of the second floor was a study, with bookshelves surrounding the desk in the middle like folding screens and a dark red carpet covering the floor. There was even a fireplace and a rocking chair placed in a corner. Ha Jae-gun was at a loss for words at the antique Sikh study that was only often seen in movies. This was the very same style of study that he had always been dreaming of owning. How much is this? It's 1.4 billion won. MMIC. Ha Jae-gun nodded with a serious look. The price wasn't that much of an issue. He could cover the insufficient funds with a loan. I'll take this house. Ha Jae-gun immediately made a decision. He didn't think that there was any need for him to wait any further. He loved everything about the house, from the exterior to its structure, and especially the study on the second floor. Wow, he bought it just like that. Lee Yun-woo was so astonished to the point that he couldn't even breathe properly. The idea of how Ha Jae-gun and himself were on 2 entirely different levels inundated his mind. I probably won't reach his level even if I dedicated my entire life to writing. Lee Yun-woo suddenly felt depressed upon recalling the bad performance of his Marshall GOD management. Meanwhile, Ha Jae-gun approached him after a brief conversation with the agent. Writer Lee Yun-woo, let's go now. Yes, sure. The group headed back to the agent's office. They scheduled their next meeting before leaving using Ha Jae-gun's car. Ha Jae-gun stopped Lee Yun-woo from entering the office's address in the navigation and said, "Let's have a good army stew for dinner together. Please drive us to Giro Station." Okay. Silence filled the car throughout the entire drive. When they stopped at a red light, Ha Jae-gun looked out the window and muttered, "Stay strong, Writer Lee. It's only natural to feel upset or hurt by the bad performance of your story, but please don't give up on it. If you persevere, your performance will only get better from here. I will also help you to the best of my abilities." Lee Yun-woo remained silent and kept his eyes ahead on the road. His cheeks were trembling and tears welled up in his eyes. Writer Lee, Ha Jae-gun turned upon hearing the sound of stifled sobbing. Lee Yun-woo quickly wiped away the tears and chuckled awkwardly. I'm sorry. I never really had anyone else who looked after me so much, aside from my mother. I've never received any consolation from anyone aside from her, either." Lee Yun-woo sounded anguished as he said, "It's true that I was listless and exhausted yesterday. I even doubted if I could even write a good novel. I'll reflect on myself again. I won't get disheartened over something like this again. Of course. And don't belittle yourself. Don't say things like that in the future. Thank you, Writer Ha. I've got something to ask of you." "What is it?" Lee Yun-woo anxiously examined Ha Jae-gun's expression before asking. "Can I call you Hyung? I really feel like you're my blood-related brother. If you don't find it weird, sure." "Wow, really?" Lee Yun-woo raised his voice in excitement, evidently happy at the approval. Lee Yun-woo stepped on the accelerator as the traffic light turned green before continuing. "Thank you, really. I'll call you Hyung from now on." You can speak comfortably with me as well." "Sure, no problem." Ha Jae-gun chuckled. He had also been wanting to change their form of address for a while now. Unlike many others with whom he had been maintaining a certain distance from, Lee Yun-woo felt like a real younger brother to Ha Jae-gun as well. Lee Yun-woo, aren't you going too fast? It's speeding. This is nothing. Didn't I tell you that I was a driver back in the military? The car sped down the road, leaving behind the laughter of the new brothers. 16.5 square meters. Oh Myung-hoon admired the night view of the cityscape from his office studio in the high-rise building at the city center. He was listening to the meeting recordings through his earphones recorded by Jaime. This NPC is a knight guarding the dungeon's entrance, right? He's not even the subordinate of the demon lord, but he's just there wanting to meet a true warrior? Seriously, does it make any sense? I can't tell if he's stupid enough to forget his duty as a knight or if he has nothing else to do. Oh Myung-hoon frowned and bit his lips. Director Nam Gyu-ho was constantly criticizing the scenario which he had written. I mentioned previously that this tea house girl's quest was boring, but it's still the same? Just how stubborn is he? This part about the adventurer's friends. Do friends really scold each other like this? It's really irking me. Does writer talk like that with his friends? I'm getting a headache. Do I have to keep looking at this? Where is team leader Lee Soo-hee? Ask her to come here now. All Oh Myung-hoon heard were Nam Gyu-ho's harsh words. Oh Myung-hoon's hand that was gripping his phone shook like an aspen tree in the wind. His patience had also run out. The moment he couldn't stand to listen to the criticisms and was about to yank out his earphones, Nam Gyu-ho started. Team leader Lee, are you still in contact with the writer you mentioned before? What was his name again? Ha Jae-gun. I think we need an additional writer on the team. Oh Myung-hoon's eyes shot wide open. Lee Soo-hee's reply came next. Yes, he also agreed to hold a lecture. Really? I'll see him on that day then. Let's end this here now. Oh Myung-hoon threw his earphones down. He placed both his hands on the full frontal GLA.S windows and dropped his head facing the floor. Behind him, the door opened and in came Jaime, who was only in her lingerie. Mr. Myung-hoon, are you not going to sleep? Jaime asked sleepily as she rubbed her eyes. Her hair was in a mess, and she was still wearing her makeup. Oh Myung-hoon didn't turn around. Jaime walked him quietly and hugged him from behind. You're so warm. Take a shower. What? The chauffeur is waiting for you downstairs. He'll drive you home. Oh Myung-hoon said calmly and turned around. Jaime was stunned at his cold tone. She then covered her chest with her arms at the belated embarrassment and realization. She can't even compare to her. Lee Soo-hee's face overlapped with Jaime's face in Oh Myung-hoon's mind. It was too shameful to even compare Jaime to Lee Soo-hee. It was also his mistake to bring her into his office. I get it, I'll leave. Jaime washed her face and put on her clothes. Oh Myung-hoon followed her to the foyer, pulled out his wallet, and said, Thank you for today. Buy whatever you want with these. Jaime's gaze quivered upon seeing the 3 million won in Oh Myung-hoon's hands. She revealed a tearful look and asked, Why are you giving me money? It feels weird like that. I'm not dating you for your money. Jaime looked like she was about to cry. Oh Myung-hoon stared at her affectionately before pulling her into a hug and comforting her. I'm just thankful to you, but this is all I can do for you now, so don't feel burdened or have any foolish thoughts. Just accept these. Oh Myung-hoon slipped the money into her bag. He pulled away from the hug and smiled at her. Jaime couldn't find words to reply and slowly turned around. Phew, she's so annoying. Why is she talking so much when she's still going to keep the money anyway? Oh Myung-hoon ruffled his hair as soon as Jaime left his studio. He should have known earlier that she was such a sentimental woman. Tadadak. Left all alone, Oh Myung-hoon started working on the scenario. He started editing the areas that Nam Gyu-ho had pointed out during the meeting. He could no longer stand the hyena that was trying to step into the lion's territory. On an August day, the heat wave reached its peak. The movie, Summer of My 20s, was released nationwide. The film's distributor and investor, New Dawn, secured more than average screens and pushed ahead with aggressive marketing. The main players in the marketing fell on two key people. One was on Ha Jae-gun, the best-selling author of the original novel Summer of My 20s, as well as the currently most popular actor, Park Do-joon. The movie was released, but Ha Jae-gun remained calm, as he had already seen the movie during the preview. Even on the day of release, Ha Jae-gun was focused on writing his scenario in the office. He was almost done with the scenario. He only needed to write the ending. Writer Ha, we'll be heading out first then. Kong Minho spoke cautiously from behind. Ha Jae-gun turned around with a smile to see everyone else prepare to leave the office. Enjoy yourselves. Please don't return with curses from me after watching the movie. Ah, no way. We'll be back later. BZZT. As soon as they left, Ha Jae-gun's phone rang. Oh, no. Are you really not going to come? Your novel is being adapted into a movie. We should all watch it together as a family. Ha Jae-gun could feel Ha Jae-in stamping her feet while saying that. Ha Jae-gun looked into the air and said dryly, I'm not feeling well. You could just go ahead with Mom and Father. Lies again. Wait and see. Whatever, bye. Ha Jae-gun let out a sigh as he comforted himself. He knew his family's preferences the best. His family would definitely feel disappointed in the movie. He didn't want to see them pretending to be fine after the movie while trying to cheer him up. Rika, come here. Rika jumped onto the desk and sat next to the keyboard. They rubbed noses, and Ha Jae-gun said, Buy me if I look up Summer in my 20s on the internet. All right. Meow. Thank you. I'm going to work now. Tadadadak. Tadak. Tadadak. Ha Jae-gun focused once more and started working on a scenario again. He decided not to waste any more time and emotions on a movie that had left his hands long ago. Asterisk the late summer days Pa S. said quickly as more characters filled up Ha Jae-gun's monitor. Articles kept pouring even 10 days after the release of the movie, Summer in My 20s. Summer in My 20s broke even in just 10 days since release. The audience response, Summer in My 20s overseas blockbuster in talks. Audience count hits 3 million. Looking into Summer in My 20s. Popularity never falters. How high will Summer in My 20s go? Most of the people around Ha Jae-gun had gone to the cinemas to watch the movie, and they all told him that they had enjoyed the movie. Ha Jae-gun appreciated their words, but he also felt disgusted. No one had given him a detailed review of the movie, perhaps out of consideration. Aside from one person, his best friend, Park Young-jin. Park Young-jin was one of the last few people who watched the movie due to his busy schedule at work. Park Young-jin raged as soon as he met Ha Jae-gun. FUCK. How is this director Woo Jae-hoon's level of movie? It's not even worth my money. I want to request a round of sparring right now. Ha Jae-gun laughed despondently as he filled Park Young-jin's GLA.S with soju. The best friends met at a bar near the cinema. Their meeting was long overdue, but it was filled with curses. It would have been different if I had watched the movie first before reading your novel. I might even watch it just to kill time as well. I really didn't expect them to destroy your original work to such an extent. Stop it. I haven't even started yet. Why are you asking me to stop? Wow. I almost fainted at the scene when Han Joo-hee fought with the former martial arts athlete one-on-one. Everyone laughed at how ridiculous that scene was. Park Young-jin kept on pointing out the bad parts of the movie, as well as the huge difference it had from the original novel. Ha Jae-gun quietly emptied his soju shots while listening. Look, it's not just me. Park Young-jin handed Ha Jae-gun his phone. Ha Jae-gun looked down and saw many one-liner reviews from the audience. This is crazy Kikik. I should have known this when Woo Jae-hoon was the director of this movie. Who's to blame here? You can't watch this with the original novel in mind. I think high school film clubs or indie films would do even better than this. I'm curious about this director's double play. You guys talk too much. Why don't you guys just film it yourselves? I find it funny since I watched it without any thoughts in mind. I've just experienced the quality of Korea's films once again. I'm an idiot for having any expectations for the movie just because I enjoyed the original novel. I've recovered from all sorts of diseases after watching this movie. Wow, I never knew they could ruin such a great novel. I think writer Ha Jae-gun must be having soju now. T. Wow, that last review was spot on. How did they know you're drinking soju now? You can still joke right now. I know. You watched it at the preview and were even prepared. But you should be relieved that the responses turned out this way. I thought it would flop, but you still got over 3 million viewers. BZZT. All of a sudden, Ha Jae-gun's phone vibrated on the steel table. The call came from Oh Myung-suk. Ha Jae-gun excused himself and took the call. Yes, editor-in-chief. Hello, Mr. Ha. I'm relieved that the viewership is better than expected. At this rate, we might hit 4 million viewers soon. It's quite fascinating since many online reviews are curses. That is how it usually is. There are countless popular movies with bad ratings in the market. Oh, I've got some good news as well. Thanks to the movie, the sales of Summer in My 20s increased once again. Yes, it'll soon hit 1.5 million copies. Congratulations. Haha, thank you. It's all thanks to your marketing efforts. Anyway, I think we can proceed with Gangster C as it is. The film treatment version you sent is quite clean, too. It's much better to have the gangster living happily with the female lead at the end instead of ending it with his death. People are into happy endings recently since it gives them hope. That's good to hear. I'll go ahead and start working on the novel then. Yes, please. Enjoy your evening. Oh, and I've transferred the advanced royalties to you, so please verify that as well. The advanced royalties? I haven't even written the novel yet, but thank you. Please enjoy your dinner as well, said Ha Jae-gun before ending the call a few moments later. Park Young-jin asked, advanced royalties? Are you talking about Gangsters C? Yeah, I'll be writing a novel with the scenario as the foundation and publish that first, Ha Jae-gun replied as he accessed his bank's online banking. Indeed, 100 million won had been transferred to his account from the Eun-sung publication group. How much did you get? 100 million. Park Young-jin reeled in shock. 100 million? How could you say that number so casually? Your novel hasn't even been penned just yet. But what? 100 million in advanced royalties? You're getting 14%, right? I heard it from someone I know who works there. Aren't you getting the best treatment among the writers of Korea? Aren't you already on Lee Manuel or Gong Ji-young's level? Park Young-jin was right. Ha Jae-gun's contract had the best terms in the entire of Korea. The company couldn't give above 14% in royalties, as they could only break even if the novel sold over 100,000 copies in the first print. This was the market standard because of the additional costs like marketing. Of course, bonus royalties would be given after the release, depending on the number of copies sold. It's my treat tonight, so stop it. Of course you have to, but not alone. I'll call Hyojin and Suhi to join me in this feast. I've called them over already. They should be on their way now. What, really? Wow, you're the best. You're so obvious, man. On the same night, director Woo Jae-hoon appeared on the entertainment news. He was sitting with his legs crossed as he answered the host's questions. Word is you've made a successful comeback with Summer in My 20s. How do you feel about it? First of all, I feel relieved. I am most grateful to actor Park Do-joon for his great acting. But there are also reviews saying that the movie was very different from the original novel and that it also failed to bring out the best parts of the novel. Could you share your thoughts about those reviews? Woo Jae-hoon glared at the host. His gaze seemed to be saying, why did you bring up such a ridiculous question? However, he couldn't possibly show his brazen side in front of so many cameras. Woo Jae-hoon calmed himself down and replied, there were a lot of issues with the original novel in the first place. Issues. So, we faced a lot of difficulties while filming. The characters in the story are ambiguous, and the timeline of the background is quite complicated as well. We have to amend quite a bit of all those throughout the filming process. Anyway, I'm relieved to hear that the people liked it. Click. Woo Jae-hoon's face disappeared as the screen abruptly turned black. Ha Jae-gun's face appeared on the screen, and he looked like he was in despair as he stared blankly at the black screen. Woo Jae-hoon's words were no different from saying, it's all thanks to my directing that this movie could gain this much popularity. Woo Jae-hoon had concealed his usual flippant personality and expressed it in a roundabout manner because he was on a live broadcast. Am I the only one taking this seriously? Ha Jae-gun clenched his trembling fist in deep thought. He wondered if it was all because he was the author of the original novel, and that was why he took it seriously and to heart that everyone else didn't find the director's remark to be an issue. I can't. Ha Jae-gun realized one thing. Ever since he had made the decision to go ahead with the movie adaptation and wash his hands off it, the issue still clung onto him, tugging so very often in the back of his mind. He had been turning a blind eye to it, but he finally saw that his work, which was akin to his alter ego, had been unreasonably looked down upon, and he was giddy with rage. BZZT. Ha Jae-gun was surprised to see Lee Yun-woo calling him so late, as it was nearly midnight. He answered the call immediately, wondering what made the boy call him at this hour. Yeah, Lee Yun-woo. Hyun, what's going on? Did you see the broadcast? Lee Yun-woo's furious voice was so loud that it hurt Ha Jae-gun's ears. Broadcast? Did you see what bulls.hi.t that director Woo Jae-hoon? Ah, I'm sorry for raising my voice, Hyun. I was just too angry. Ha Jae-gun could vividly imagine Lee Yun-woo's furious look. Ha Jae-gun finally realized why Lee Yun-woo had called, and he frowned. So you saw it too. Hyun, how can anyone say something like that? Isn't he just blatantly saying that the original novel was bad and the movie was this successful, all thanks to his skills? Why didn't the broadcast station edit that portion out of the show? They must have thought that it wasn't that excessive of a comment to be removed. Calm down. How can I calm down? I'm going crazy about it. Wow, seriously. How dare he spit on the original novel when he's just a stupid director who had ruined countless other movies? All right, stop it. Ha Jae-gun smiled. He was truly grateful that Lee Yun-woo was so furious, as if this was his personal issue. Lee Yun-woo's anger had assuaged his own anger before it could boil over. Hyun, don't give a shit about that sloppy director. That's just shit barking and not human language. Okay, summer in my 20s is the best. I get it. Thank you. It's late now, so go to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow at the office. Okay, Hyun, you should rest well too. I'll see you tomorrow. That B.A.S.T.A.R.D. Lee Yun-woo's angry muttering could still be heard until the call ended. Ha Jae-gun put his phone down and did some stretching. He was still smiling. Thank you, Yun-woo. It would be absurd if a single call from Lee Yun-woo could erase all the anger in Ha Jae-gun's heart. However, he did receive some comfort from the latter. At least, the resentment that wouldn't have helped him in any way had disappeared. I don't have to be worried about it. I just have to be myself as always. Ha Jae-gun steeled his resolve, but he decided to lie down in his bed instead of returning to his desk. It was time for him to sleep and regain his energy. However, Park Young-jin was snoring loudly and was occupying the entire bed. The next morning, Ha Jae-gun woke Park Young-jin up, and the pair of best friends ate some lunchboxes that they had bought from the convenience store for breakfast. Are the lunchboxes at convenience stores getting better these days? Yeah, but I get sick of them if I eat them too often. Park Young-jin chewed, while looking around the studio. His eyes were filled with premature longing. I think this will be my last day seeing this studio. Nonsense. You should come help me on a moving day, too. Park Young-jin immediately pretended to throw up. Just hire some people to help you move, man. Why are you making your friend a slave when you're earning so much money? I've got important stuff, so help me with them. You'll be dead meat if you just treat me to black bean noodles afterward. Anyway, how much is your new house? 1.33 billion. FUC King expensive. What's with the 30 million at the end? Can't they just give you the discount? It was 1.4 billion, but I negotiated a 70 million discount. Their conversation ended there. Park Young-jin hurried to the shower and put his clothes back on. He patted down his crumpled shirt and grumbled, "Damn, I'll have to go to work looking like this again. I should have gone straight home last night. Hey, everyone else stopped you, but you wanted to go for a third round. And that's how we ended back at my house, right? Whatever. I'm going to take a walk to sober up. Don't follow me." Park Young-jin was about to step out, but he turned around and said, "Don't mind that Dumba S director. You've already looked it up on the internet. I'm going now." Park Young-jin stepped out and closed the door behind him. Ha Jae-gun smiled once more, grateful to his best friend. Park Young-jin was never really good at consoling others, but he did it for Ha Jae-gun anyway. It was time for Ha Jae-gun to prepare to head out for work. The morning air was unusually fresh today. Let's go, Rika. Ha Jae-gun started working at 9 a.m. The feeling of typing away on the keyboard while sipping his hot coffee seemed much more enjoyable today. "Writer, huh? You seem to be in a good mood today," Young So-mi asked as they stepped out for lunch. Young So-mi would usually come to the office whenever she had to work on the il.u.s. trations, as the computers in the office had better specifications. "Well, it's all because the weather is great today," said Ha Jae-gun with a bright smile, but he lied. He had actually been linked to Young So-mi's emotions the entire morning while working on Gangster C. Thanks to her, it was easier for him to pen the descriptions for the charms and psychology of the female character, Bada. After lunch, Ha Jae-gun continued working. Thankfully, Young So-mi did not step out of the office and continued working in the office as well. It was already past 3 p.m. Ha Jae-gun paused his work and stretched his back. The evident fatigue was weighing down on him. I got tired much faster today than yesterday. Is it because of the drinks I had with him last night? However, he hadn't drunk a lot last night. He had less than a bottle of soju, as he was worried about his work for the next day. Ha Jae-gun stood up and was about to make himself another cup of coffee, but he spotted Rika lying down by the windowsill. Rika? Ha Jae-gun approached Rika quietly and waved his finger over her face. She didn't respond. Rika would usually curl up and nap whenever Ha Jae-gun was working, but she would immediately wake up whenever Ha Jae-gun moved. Rika, are you sleeping? Ha Jae-gun asked, gently stroking her neck. Rika opened her sleepy eyes and stared at Ha Jae-gun before letting out a soft cry. Wait! Ha Jae-gun suddenly thought of something the moment his gaze met with Rika's. He had never thought of it before, but his jaw dropped open upon recalling the previous instances. Now that I think about it, I get tired faster than usual whenever I use Rika's ability, and there were also a couple of times when I fell asleep without realizing it. Ha Jae-gun's eyes remained on Rika as he slowly made the connection. Could it be that Rika would also get exhausted while they were connected? Perhaps it was much more taxing on Rika, as she was the medium that had to keep the connection up between Ha Jae-gun and his target. Rika, am I right? Ha Jae-gun asked inwardly as he got on his knee and stared at her at eye level. Rika yawned before slowly picking herself up. She then licked his nose in reply to his question. Jang Eun-young turned around and saw Ha Jae-gun staring at Rika. Right, Ha? Is Rika feeling unwell? She asked. No, I'm just talking to her. Jang Eun-young grinned, then burst into a chuckle. I get jealous of your relationships sometimes. Are you sure you're not going to marry Rika? Young So-mi flinched and paused. She turned around wide-eyed. The other party was Rika, but the word marry had caught her attention. Sorry, Rika. I won't go over an hour a day next time. Meow. Ha Jae-gun and Rika replied to each other telepathically. Ha Jae-gun hugged Rika once more and had his coffee before returning to his desk. He reached out for his keyboard and took a deep breath. Let me try this on my own. I shouldn't depend too much on her if it's tiring her out. Ha Jae-gun slowly closed his eyes. He recalled all the moments he had come into contact with Young So-mi, and his fingers moved slowly as he typed genuine lines while imagining Young So-mi as Bada. Editor-in-Chief, I'm sending you the draft of Gangster C. Please look through it and give me a call afterward. He's already done with the first draft? Omi Young-suk looked at the calendar, double-checking that it had indeed been a week since he had asked Ha Jae-gun to start working on the novel. Was he already writing it before I asked him? He's so diligent, as always. Omi Young-suk chuckled and accessed his email inbox. He clicked on the email section and opened the attached doc.u.mit. He's great as usual. It's as interesting as the scenario. Omi Young-suk was engrossed in Ha Jae-gun's novel right off the bat. Cho Kong-jae was the leader of the gang dominating Seoul and Incheon. He was hired to attack Kim Pil-woo, the head of his rival gang, in exchange for money that would resolve the issue of his parents' hospital bills. However, he failed, and his attack ended up as an attempted murder case. He withdrew his initial plan to turn himself in and chose to flee. A huge gang war occurred between Cho Kong-jae and Kim Pil-woo's gangs, and new information traveled to Cho Kong-jae's ears. Kim Pil-woo apparently had a secret daughter. Cho Kong-jae devised a plan to make use of Bada on the negotiation table, and that was how he embarked on the journey to a small city in the East Sea looking for Bada. Omi Young-suk finished reading the draft in slightly over an hour. While making himself a cup of coffee, he called Ha Jae-gun. Hello, Editor-in-Chief. Hello, Mr. Ha. I've finished reading the draft for Gangster C. It's great. When did you write this? Well, the first half of the scenario is done, and we've already agreed on the ending for it as well, so it wasn't that difficult. However, The scenario isn't complete yet. How did you find the novel? I already told you that it was great, didn't I? I think it's as interesting as Summer in My 20s, but it's much more outstanding. Our domestic readers love some drama, so I'm sure it'll be a hit. I don't think it's too much of an issue, even if we push ahead with the draft alone. Thank you, but I'll still have to make revisions. I'm sorry, but I might need you to hurry on the revisions if possible. Summer in My 20s is still going strong, and if we release a novel to ride that momentum, the sales will reach greater heights. I guess I'll have to do that. Can you give me about a week's time? What? A week? Haha, you don't have to push that far. We can do with a month for the novel's revision. Okay, that's more than enough time for me. I'll try my best to submit it earlier. Is there anything else you want to point out about the novel? It's not really that important. Oh Myung-suk trailed off as he looked at the novel's title. I was thinking that we might have to change the novel's title. The T to I dot tli. I thought it wasn't that bad because the female character's name is called Bada, and she lives by the sea as well. Hearing Ha Jae-gun's dejected tone, Oh Myung-suk hurriedly said, yes, the title is not bad. But it feels weird with the word gangster in it. It feels somewhat harsh and stark. How about a wastrel sea? Oh Myung-suk almost let out an audible sigh. Writer huh? How about we consider taking another perspective to come up with the title? I'll come up with a few options as well. Thank you as always. Oh Myung-suk stayed on the call for a while more before hanging up. He then called an employee of Mysterium's editing department. Please inform the entire editorial department. Have everyone read the draft of Gangster C and come up with at least 10 decent titles to be submitted by tomorrow. With that, Oh Myung-suk looked out the window and stared at the clear blue skies of late summer. He sipped on his coffee while trying to come up with a few decent titles himself. He also started mentally listing a few directors just in case the novel got popular enough to get adapted into a movie. You're here, director. Oh yeah, nice to see you. Woo Jae-hoon's footsteps were full of vigor as he stepped into the office of New Dawn, a film distribution and investment company. The audience count for Summer in My 20s had gone past 3.5 million. He was so proud about it that he even recently started saying that he had built 2 buildings on each of his shoulders. Do-jun, Lo, director. Park Do-jun stood up awkwardly to greet the older man while he was reading a book. Park Do-jun's hairstyle had changed to a 2-block cut after the movie. What book is that? Woo Jae-hoon asked as he sat on the sofa across from Park Do-jun. Oscar's Dungeon? A fantasy. It's by writer Ha Jae-gun. His original pen name was Pong Chun-yu, and he started out writing martial arts and fantasy genre novels. Let me borrow the volume 1 for a while if you have it right now. Woo Jae-hoon took the book and opened chapter 1. The martial arts genre was fine, but he wasn't the type to easily go for fantasy genres. However, it was different if the story was written by Ha Jae-gun. It's quite interesting. Please make fantasy stories like this into a movie. Where are we? In Hollywood? Why don't you invest in it? And I'll make you something. Woo Jae-hoon stopped reading after 5 minutes and closed the book. Lend me this book. I'll read it at home. You should just buy it at the bookstore, Park Do-jun grumbled and handed Woo Jae-hoon volume 2 of the novel. Woo Jae-hoon accepted the book before finally getting to the point. Mysterium sent in another proposal. What proposal is it? Ha Jae-gun's next novel. The scenario is half done, and they said that they would release the novel first, so they're working on the novel right now. Here, Park Do-jun accepted the set of papers from Woo Jae-hoon. The cover page was labeled Gangster C, Working title. It consisted of the half-completed scenario and a film treatment of the story's latter half. Seeing how they started sending proposals, they must be quite confident in this novel as well. Woo Jae-hoon said indifferently. Park Do-jun started reading the scenario seriously and looked up after a while. I've finished reading it. What do you think? It's interesting. The main character Cho Kong-jae is quite charming. Woo Jae-hoon nodded in agreement, seemingly having expected this answer from Park Do-jun, and replied, I'm looking to schedule a meeting with them. With whom? Who else? Myung-suk and Ha Jae-gun, of course. Park Do-jun raised an eyebrow with a slight frown. Woo Jae-hoon observed the latter's expression. He sounded boastful as he said, well, like Summer in My 20s, Ha Jae-gun's writing is worth using, isn't it? Plus, Ung Sung will continue financing the films. So even if this novel doesn't sell over 1 million copies, it could still hit a few 100,000 copies. Don't you think so? Woo Jae-hoon pulled out a stick of cigarette and put it into his mouth. The frown on Park Do-jun's face did not go away. Will Ha Jae-gun accept it? It wasn't Woo Jae-hoon's first time disparaging Ha Jae-gun's personality and skills in front of Park Do-jun. He had even scratched the tip of the iceberg, saying that Ha Jae-gun's original work was quite problematic in the broadcast interview. Director, do you hate Ha Jae-gun? Of course I hate him. The young ink slinger only gained some popularity, so how dare he glare and act arrogant? Woo Jae-hoon caught himself. He took a few more puffs of his cigarette before letting out a huge cloud of smoke. Anyway, work is work. There haven't been any other scenarios that managed to catch my eye, so why don't I work with this scenario rather than wait? Woo Jae-hoon couldn't stay truthful to himself. To be honest, Woo Jae-hoon was on the losing end. Ha Jae-gun's work was undeniably good, and he secretly admitted that it was thanks to the popularity of the original novel that his movie was still considered a success. Moreover, if Ha Jae-gun's next novel were to be adapted into a movie again, the investors would swarm in like bees, opening their wallets up to finance the production. Woo Jae-hoon had barely made a comeback with Summer in My 20s, so he wanted to ride on Ha Jae-gun's bus to cement his comeback with the next movie. Do-jun, do your best at the meeting, and let's make it big once more. Me? Yeah, I thought that you would fit the male lead, Cho Kong-jae, quite well. He's in his late 20s, so you're quite similar in terms of age. It feels like Ha Jae-gun created that character with you in mind. Park Do-jun looked down at the script again, unable to reply. In fact, Park Do-jun was getting drawn to the character, Cho Kong-jae. He wanted to play the role of a young gangster who was being tormented by both his parents' hospital bills as well as the daughter of his rival gang boss. He also had faith in the story's level of completion since Ha Jae-gun wrote it. Do-jun, what do you think? Forget about dramas and do one more movie with me. Woo Jae-hoon couldn't wait any longer and urged him. Honestly, he was anxious. Nudon definitely wasn't the only one that received the proposal. Woo Jae-hoon had to get this project in his hands before the other companies beat him to it. Can you persuade him? Park Do-jun asked in a serious voice. He looked up and continued. I think Ha Jae-gun's quite prideful as well. Well, he's still a greenhorn. There's no way he would have missed that broadcast interview. FUCK, I asked him to edit that out. That DMN journalist spewed nonsense to make me all emotional. Anyway, I'll deal with that personally and keep myself in check, so you don't have to worry about that. Woo Jae-hoon took out another stick of cigarette. Park Do-jun sighed in frustration. He was worried even if they managed to come to a compromise. Above all, he was the most worried about the director, and he couldn't help but think of himself as pathetic, as he couldn't reject the man because of the grad I.2 he owed him. Wow, how many inches is this? 80 inches? This is crazy. Lee Yun-woo exclaimed as he stared at the huge TV sitting in the middle of the living room. He had come to visit Ha Jae-gun's new house after the move. Wow, look at the home theater. This is totally a cinema on its own. Lee Yun-woo paced around the house excitedly. New home appliances decorated the interior at the right spots. The European-style interior looked more refined and great now that the appliances were here. He must have spent a huge amount of money on the interior. Oh, is he planning to make something in the BAS T? Lee Yun-woo saw mountains of construction materials piled up in the BAS T. It was so tough to find even a flat ground to step on that Lee Yun-woo had to walk out after only a few moments in the BAS T. Just then, Ha Jae-gun had just come out of the shower, towel drying his wet hair. Hyung, is something still under construction for the BAS T? Yeah? Since I'm going to fix the entire garden, I might as well turn the BAS into a lounge, since my friends and family will be dropping by as well. Lounge? What are you installing in there? I've got plans to install a bar, a second-hand billiards table, a soccer table, a pinball game machine, and a dart game machine for now. I'm going to add some arcade games too, the ones that you have to use tokens to play. I love those CLAS.sick games, you see. Lee Yun-woo's jaws dropped, and he soon raised both of his thumbs at Ha Jae-gun. Hyung, I think I can live in your BAS in tea for the rest of my life. Hyung, how good are you at billiards? Arg, I'm going crazy. Ha Jae-gun grinned as Lee Yun-woo bubbled over in excitement. Ha Jae-gun felt safe since a full security system had been installed with the help of a third-party vendor. Every issue with the house had been resolved, and there were only a few construction projects left. I don't think I can go to the office for the next few days. I'll have to stay home to work because of the construction projects, Ha Jae-gun said. Okay, Hyung, since I'm here today, can I work here with you? Sure. Let's go up. Ha Jae-gun brought Lee Yun-woo up to the study on the second floor. A pair of antique double doors were left wide open. The study's interior, as well as Rika standing in the middle of the study, appeared in front of them. The empty bookshelves are now filled with books. Wow, Hyung, you've added so many books. How many books are here? Lee Yun-woo exclaimed in amazement. I'm not sure. Probably over 5,000. Have you read all of them? I just bought them. So how can I possibly read them all so quickly? I'll just have to start reading them from now on. However, Ha Jae-gun had already read over 500 of those books. He couldn't sleep last night, so he decided to do some reading with the brown, horn-rimmed GLA.S.SES. He took an hour to read 20 books, but he didn't mind it because reading was an important part of a writer's life. Ha Jae-gun and Lee Yun-woo sat next to each other with their laptops on the long table placed next to the bookshelves. Rika curled by the window while on guard duty and was staring at the garden downstairs. BZZT. A call from Oh Myung-suk came in. Out of consideration for Lee Yun-woo, Ha Jae-gun took his phone and left the study. Yes, Editor-in-Chief. Hello, Mr. Ha. How is the writing going along? It's going along swimmingly. That's a relief. I've called to inform you that I've received a few interview requests from a few newspapers. Naven as well as DeWum reached out for an interview request as well. I was wondering if it would be good to accept interviews from a couple of them, since we're about to release the next novel. I'll go along with your decision, Editor-in-Chief. Okay, I'll go ahead with Naven then. There's one other thing. I've sent out the proposals for the movie adaptation, and director Woo Jae-hoon was the first to respond. I see. Ha Jae-gun's reply trailed off as the scene of Woo Jae-hoon with a sly look on the TV surfaced in his mind. He seems to be keeping a low profile, and he had even mentioned the broadcast interview himself. What did he say about it? He said that it was edited with malicious intent to reel in viewership ratings. He said that there were a lot of issues related to the contract for the original novel, but he had no intentions of disparaging your work. Ha Jae-gun squeezed the back of his stiff neck with his free hand. There was a moment of silence until Oh Myung-suk shattered it. What do you think, Mr. Ha? What about you, Editor-in-Chief? I think it's not a bad idea to arrange a meeting with director Woo Jae-hoon, regardless of the possible negotiation results. The movie was indeed a success, and the investors were happy with it despite the audience response. As expected, Ha Jae-gun answered and organized his thoughts. If the meeting were held, they would most likely put the main focus on the scenario. The key issue this time would be if they would allow Ha Jae-gun to write the scenario himself. It's not that urgent, so please take your time, Mr. Ha. I understand. Thank you. Ha Jae-gun ended the call and returned to his seat. Lee Yun-woo had been unintentionally eavesdropping. He turned around and asked, "What is it?" It sounded like the editor-in-chief for Gangsters C was the one talking to you just now. Oh, well, he was just asking about my progress. Ha Jae-gun replied casually and reached for the keyboard. Ha Jae-gun completely forgot Woo Jae-hoon's existence the moment he started writing. That arrogant punk. Slam. Woo Jae-hoon slammed his huge fist on the desk. Consider, that greenhorn of an ink slinger. Does he really think that I'm free? Woo Jae-hoon flung his arms in the air out of anger. His actions were a complete change from earlier when he was still on the phone talking and bowing down repeatedly like a servant to every Oh Myung-suk's words. Park Do-jun was rendered speechless by Woo Jae-hoon's performance. Are they already done talking with another director? Woo Jae-hoon mumbled, his eyes darting around. Park Do-jun yawned lightly and stood up. Where are you going? The older man asked. I'm meeting Chai-rin. Hey, Park Do-jun. Just ask her for a favor when you meet her later. What favor? Ask her to give Ha Jae-gun a call. Park Do-jun stood there with a slightly stiff look. Are you asking me to grab a meeting with Ha Jae-gun now? Yeah. Why should Eun Sung be present at the meeting, anyway? This is between Ha Jae-gun and me. If we want to untangle the knot, we'll first have to meet in person. He's acting up without knowing his place. So let's have her call him out for a meeting. Perhaps over drinks or something. He might not agree if it were me, but it's a different story if it's someone else. I don't want to. Anyway, I'm leaving. Hey, Do-jun. Do-jun. Stop right there. Woo Jae-hoon leaped to his feet and stopped Park Do-jun at the door. Have I failed you before? Can't you just do this for me? Director. It isn't about that, but it just feels weird. Let's just wait patiently for a few days. I can't wait patiently, you punk. Woo Jae-hoon was close to screaming at this point. He picked up the phone on his desk. He revealed a servile smile before dialing Ha Jae-gun's number. Hello. Ha Jae-gun's voice echoed from the phone. Woo Jae-hoon shoved the phone in Park Do-jun's hand and begged him while rubbing his hands together. Park Do-jun scoffed, but he still accepted the phone before saying, Hello, writer Ha. This is Park Do-jun. Yes. Hello. How have you been? I've been great. I enjoyed the movie. The movie shone thanks to your great acting. Thank you. It's great to hear that from you. Their conversation came to a lull. Woo Jae-hoon made a series of silent yells, prompting Park Do-jun to continue with the conversation. I'd like to meet you if possible, writer Ha. Me? Yes. Well, not as an actor, but as a reader. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. I remember that you posted about reading Oscar's Dungeon on your Twitter before. Thank you so much. It's nothing. I uploaded it because it was really interesting. So how about it? Let's perhaps have dinner together. It wouldn't be polite of me to reject you one more time. When shall we meet then? How about this evening? I don't have anything on my schedule tonight as well. Sure. Where shall we meet? I don't think we can meet anywhere in public, so please decide on a location. The two agreed on a location, and Park Do-jun ended the call. He was starting to feel more uncomfortable around Woo Jae-hoon, who was singing cries of joy in front of him. There were only 10 minutes left until 7 p.m. The train had come to a stop at Apgujeong Station. Crowds started streaming through the open subway doors, and among them was Ha Jae-gun. Unsure if they might have alcohol later, he chose not to drive and took public transport instead. Ha Jae-gun looked for the exit. It might have been his first time heading to the agreed location, but it wasn't difficult for him to find his way around since he had looked up the directions earlier. Just as Ha Jae-gun left the station. Excuse me. A group of 5 or 6 high school students surrounded Ha Jae-gun out of the blue. A young man with a relatively large build was one of the high school students. The sudden turn of events caught Ha Jae-gun off guard. Excuse me, are you writer Ha Jae-gun, who appeared in a writer's study? Ha Jae-gun's rigid expression softened, and he replied with a smile, yes. The female students exclaimed in excitement and held each other's hands while jumping for joy. I knew it. I'll never forget a face I've seen. After watching Summer in my 20s, I even went to read the book, but I think the book is much more interesting than the movie. Writer Ha, are you close to Applet Shire and Yuni? Do you meet up and hang out often? Do you know the other members of Applet? Have you met Do-jun Appa during the filming period? The students chattered for a while. Ha Jae-gun had to take photos and give his autograph to each of them before he could finally escape from the group. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Ha Jae-gun picked up the pace as he looked down at his wrist. WA.TCH. The Korean restaurant where they had agreed to meet wasn't that far from the station, so it didn't take him that long to arrive. 2 female staff greeted Ha Jae-gun at the door. Hello. I'm here under a reservation. What is the name used for the reservation? It should be under the name Park Do-jun. My name is Ha Jae-gun. I see. Please come this way. A female staffer led Ha Jae-gun to a corner near the back of the restaurant. The area was surrounded by a wooden part, tie-in, blocking it from other diners. Ha Jae-gun walked around the part, tie-in, and finally found the SBC leading to the table. Welcome. Park Do-jun stood up and greeted Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun was dumbfounded. Park Do-jun wasn't by himself. Director Woo Jae-hoon was present as well. HLO, I heard from Do-jun that he's meeting you for dinner tonight. So, I shamelessly invited myself to join you. I have quite a few things to discuss with you myself. Hot Jae-gun remained silent. Were Woo Jae-hoon's words the truth? Did he use Park Do-jun to meet him? Regardless, Hot Jae-gun felt uncomfortable. He thought that Park Do-jun should have given him a heads up. Ryder Ha, please take a seat here. Park Do-jun gestured to Ha Jae-gun, worried that he might leave. Fortunately, Ha Jae-gun took the seat, albeit with a complex expression. Park Do-jun moved to the seat next to him. First of all, I would like to apologize to you about the incident on the broadcast interview. Woo Jae-hoon jumped at the chance and started the conversation at the table. It was due to malicious editing. It was never my intention to say that your original novel had issues. I was referring to the issues that occurred during the process of turning the original novel into a movie. It's fine. Ha Jae-gun cut him off after drinking a dip of water. It's water under the bridge, and I've long forgotten it. I don't think there's going to be any difference even if we talk about it here. Aha! Yes, of course. I understand. Woo Jae-hoon burst into laughter, even though there wasn't anything funny. Even the most slow-witted person out there would be able to see that an apology wouldn't move Ha Jae-gun's heart. Ha Jae-gun didn't accept Woo Jae-hoon's apology. Instead, he had shown Woo Jae-hoon that the latter had made a mistake. Cue this arrogant punk. Woo Jae-hoon clenched his trembling fist and calmed himself down. Meanwhile, the food that was ordered had arrived and was being set up on the table. Both Woo Jae-hoon and Park Do-jun picked up their chopsticks, but Ha Jae-gun sat motionless, lost in thought. Ryder Ha, the food here is delicious. Please have some. Director, you're here to see me because of Gangster C, right? Ha Jae-gun went straight to the point with a grave look. He obviously didn't want to drag this out and went straight for the jugular. Yes. That's right. Woo Jae-hoon replied obediently while scratching the back of his head. The story of her next novel is great. Please leave the movie adaptation to me as well. I understand that you're quite upset over the summer of my 20s, but I will ensure that your concerns will be addressed. I will complete the film to my best efforts. Thank you for viewing it so positively, even though both the novel and script are still not complete. Your skills have already been verified and acknowledged, plus I trust my gut feeling as well. Ha ha ha. Woo Jae-hoon burst into laughter. However, Ha Jae-gun remained expressionless as he said, I can't guarantee if the novel will get adapted into a movie, but as usual, I'm leaving the details like copyright fees and other additional clauses in the contract to Editor-in-Chief Oh Myung-suk. Ah, I see. There's only one thing that's important to me. Ha Jae-gun stressed the importance of his words and raised his index finger. I would like the movie to inherit the same emotions and atmosphere from my novel. I can vaguely understand the difficulties of adapting the world that was originally in words into movie form, but at least Ha Jae-gun swallowed before continuing. I hope that the scenario, which I've written, will be used in its entirety. That's my only condition. Woo Jae-hoon couldn't give an immediate answer. He understood the underlying meaning behind Ha Jae-gun's words. Ha Jae-gun couldn't trust him. This prideful greenhorn. If it weren't for the investors, I would have abandoned this project. Should I just walk away now? Woo Jae-hoon revealed a displeased look. Who was he? He was one of the top film directors in Korea, and he had several hit titles under his belt. Ha Jae-gun was indeed a greenhorn compared to him. Furthermore, Ha Jae-gun was much younger than he was, but he actually dared to express his opinions without compromising. Director? Ha Jae-gun said calmly. Woo Jae-hoon suppressed his surging anger and replied, I understand. I'll make sure that your scenario will be used. Those words he uttered meant that he had given in and had abandoned his pride as a famous director. However, Ha Jae-gun wasn't done just yet. Please write it down clearly in the contract as one of the clauses. Pardon? Please make sure to indicate in the clause that all scenes in the movie will strictly follow my scenario. Of course, I will make edits to areas that do not fit, but those changes must also be discussed with me before they are filmed. Woo Jae-hoon could no longer keep himself composed. His ears turned red, and his cheeks trembled in anger. Look here, Ryder Ha. Woo Jae-hoon growled and narrowed his eyes. Do you really think that a scenario writer can stand above the director? Your phrasing is weird. I'm not saying that I wish to stand above you. I just want a legal agreement that my scenario script will be used accordingly. Isn't that the same thing? Directors exist for a reason. If what you said is allowed, then the writers could just film the movies themselves. It's natural to meet variables while filming, and that's why the story will change at the director's discretion. Woo Jae-hoon shouted. However, Ha Jae-gun remained unaffected, and he replied calmly, "The changes aren't that serious. I just don't want to see an ordinary female high school student fighting a former martial arts athlete one-on-one. I also don't want to see characters confessing their love for each other while they're being pursued by a criminal down the streets." What? Woo Jae-hoon leaped on his feet. A few diners from beyond the part that Tyan stood up and stared in their direction, wondering what the commotion was about. "Ryder Ha, are you playing with me? I just want to stop any more of my works from getting changed into an entirely different movie in the future," Jae-gun answered without backing down. Just then, a young male staffer approached their table and hesitantly said to Woo Jae-hoon, "I'm sorry, customer, but other diners are complaining about the commotion you've caused." Woo Jae-hoon glared at the staffer. "Do you not know who I am? Pardon? I am sorry." Tiered, the staffer apologized. He only recognized Park Do-joon, the actor, and no one else at the table. It wasn't strange because directors were famous for the works they had created instead of their faces. "Why are you smiling? Is there something funny?" "No, it's not. I'm sorry. I'll leave." The staffer erased the smile on his face and shook his head. As he left, Woo Jae-hoon muttered, "Youngsters these days are hopeless. They don't know how to respect their seniors and are only looking out for their personal interests. That's why the country is turning out this way." Park Do-joon's face darkened. Woo Jae-hoon was bad-mouthing the staffer and Ha Jae-gun at the same time. Ha Jae-gun only smiled softly. He didn't want to waste his time on unnecessary arguments. Woo Jae-hoon's words were so childish that he couldn't even get angry. "Sorry, I don't feel that good." Ha Jae-gun stood up from his seat and said, "I'll be leaving first. Please enjoy your dinner, and feel free to contact me again." Ha Jae-gun greeted both Park Do-joon and Woo Jae-hoon before leaving. As soon as Ha Jae-gun left the restaurant, Woo Jae-hoon slammed his fist on the table in anger. Meanwhile, Park Do-joon silently felt anxious. This shouldn't have happened. Park Do-joon had been looking up all of Ha Jae-gun's works and reading them all during his free time. He had cried and laughed countless times in the fantasy worlds that Ha Jae-gun had created. Ha Jae-gun was the writer who taught him the joy of reading, and that was why Park Do-joon was anxious. Ha Jae-gun had become a special existence to him. The more he read Ha Jae-gun's novels, the stronger his respect for Ha Jae-gun grew, even though they were of the same age. After a while, Park Do-joon stood up. He had called to meet Ha Jae-gun here, so he thought that there was no way he could let Ha Jae-gun go just like that. "Are you going to the washroom?" "I'm sorry, but I'll be leaving first." "What? Why? Are you?" "Park Do-joon, come back here." Woo Jae-hoon's eyes flipped when he realized what Park Do-joon was planning on doing. Park Do-joon was a precious talent at the peak of his popularity. He had a cold exterior, but he was an extremely loyal person inside, so he had always been easy to handle. Woo Jae-hoon had been planning to cast Park Do-joon as the male lead of his next movie, even if the movie's original writer wasn't Ha Jae-gun. So how could he let Park Do-joon abandon him to chase after Ha Jae-gun? Woo Jae-hoon was in a frenzy. "I'll give you a call later, director." "Hey, Do-joon." Park Do-joon ignored Woo Jae-hoon and left the restaurant. The two managers standing at the entrance stopped Park Do-joon. "Do-joon, where are you going?" "Hyung, where did he go?" "He was heading to the subway station." "Huh? Hey, Park Do-joon, there's so many people on the streets. Where are you going by yourself?" Park Do-joon ran toward the subway station, cutting through the crowd. Many recognized him despite him having a pair of sunglasses on, and most of them whipped out their cameras to capture Park Do-joon chasing after someone. "Ryder, Park Do-joon called out after discovering Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun was about to head down the stairway into the subway station, but he came to a halt and turned around after hearing his name. Park Do-joon stopped in front of him and bent down, catching his breath. "Why did you run after me?" Ha Jae-gun asked, looking puzzled. Soon, a huge crowd surrounded them, and the way down to the subway station was totally blocked off. Huh. I want to tell you something. To me, Park Do-jun nodded and straightened himself up. Park Do-jun took a moment to catch his breath, and his expression turned grim afterward. Moments later, he performed a 90-degree bow to Ha Jae-gun. "W, what are you doing?" asked Ha Jae-gun. "I apologize for today." The picture of Park Do-jun bowing respectfully to the confused-looking Ha Jae-gun quickly went viral on the internet. "Park Do-jun, are you really all right?" "I'm fine, and we're already home, so what if I'm not fine?" "Stop worrying and go back home." "You've worked hard today," Park Do-jun said, waving his hand. His eyes were open wide as he exerted strength on them, whilst his face was flushed red. He was obviously pretending that he was sober. "Okay, rest up then. Stop drinking. You remember there's a meeting with the advertiser tomorrow evening, right? Am I dumb? Stop with the nagging and go." "All right, see you tomorrow." Park Do-jun's manager left his office cell and burst into laughter as he headed for the car. Seems like they get along pretty well. He hasn't let anyone into his house aside from Chai-rin and myself. The manager had just sent a guest to Park Do-jun's place. The guest was none other than Ha Jae-gun. Park Do-jun stood on the terrace, taking in some fresh air as he looked down at the night view of the city center. "Oh, control yourself. Otherwise, it'll be hard for you tomorrow if you continue drinking." The two started drinking at an izakaya that Park Do-jun frequented. His manager suggested going somewhere to avoid the public's eyes after chasing them all the way to the subway station. The drinks didn't end so easily. Park Do-jun held on to Ha Jae-gun and suggested going to a more comfortable place for another round of drinks. Ha Jae-gun was helpless. His refusal and suggestion to drink another time didn't work on Park Do-jun. Eventually, they got into Park Do-jun's car and arrived at Park Do-jun's place. To think the more comfortable place he meant was his own place. Ha Jae-gun turned around, and the sight of a spacious living room entered his view. It was a 50 Pyong, one office cell decorated with a black and white tone. The clean yet cold look made Ha Jae-gun wonder if Park Do-jun had ever felt lonely staying here by himself. "Hick, what are you doing there, Ryder Ha?" Park Do-jun asked while hiccuping. He had just returned after sending his manager off. He was holding a bottle of whiskey and 2 whiskey GLA.S.SES. "I was looking around your house. I'm amazed that I actually got to visit a celebrity's house." "Amazed? It's just a house where humans live. Come over here. Are you sure you can have some more?" "I'm not drunk." "Ah, I've forgotten about the snacks. What would you like to have?" "I've got cheese, fruits, and—" "I'm fine with anything. I'm still quite full, actually." They sat across from each other on the sofa and clinked GLA.S.SES. As the strong whiskey went down their throat, Ha Jae-gun and Park Do-jun both frowned at the same time, as if on cue. "This is quite strong. It's because it's your first GLA.S.S. I've received a few bottles as gifts, and they taste quite good. Have another GLA.S.S." The two shared a long conversation as they enjoyed their drinks. Unlike during their first round of drinks, where they talked about Ha Jae-gun's life as a writer, they were now discussing Park Do-jun's life in the entertainment industry. "So, I began modeling like a hobo and got to know director Woo Jae-hoon. I owe him a lot. It's thanks to him that I could smoothly get a foothold in the film industry after all. So he's your benefactor." I'm sorry. You must have felt awkward when I mentioned him. Please don't mind me. Feel free to speak. That's my problem to deal with, so you don't have to worry about it." Ha Jae-gun enjoyed having conversations with Park Do-jun. Surprisingly, they were quite alike in terms of mindset. Ha Jae-gun initially thought that Park Do-jun was impertinent and loved self-exaggeration, but it seemed like he had been prejudiced. It was a perfect harvest for him as a writer who still had to gain more traction in his writing. Ha Jae-gun listened intently to the stories in the entertainment industry that Park Do-jun had shared with him. "Wow, I've talked too much about myself. Ryder Ha, if you're having a hard time drinking straight whiskey, how about having it on the rocks?" "No, it's fine." Actually, Ha Jae-gun hesitated for a while before continuing. "I've been thinking about this throughout the day today. I've been wondering how I should address you when you've been calling me Ryder Ha." "Address? Feel free to address me however you like. It's weird if I'm the only one calling you Mr. Do-jun, so please address me by name as well." Park Do-jun grinned and picked up the whiskey bottle. He filled Ha Jae-gun's empty GLA-S and asked casually, "Since we're the same age, I wonder if we could become friends instead?" "Friends? Aren't you 28 as well?" "Ah, age isn't important here. Am I getting ahead of myself?" Park Do-jun dropped his drunk gaze and smiled awkwardly. Ha Jae-gun stopped Park Do-jun from filling his own GLA-S. He took the whiskey bottle from Park Do-jun's hands and replied, "Let's do that." "Pardon, I'm fine with us becoming friends. It's my honor to be friends with a celebrity," Jae-gun said as he filled Park Do-jun's GLA-S. Park Do-jun's face brightened. He raised his GLA-S and asked, "Do we drop the formal language too?" Of course. With the alcohol as the impetus, the two dropped their formalities and burst into laughter. After emptying their GLA.S.CS, Park Do-jun said, "Q, now that we're friends, let me say something." "What is it?" "You look pretty sharp, but your hairstyle is too common. Join me at the salon I frequent someday." Ha Jae-gun shook his head with a dreary smile and said, "I'm just an ink slinger. Even writers dress up in this era. Plus, you're a famous writer who even goes on TV shows. Anyway, this is just my 2 cents." Park Do-jun put on a serious look and said, "I'd love to be the male lead for Gangster C if it gets a movie adaptation." "Thank you for your words. No, I'm sincere about it. Cho Kang-jae's character is totally up my alley. I'm much more confident acting with that role in mind compared to lead Jin Hyuk in Summer of My 20s. You must remember these words. I'm not saying it for fun." Ha Jae-gun smiled and nodded. "All right, there's something I should tell you too. We're friends, after all." "What is it?" "Tell me." Ha Jae-gun opened his mouth to speak, but the door lock jingle suddenly echoed and interrupted him. "Oh, who is it? Did Manager Hyung leave something behind?" "Wait a minute." Park Do-jun got up from the sofa and staggered his way to the door. However, the visitor had already entered the house. They walked into the corridor and stumbled upon Park Do-jun. "Appa!" Ha Jae-gun's eyes flew wide open. The visitor who jumped onto Park Do-jun and wrapped her legs around Park Do-jun's waist was none other than Applet's leader, Chai-rin. "Oh, why are you here? You didn't even call me. I called you so many times. I told you that I'll be coming over if I get some spare time after my dance practice. Yuri is here too." "Yuri? Hey Chai-rin, hold on." The drunk Park Do-jun sobered instantly as he hurriedly pulled Lee Chai-rin off of him. Behind them stood Lee Yuri, one of the members of Applet, in a training suit. Lee Yuri and Ha Jae-gun's eyes met. "Oh, you have a guest?" Lee Yuri's words prompted Lee Chai-rin to look past Park Do-jun's shoulder. Lee Chai-rin's jaws dropped upon seeing Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun awkwardly stood up. W-writer Ha Jae-gun. Lee Chai-rin's face turned pale. She looked at Park Do-jun, seemingly asking what was happening. Park Do-jun scratched his cheeks in shame and said, "We had some drinks. Jae-gun, you know Chai-rin, right? And this is Yuri. I'm a spy if I don't know Applet. Hello, Ms. Chai-rin, Ms. Yuri." "Ah, hello. But why is writer Ha and Appa? When did you guys become so close?" "Today." "Jae-gun, let's talk a bit." Park Do-jun brought Ha Jae-gun to the terrace inside, and then he started explaining his relationship with Lee Chai-rin. Ha Jae-gun only nodded at him. He wasn't surprised to hear that Park Do-jun and Lee Chai-rin were in a relationship. "Please keep this a secret. Applet is just starting to get popular, so it's going to be quite problematic if it gets leaked. Don't worry, I can keep secrets well." Ha Jae-gun assured Park Do-jun, and the pair headed back to the living room. Meanwhile, Lee Chai-rin and Lee Yuri hurriedly stopped their conversation upon seeing the two men. "Don't worry, Do-jun has already told me about it. Your secret is safe with me." "Thank you, writer Ha." "Ah, I was really surprised. I never imagined that I would be able to meet you at Do-jun Appa's house." Lee Chai-rin used her hands to fan her red face. Instead of taking a seat, Ha Jae-gun looked at his wrist .w.tch and turned to Park Do-jun before saying, "I should leave now." "Is that so? They've just arrived, so you should hang out with us for a bit more." "Yeah, writer Ha. I'll be upset if you leave right now. It makes me feel like you're uncomfortable with us here." Both Lee Chai-rin and Lee Yuri tried to hold Ha Jae-gun back, but he still refused and shook his head. I was about to leave earlier. I'm about to head to the office tomorrow as well. I'll see all of you again next time when there's a chance. Jae-gun, wait a bit. I'll call a taxi for you. I can just hail one myself. Plus, there's a bus stop up front. Ha Jae-gun put on his shoes in the foyer and opened the door, then turned around briefly and said, "Ah, I almost forgot about what I wanted to tell you earlier." "Oh, right. What is it?" "You wanted to be the male lead for Gangsters C, right? We definitely think alike. Actually, I created Cho Kong-jae using you as the model." "For real?" Park Do-jun asked in disbelief. Ha Jae-gun laughed and tapped Park Do-jun's shoulder lightly. "I'm bad at lying." "Bye," he said before exiting and closing the door behind him, leaving Park Do-jun to stew in his own shock and silence. He turned and looked at himself in the full-length mirror. An impressive line came out of him. "I've become disgusted with this low-down life. I finally realized this when I saw the C in you. Like your endless C. I had one in me as well." "Appa, what are you doing there?" "I'm practicing to become the male lead for a project." "A project? Has it been decided?" "I'll tell you next time. Anyway, stop interrupting me. Go ahead and drink whiskey with Yuri." Lee Chai-rin snorted and looked away. Park Do-jun didn't comfort her. He remained standing in front of the mirror and spoke Cho Kong-jae's lines. He was overjoyed to hear that Ha Jae-gun had used him as a model to create Cho Kong-jae. "Writer Ha, we're reprinting Oscar's Dungeon. It's selling much better than the Pesalon and Record series. There are also a few other companies, including Comic KT, sending in proposals to adapt it into a webtoon. Mr. Ha, the 50,000 reserved copies for There Was a C pre-order have all been sold out. I think this novel will be successful as well." It wouldn't be an understatement to say that Ha Jae-gun was on a roll. Oscar's Dungeon, which was released primarily via paperbacks, was selling like hotcakes. The readers' responses on the various portal sites were overwhelming, and Jung Somizil.u.s. trations were making headlines as well. Meanwhile, Gangsters C was renamed to There Was a C, and it attracted a ton of interest even before it was published. Its pre-orders closed much faster as compared to Summer in My 20s. "Wow. Ha Jae-gun Hyung, won't you hit 2 million copies sold for your novel this time?" Lee Yun-woo couldn't hide his excitement as he went through the responses. Summer in My 20s was still showing in the cinemas, so There Was a C received great reviews. The audience count for the movie had just gone past 4 million, and it was expected to slow down as it neared the end of its showing. "Hyung, you're up on the real-time search rankings again. But Park Do-jun is on it too. You're even on the news." Actor Park Do-jun bowing down in the middle of a Gyujong rodeo in front of writer Ha Jae-gun. "What happened between them? Stop reading those and work on your novel." Ha Jae-gun had just returned from the bathroom, and he lightly smacked Lee Yun-woo's head. "How can you spend hours on the internet? Can you even hit 20,000 characters for your Marshall GOD management? No dinner for you tonight if you can't hit it." "Whoa, Hyung, you're too much. How can you do this to me? Get cracking if you don't want to starve." Lee Yun-woo contemplated for a while. Then, he closed the browser and started writing. Ha Jae-gun chuckled lightly and went back to his seat. The moment he reached for his keyboard, a call from Oh Myung-suk came in. "HLO, Editor-in-Chief." "HLO, Mr. Ha. Are you perhaps free either tomorrow or the day after? I thought it'd be great to meet this rookie director, Yoon Tae-sung. This will be his first commercial movie as well." "Director Yoon Tae-sung? The one who directed The Forest That Misses You." "That's right. Do you know him?" "Yes. I don't watch TV, but I watch a lot of movies. I liked his movies. I think he has also filmed quite a few indie movies. I think I've already watched them all. I'm relieved to hear that you view him highly. I've talked to him briefly, and he agreed to all of your requests concerning the scenario. Thank you very much for looking out for me. But, Editor-in-Chief, would there be any issues with financing and casting? He's a rookie director, after all. Those areas do not require your concern, Mr. Ha. As I've said multiple times before, please leave it to me. You should focus solely on your novel. That would be more than enough. Thanks a lot. I'm free on either day, so please let me know once you decided on the meeting day and time." "Okay, I'll contact you again." Beep. Oh Myung-suk got out of his and left the study. He walked through the long hallway, where the housekeepers were busy cleaning the GLA.S windows. He was heading to his father, Oh Tae-jin's bedroom. "Father, it's me, Myung-suk. Come in." Oh Myung-suk opened the door and entered the room. Oh Tae-jin hid the book he was reading and welcomed his son. "What is it?" "I've got something to discuss about an investment." "Investment?" "For writer Ha Jae-gun. I wish to invest fully in writer Ha Jae-gun's new novel using Sung Publication Group's name." Oh Tae-jin's face stiffened slightly at the mention of Ha Jae-gun, and he took off his GLA.SES. Oh Myung-suk continued. "I found a director willing to use writer Ha's scenario, but director Yoon Tae-sung is still a rookie director." "I see. He has released a few movies, so I will gather other investors to pool money to fill up the gap. You seem to be quite fond of writer Ha Jae-gun. He's great at his work. Please don't misunderstand. Objectively speaking, he's quite successful, and he will be helpful to the company." "I get it. Give me a report, and don't worry about the funds." "Yes, father. I'm sorry for disturbing you while you were reading." Oh Myung-suk left the room and closed the door behind him. Oh Tae-jin took out the book he had hidden away and put it on his desk. It was Ha Jae-gun's Summer in My 20s. The more he read it, the more he saw signs of his old friend. Was it just him? Unfortunately, Oh Tae-jin would never receive an answer to his question. 1. A pyong is roughly 3 square meters. Rika is healthy and well, so don't worry. It's good if you could come regularly for checkups. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The vet put Rika down on the table. Rika did not seem tired at all, considering that she had just gone through a full series of tests. Physical examination, blood tests, ultrasound tests, dental check, and eye checks. Ha Jae-gun put his face forward, and Rika did the same. The two rubbed noses. "She's really pretty and elegant," said the vet as she looked down at Rika. The vet was a female in her early 30s, and her facial features resembled a cat in Ha Jae-gun's eyes. "I like Russian blues as well. I've got one at home too, but it isn't as elegant as Rika." Rika must be happy about that compliment. "I've been running the clinic for a while now, but I haven't seen a Russian blue as pretty as Rika. She's quiet, understands what we say, and is smart. How are her eyes so bright?" Ha Jae-gun wordlessly smiled. He somewhat felt like the vet was quite talkative today. The vet owned both the clinic and the pet supplies store next door. The pet supplies store was the same store he visited to buy Rika some food when he first found her by CEO Gunwoo's grave. Afterward, he had been frequenting the store since it was near his house, but he had just discovered that the vet owned both of the businesses. "Thank you, I'll be going now." Ha Jae-gun picked up Rika into his arms. Ha Jae-gun was about to turn around, but the vet called out to him. "Excuse me, Mr. Ha." "Yes." She gathered her hands on her chest and asked, "If you don't mind, can I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" "I would like to put a picture of you and Rika in the clinic." "Ah, sure, please go ahead." "Thank you so much. Now let me take my camera." She pulled out a DSLR from under the counter and then took a few photos of Ha Jae-gun and Rika around the clinic. "Thank you. The photos are beautiful. The customers will love to see them around the clinic. Please edit them well. I'll be going now, then." No, not yet. "Hey, Yongmi, come here. Bring some dry and canned foods for Rika." "No, director. It's just photos. You don't have to do that." The director insisted despite Ha Jae-gun's refusal. Not only did she pack food, but there were also health supplements and toys for Rika packed into a huge bag. Her appreciation for taking just a couple photos had filled Ha Jae-gun's trunk. "Wow, I really don't know what to say. How can I come again next time? Isn't that right?" Ha Jae-gun asked as he started the car. However, Rika just kept staring behind at the trunk while sitting in the front Singer's seat, feeling happy about her presence. "We're going to Mysterium's office now. They said I'm allowed to bring you in there. Isn't the editor-in-chief great?" Meow. Ha Jae-gun entered the address of Sung Publication Group's headquarters into the navigation and grabbed the steering wheel. He was going there to meet the rookie director, Yoon Tae-sung. Yoon Tae-sung was 34 years old, and that was all Ha Jae-gun knew about the man. "Yes, editor-in-chief. I've just arrived and entered the BAS T car park. 11th floor? Yes, I got it. I'll be heading up soon." Ha Jae-gun parked his car in the huge SBC and took the elevator up. He saw Oh Mi-young-suk standing in the lift lobby as soon as the doors opened on the 11th floor. Why are you out here? I should, of course, personally greet you when you've come all the way to our humble quarters. Please come this way. Oh Mi-young-suk led Ha Jae-gun past the reception and into a small meeting room. Director Yoon Tae-sung had already arrived, and he stood up to greet Ha Jae-gun as the latter entered the room. Hello, writer Ha Jae-gun. I'm Yoon Tae-sung. The man looked thin and somewhat lifeless. However, his eyes were shining brightly, which piqued Ha Jae-gun's interest. It's nice to meet you. You've come early. Ha Jae-gun greeted him in return and shook hands with the man. Ha Jae-gun was quite the punctual man himself. He hadn't been late for his appointments, but why were there many times when the other party would come much earlier and wait for him to arrive? Please have some coffee. The trio's conversation started with some coffee. After briefly sharing and complimenting each other's previous works, they headed straight for the main agenda of the day. I've seen the half-completed scenario you wrote. I'm worried about a few scenes that might be hard to pull off, but it didn't look like there were too many issues. I feel that it'd be better if we could iron out some of the awkward-sounding dialogues as well. I'm not that fond of having actors improvising on the spot. Yoon Tae-sung was straightforward and outspoken with his own opinion. He did not say things in a roundabout way, nor did he add any flowery words. And that was exactly why Ha Jae-gun liked him. As for the treatment you've done up for the ending, I'll accept the scenario if you're going to complete the scenario based on how it is right now. The story is right up my alley as well. Thank you for your kind words. Yoon Tae-sung took a sip of his coffee and shook his head expressionlessly. I should be the one thanking you. It's my first commercial movie. Writer Ha's Summer in My 20s is still going strong, and I think this novel will do great as well. In the worst-case scenario, where I end up ruining this movie like Summer in My 20s, we can still break even. Yoon Tae-sung expressed his thoughts without an ounce of hesitation despite Ha Jae-gun's bitter smile. I won't work on projects that don't suit my personality either. I look like this, but I've got quite a lot of pride as well. However, I like how your story fits with me. And of course, I do not wish to pass up on this opportunity. I understand what you mean. Ha Jae-gun met eyes with him and nodded. There was only excitement and no traces of pretentiousness in Yoon Tae-sung's eyes. Ha Jae-gun was convinced that Yoon Tae-sung would be able to film a great movie. Feel free to drop by the filming site whenever you want. I'll make sure that you can check the recorded scenes every time we're done filming a certain scene. Thank you for being so considerate. Ha Jae-gun finished his cup of coffee that had turned cold. Discussions of the scenario had ended there. However, there was still something he had to discuss. I've got something I would like to discuss with regard to the actor. Ha Jae-gun trailed off, then looked to Oh Mi-young-suk, tossing the baton to him. Oh Mi-young-suk fixed his GLA.S.SES and said, "We would like to have actor Park Do-joon as the male lead." Yoon Tae-sung narrowed his eyes. Mr. Park Do-joon? Yes, you may hold an audition to cast the other actors, but we would like to have Mr. Park Do-joon as the male lead. Writer Hum mentioned that he originally modeled the character Cho Kong-jae with the actor in mind as well. Yoon Tae-sung turned to look at Ha Jae-gun, who only nodded silently in return, agreeing with Oh Mi-young-suk. Park Do-joon. Tae-sung pondered with his eyes closed while Oh Mi-young-suk and Ha Jae-gun waited for his response quietly. Yoon Tae-sung finally opened his eyes after a while and said, "I think it'll be fine. Mr. Park Do-joon appearing in the movie by himself will be a huge issue," Oh Mi-young-suk added. However, Yoon Tae-sung waved his hand, saying, "I have no interest in how popular Park Do-joon is. It's because I feel that he fits the character Cho Kong-jae that I have in mind." But something seemed to have come to his mind, which prompted him to lower his gaze before continuing. "I know someone in Udon." According to him, actor Park Do-joon was confirmed to act in director Woo Jae-hoon's next movie. Did he mention about a contract being signed? I'm not sure about that. However, the two of them are quite close anyway, and the director has been looking out for Park Do-joon ever since his debut. If There Was a Sea is scheduled to start filming at the end of the year, could he film? It seems to me that it's highly unlikely. Well, I guess we will have to call him then. Thank you for letting us know. That was all they had discussed about Park Do-joon. Ha Jae-gun and Yoon Tae-sung were sent off by Oh Myung-suk and hopped onto each of their own vehicles. Ha Jae-gun felt relieved to have met the director Tae-sung, but he got worried about Park Do-joon. Will he really only agree if it's directed by director Woo Jae-hoon? Ha Jae-gun recalled the conversation he had with Park Do-joon at his place. He could still remember Park Do-joon's desire to act in There Was a Sea. He wondered if he should drop Park Do-joon a message to ask him about it, but he ultimately decided against it. Ha Jae-gun thought that this wasn't something he should meddle in, and, as per Oh Myung-suk, he should let the clear-headed Oh Myung-suk handle this himself. BZZT. Just then, a call from Lee Yun-woo arrived. Ha Jae-gun grabbed the steering wheel and headed to the Buchan office without using the navigator before answering the call. Did you call to rush me? I'm just worried that Hyung will forget about the company dinner tonight. How was your discussion on the movie? Not bad. Anyway, I'm on the way back now. Eun-young Nuna is cooking chicken and seafood soup. So you should hurry up and come back. It's barely 6 p.m. now. You told me to be there by 7 p.m., didn't you? I'll drive faster, so let's talk later. I'm driving as well. All right, Hyung. Upon arriving at the office, Ha Jae-gun saw all the writers, including Kwon To-won and Young So-mi, gathered there. Meanwhile, a large pot of soup was boiling in the kitchen. Wow, it smells amazing. I think you'll be a great chef at this rate, writer Jang. Is it because I'm bad at writing? How could you make such a cruel joke? Hyung, this pot has 5 whole chickens, abalone, octopus, and even octopus added in it. The smell is amazing. I can already feel my stomach sticking to my back. Lee Yun-woo fussed with his signature gesture. Jang Eun-young chuckled and slapped Lee Yun-woo's lower back. You can start setting up the table, Yun-woo. Yes, Nuna. What should I do? You could just sit around for a while, Jae-gun Hyung. I will do everything. Lee Yun-woo did not allow Ha Jae-gun to even lift a finger around in the office. Ha Jae-gun had no choice but to hug Rika and made his way to the terrace. Young So-mi approached him and took Rika from him, then said, Writer Ha, you're looking great these days. Even I'm getting affected by your mood. It's all thanks to you, Ms. So-mi. Thanks to your advice, I've been reformed as a writer with regular working hours. If I were to inadvertently ruin my health once again, please point it out to me immediately. Okay, I've inherited my mom's nagging skills, so do look forward to it. At that, Young So-mi and Ha Jae-gun chuckled while staring at each other. They were about to talk about something else, but Ha Jae-gun's phone rang. Ha Jae-gun saw Park Do-joon's name on the screen and excused himself to the hallway. Yeah, Do-joon. Thank you, Ha Jae-gun. I'm glad to be friends with you. Park Do-joon sounded excited. What do you mean? I've heard from Nuden's team leader. You met director Yoon Tae-sung and said you wanted me as the male lead? I thought it was something else. I didn't do anything, actually. You live up to your name as well, so everyone is happy about it. But someone from Nudon told you? Yeah, the distribution investor is still by Nudon this time, I think. See, as expected of Park Do-joon. I thought the investors would run since he's a rookie director, but your power is amazing. Park Do-joon's laugh was heard loud and clear. You're just adding weight to my shoulders now. Plus, it's not exactly because of me. I heard that Eung-sung would be investing $4 billion in the project. Eung-sung, Ha Jae-gun asked, bewildered. Oh Myung-suk was Eung-sung Publication Group president's eldest son and editor-in-chief, so the former's face couldn't help but appear in Ha Jae-gun's mind. Oh Myung-suk had to have used his power. Either way, thank you, Ha Jae-gun. I'm free today, what are you doing? Shall we have some drinks somewhere nice? I'm sorry. I got a company dinner with the others at the office today. We're just about to start. Is it a writer's office? Can I go there, too? I want to take a look. Of course you can. Everyone would be elated to see you here. But the popular actor Park Do-joon will actually come to a writer's office to play. Yes, it's a done deal. I'll be there soon, so send me the address. Do-joon. The call was unilaterally ended. Ha Jae-gun tilted his head to one side and sent the address to Park Do-joon before heading back into the office. He then told everyone about it. I'm sorry, but I've got a friend wanting to come over to hang out. Would that be fine with everyone? Why ask us about it? This is Writer Ha's office. But which friend of yours? Jang Eun-young's question got Ha Jae-gun scratching the tip of his nose as he answered. He's called Park Do-joon, and he's the male lead of Summer in my 20s. The others were stunned at the answer. Jang Eun-young lightly tapped Ha Jae-gun's shoulder and grinned before bursting into laughter. Writer, huh? Seriously, you're even good at making jokes. No, it's true. The writers didn't believe his words at all. Even Young So-mi and Kwon Ta-won seemed doubtful about it, but they were aware that Ha Jae-gun wasn't the type to make such jokes. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang about 20 minutes later. Ha Jae-gun headed to the door and personally opened it. Park Do-jun stood tall outside in a white silk shirt and black slacks, grinning at him. You look like you've just come out of a pictorial, just standing there. No, I just legit finished a photo shoot and came right away. Welcome in. Please excuse me. Park Do-jun greeted everyone with a loud voice. Everyone was speechless at his entrance. The office turned silent instantly, and only the sound of the water boiling in the pot could be heard. Jang Eun-young stammered, and her chin started trembling. Her eyes grew so wide that it would make one wonder if her eyes were just that large. Is it really you, Park Do-jun? Young So-mi didn't dare to approach him as she rubbed her flushed cheeks with both hands. Everyone froze upon seeing Park Do-jun in the flesh when they could only see him through the small and big screens up until today. Jang Eun-young finally snapped out of it and shouted, I really like you, Park Do-jun-nim. Oh my god, how did you get to know Ryder Ha? It seems like he hasn't told you yet, but we're friends. Oh my, please take a seat. I made a pot of chicken and seafood soup, so please join us. Jang Eun-young hurriedly guided Park Do-jun to his seat. It took a long time before the group could calm down and start eating. Park Do-jun captivated everyone with his eloquence. He even ate the drumstick with his hands. There wasn't an ounce of a popular actor's aura in him, and his easygoing character made him acquire everyone's favor. Writer Jang Eun-young, where's my soju? You drink soju as well? I thought you only drink wine and all, so... That's nonsense. I even drank from rice bowls back in the army. Please fill it up for me. BZZT. I'm sorry. Please wait a moment. Park Do-jun picked up his phone and stood up. The screen showed the name Kim Na-yeon. He accepted the call and said, HELO. 1. HELO, it's Kim Na-yeon. I didn't know you called me since I was asleep. I'm sorry. I should be the one apologizing for calling you unexpectedly. Park Do-jun headed to the balcony as he recalled her work lifestyle. She would have been entertaining customers up until daybreak and returning home after rest, but did not consider that. But why did you call? You mentioned that you'd like to become an actress, right? Park Do-jun asked her outright. Soft breathing could be heard for a few moments, and finally, a reply came. Yes, if that's possible. An audition will be held soon. An audition? It's for a movie. It can happen earliest in 2 weeks or maybe a few months, but prepare a few acts if possible. Make sure you have an impressive self-introduction, and prepare to show a few special talents if you have any. I'll send the details to you once the criteria are set, so you can reference those as well. Okay, I'll do that. But can I ask what movie it will be? I'll let you know later. I'm quite busy at the moment, so I'll need to go now. Park Do-jun quickly said his piece and ended the call. When he returned to the table, Ha Jae-gun asked, Do you need to go? Nah, it's just, I met this girl somewhere and she looked pretty good, so I thought of sending her to join the audition. Audition. Park Do-jun grinned and Byung-ped shoulders with Ha Jae-gun. For there was a C. Oh, does she look that good for you to recommend her to join the audition? Go take a look at the auditions if you're curious. Would there be any need for me to be there? Jang Eun-young, who was waiting to fill Park Do-jun's GLA.S.S, chimed in. Mr. Do-jun, my arm is going to break soon. Whoa, I'm sorry. My mistake. Please, let me pour it for you as well. Park Do-jun filled everyone's GLA.S.SES and shared a toast. It's really nice to have met all of you. It's the same for me. I still can't believe that you're here with us in the flesh. Same here. I won't be able to forget tonight's dinner. Tonight's star was definitely Park Do-jun. He was leading the atmosphere at the table with his fun, celebrity aura. There was once when I needed the washroom urgently during a live broadcast. If I had beer, I would have stomach problems all day the following day. But even after having diarrhea medicine, my vision turned yellow, and the panelists kept asking me questions, but I just couldn't understand them. Every time Park Do-joon said something, there was a particular someone who would keep on grabbing their stomach and bend over to laugh out loud. He had a totally different personality compared to when he was on camera. The alienated feeling was like a strange charm for everyone else. Thanks to Mr. Do-joon, I've learned a lot about celebrities and can use them as references for my character building. Could I use the stories you shared in my novel? Feel free to use the others, except what I said about the washroom. They laugh once more. Meanwhile, Lee Yun-woo opened another bottle of alcohol. Ha Jae-gun looked worriedly at the wall clock. It was already past 10 p.m., and they enjoyed the dinner so much that they had forgotten the pa-s-sing time. Yun-woo, can you still handle it? Yes, Hyung. I'm not drunk yet. Despite saying that, Lee Yun-woo's eyes looked torpid. Please have another GLA.S. Hyung. Park Do-joon Hyung, too. Lee Yun-woo addressed Park Do-joon as Hyung despite having only met the man for the first time today. His lethargic look and droopy head got Park Do-joon asking, "Are you all right, Dong Singwon?" "Yes, I'm really fine. I was just thinking a bit about both Park Do-joon Hyung and Ha Jae-gun Hyung." "What kind of thoughts?" Lee Yun-woo stared alternately at both of them. Then SN.G got red and said, "It's about the movie Summer of My 20s. The movie was honestly not that good. Still, Park Do-joon Hyung acted really well as Lee Jin-hyuk from the novel. I was thinking of that. Thank you." However, Lee Yun-woo put strength in his drunken gaze and looked up before continuing. "I actually like Ha Jae-gun Hyung's fantasy novels much more. Summer in My 20s was great, and There Was a Sea would be great as well, but whenever I feel burned out or bored, I would turn to Pung Chun-yu's novel first." "I agree with you, Dongsing. I recently started reading Oscar's Dungeon, and I love how it's such a much smoother read for me." At some point, Park Do-joon had dropped formalities with Lee Yun-woo. Lee Yun-woo was overjoyed to hear that Park Do-joon agreed with his opinions, so he said excitedly, Right? People criticize novels and say that they're bad or whatever just because the writing style isn't too complicated, but I don't feel that way. Aren't novels great so long as many people are reading them? So what if no one is reading a novel, despite its greatness by virtue of its verbosity? "Just what are you trying to say? And what's up with those deep words?" asked Ha Jae-gun. However, Lee Yun-woo continued speaking in a roundabout manner. "Can't the record series or Pesalon get adapted into a movie as well? The same goes for Oscar's Dungeon. Ha Jae-gun Hyung could write the original, and Park Do-joon Hyung could take the male lead roles. Wow, just imagining that made my heart pound. What's that? Why doesn't the Nobel Literary Prize give awards for fantasy or martial genres? I think Ha Jae-gun Hyung is more than qualified to receive them. His novels are interesting and extremely touching as well." Lee Yun-woo's drunk speech didn't make any sense at all. Moreover, his ideal argument didn't give any form of consideration to reality, making everyone else smirk in response. All except for one person. Park Do-joon's expression was serious as he nodded and agreed with Lee Yun-woo. "Like what you've said, there's no rule saying that fantasy genres can't receive the Nobel Literary Prize, too. And as long as it's Ha Jae-gun's novel, even if it's a bad novel, wouldn't there come a day that it would get adapted into a movie as well?" "Do you really think that way?" "Of course. If Oscar's Dungeon gets adapted into a movie, I would get my hair bleached immediately and join the audition for the role of the male lead." Lee Yun-woo couldn't hide how touched he was by Park Do-joon and even started making gestures of his pounding heart at him. "Ah, Park Do-joon Hyung, I really love you. I like girls more, so forget it." Lee Yun-woo collapsed less than 20 minutes later. Ha Jae-gun quickly caught him and supported him while tooting. "Seriously, he can't even handle his drinks, but he actually drank so much. Let me help you." Ha Jae-gun and Park Do-joon supported Lee Yun-woo back to the room and laid him in his bed. Lee Yun-woo was smiling as if he was having a great dream. "I should get going now, too," Park Do-joon said. "How are you going to drive?" "My manager Hyung is resting and waiting for me somewhere in the area. I'll send you to the car park then." Park Do-joon bade his goodbyes to everyone else, promising to drop by again next time, and then left the office. As they walked down the corridor together, Hot Jae-gun asked. Isn't Yunwoo cute? Yeah, he's really guileless. I'm so envious. Thank you for accepting his antics. No, I actually agree with him wholeheartedly. Park Do-jun pressed the BUT ton on the elevator, then said, I've looked up all the past interviews you've done before. You like fantasy novels, and that's why you started writing them first, right? Think back about what novels made you feel happy the most when you were writing them. Isn't that what Yunwoo was trying to say? You should write whatever makes you feel the happiest. Hearing you say that makes me think that I've felt something too. It's something random for me, so I guess you can ignore it. Park Do-jun's manager was already waiting at the car when the pair arrived at the car park. Park Do-jun hopped into the car and wound down the window to wave at Ha Jae-gun. Thanks for inviting me. I'll see you again. Do-jun, Ha Jae-gun called out. Yeah. Ha Jae-gun looked around to check if anyone else was around before asking softly, Do you really want to act in There Was a Sea? Is director Woo Jae-hoon going to be fine with it? I knew you were going to say something about it. I want to act in the movie that I want, so why would he complain? It's my problem as well, so don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm going now. The window went back up, and the car cruised away. Park Do-jun's manager looked through the rearview mirror at Ha Jae-gun and muttered, It's definitely going to be an issue, Do-jun. But the president gave his word. Can it even be considered a promise? He lost to you just because you're too stubborn. I hate getting led by the nose and being told what to do. I want to do what I like, and I want to enjoy the roles I'm acting out. Park Do-jun's opinions were made clearer than ever. The words he had said to Ha Jae-gun in the elevator earlier were also meant for himself. Ego, I don't know anymore. How can there be an irresponsible manager like you? How can you say that? You should keep looking out for me. God, what sin did I commit that you have put such a nuisance in my care? Park Do-jun smiled and took out his phone. The first half of the scenario that he had read over 10 times appeared on the screen. He started practicing the lines alone in the car. Yeah, Sui, it's tomorrow. Well, I'm not that nervous yet. If I am, I'll just have one of those calming herbal drinks. All right, I'll call you again. Do a good job at work. Ha Jae-gun ended the call and looked at the full-length mirror before him before sighing. He was holding the lecture script that he had prepared beforehand. Rika, my expressions and gestures are weird, right? Meow. Even I feel that I look too stiff. There are over 300 attendees, and it's different compared to the orientation and library lectures, too. I think I'll go crazy from nervousness even before it starts. I'm afraid that I'll faint upon stepping onto the rostrum. BZZT. The vibration from his pocket made him flinch, which made it clear that he was truly nervous. He answered calmly when he saw Park Do-jun's name on screen. Yeah, Park Do-jun. I just dropped by Nuden's office and received confirmation that I'll be acting as Cho Kong-jae in There Was a Sea. Congratulations and thank you. I heard that you're invited to watch the casting auditions as well. I actually called you because of this. Me? Why? Because you're the author of the original novel. You must have had some sort of image in your mind when you created your characters. Your opinion matters, so director Yoon Tae-sung said it would be better if you could attend as well. I see. Ha Jae-gun recalled the look of the thin-looking director. Who could have known that the director would go to such lengths to make sure Ha Jae-gun could make it for the auditions? The confidence that he had met a decent director just grew stronger. So what are you doing now? I'm quite bored now since I'm free. Can I drop by your place? I've got a lecture to give tomorrow at a game development company, so I'm practicing right now, but I'm going crazy from the nervousness. It'd be great if I could be as confident as you are. Hey, you should have told me earlier. I'll help you out, so just wait for me. Do you know where I live? I'm at home practicing, not at the office. How would I know that? Just send me your address already. I'm hanging up. Park Do-jun arrived roughly 30 minutes later at Ha Jae-gun's house. Park Do-jun was shocked at the sight as he said the gate and through the garden. Wow, you did a great job buying this house. You must have earned a lot of money. Not really. I've spent almost all of my savings on doing up the interior. Rika ran up to Park Do-jun upon recognizing him. She did not even shun away from his reach, and even let Park Do-jun pick her up. Shall we view the house later and take a look at your script first? You're really going to help me with it? I'm here to tease you about it. Quick, pretend that I'm one of your audience. As Park Do-jun took a seat, Ha Jae-gun began practicing according to his script. However, less than 5 minutes later, Park Do-jun started yawning and waved his hand at Ha Jae-gun. Why? Is something wrong? Ha Jae-gun asked. Isn't this a relatively important event? And it's important for your portfolio as well, I suppose. Yeah, since the company is relatively well known and all. But why is it so boring? If you weren't the one doing the lecture, I would have upped and left already. The reporters would be attending as well, so it has to be interesting enough for them to write an article on it, too. What's that introduction anyway? Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Ha Jae-gun. Wow, that isn't funny at all. Hand me your script. Park Do-jun sent his ahead the stack of papers from Ha Jae-gun's hand. He briefly read through the 7 to 8 pieces of paper and was rendered speechless. Your lecture is missing the 2 most important things. What is it? Appropriate humor and emotions. You did it so well in your novels, but why did you write your script so lifelessly, like a robot? You must have a few tough episodes when creating your novels, no? But I feel embarrassed, said talking about my own stories. It's not like I live my life just to reveal it to others. Park Do-jun shook his head disapprovingly and picked up a ball pen, then began striking out more than half of the script. Here, now you have to fill up the rest with your own stories and the right humor to elicit responses from the audience. That's easy for you to say, but how am I going to do that? And that's why I'm here. Now, it's your turn to receive special training from the top star Park Do-jun. You gotta treat me to drinks if it turns out well. Park Do-jun loosened his necktie and rolled up his sleeves. Ha Jae-gun gulped and looked into the full-length mirror. He didn't feel at all certain that Park Do-jun's help could help him change his timid demeanor. 1. A eunice.e.x term for younger siblings can be used regardless if blood-related or not. Everyone from the server team has to go. Yeah, everyone except Deputy Koo. The employees from Next Ion headquarters moved about busily. They wrapped up all their work and headed for the elevator. Their destination was the largest multi-purpose hall in the same building. To Datadak. Tak. Meanwhile, the only person left in the mobile planning team office was Myung-hoon. He was focused on working on a game scenario. However, he was still under the effects of writer's block, and his hands had long stopped typing on the keyboard. Is it today? Myung-hoon's stiff face was reflected on the monitor of his computer. Today was the day that Ha Jae-gun would give his lecture. To accommodate more attendees, the lecture was decided to be held in the largest multi-purpose hall at Nextion's headquarters instead of its subsidiary, Joy-M. That alone was enough to make Myung-hoon upset, since the lecture was the reason he hadn't been able to see Lee Soo-hee around. That Dumba.S is giving a lecture? He probably wouldn't be able to elicit any responses like during the orientation. How much of an interest would the employees of a game company have in a mere writer? Myung-hoon's hatred and obsession had reached the same level. He had watched both of Ha Jae-gun's lectures at the orientation and library through the videos uploaded online, and he concluded them to be ridiculous. Writer, are you not going to attend the lecture? Myung-hoon erased the mockery on his face and looked up to see the planning director Nam Gyu-ho coming out of his own office and standing in the corridor. Writer Ha Jae-gun is going to give a lecture today. I know, but I'm not exactly interested. Nam Gyu-ho fixed his shirt collar and said indifferently, You should listen in since it's not a long lecture anyway. Who knows, it could be helpful to your writing. His words triggered Myung-hoon, and Myung-hoon's face immediately turned red with anger. Nam Gyu-ho was basically telling Myung-hoon to learn from Ha Jae-gun. I repeat, I'm not interested in the lecture. Please go ahead, director. Nam Gyu-ho was taken aback, but he nodded before turning around to leave. However, he didn't forget to add a few more words. Your scenario has been getting better lately. Please continue producing such quality work. I'll be leaving then. Myung-hoon was so angry that he stood up and grabbed his desk. Nam Gyu-ho hurried off. He had no idea that Myung-hoon was glaring at him from behind. Hello, director. Hello, director. The employees gathered outside the hall greeted Nam Gyu-ho respectfully. Nam Gyu-ho nodded lightly in return and entered the hall. The seats in the large hall were almost full, and the lights were directed on the rostrum as well as the large screen in front of the hall. The cameramen from a few broadcast companies were given access to the hall, and they flanked the hall. They were currently checking their equipment, whilst the accompanying team took seats in the audience. Lee Soo-hee was in the front row, and she stood up upon seeing Nam Gyu-ho. "Director, please come this way," she said. Nam Gyu-ho sat down next to her in the seat reserved for him. "I heard that you were CLA Estas mates." "Yes, that's right." He's become very successful in a span of 1 year. He had always been diligent in his work, and it was only until recently that he's finally under the spotlight, said Lee Soo-hee with a smile. Her rare smile made Nam Gyu-ho shrug. "I hope he performs well." Lee Soo-hee twiddled with her fingers that were resting on her lap. She felt nervous for Ha Jae-gun, as this lecture was different compared to the other 2 lectures he had given before. The largest difference was the audience. The audience today wasn't his juniors who dreamt of becoming writers like him, nor were they people interested in creation and had voluntarily come to listen to his lecture. The audience present today consisted of the game company's employees who had come voluntarily, along with those who were forced to attend. Maybe I should have helped him with the lecture script. Lee Soo-hee was filled with belated regret. She hadn't asked him about the script out of consideration for Ha Jae-gun's pride. However, she was now worried about how much the employees would pay attention during the lecture later. The lights that used to brighten up the hall darkened, and the voice of an MC boomed through the microphone on the rostrum under the spotlight. The lecture on creative content by writer Ha Jae-gun will begin shortly. Please give a round of applause. The applause from roughly 300 attendees rang through the hall. Ha Jae-gun stepped out of the waiting room backstage and walked to the rostrum. Lee Soo-hee's eyes widened as she watched him walk to the rostrum. It was the first time she had seen him today, as she hadn't been able to meet him before the lecture started. Wow, writers these days look cool as well. Nam Gyu-ho's comment seemed to reflect Lee Soo-hee's astonishment. Ha Jae-gun sported a new wine-colored hairstyle and donned a navy suit that fitted his physique. It was an unprecedented look. What happened to him? The Ha Jae-gun that she knew wasn't one to care too much about his appearance or clothes. It wasn't strange that she was confused. After all, she had no idea that popular actor Park Do-joon had taken part in this change. Lee Soo-hee's sparkling eyes were unwittingly fixated on the rostrum. Phew! Ha Jae-gun fiddled with the microphone and took a deep breath. The 300 pax hall filled his view like a series of waves. His heart started pounding, and he felt dizzy. This felt entirely different from the smaller lectures he had given before. I should have taken an anxiety-calming drink before coming on stage. It was his mistake to listen to Park Do-joon. Park Do-joon had told him not to rely on such things lest he become dependent on them. Ha Jae-gun straightened himself up, trying to relieve the nervousness in him. Just then, his eyes lay on one of the front row seats in the audience. He had just made eye contact with Lee Soo-hee, who was smiling brightly back at him. Good luck, Ha Jae-gun. Lee Soo-hee's sparkling eyes were sending messages of encouragement. Ha Jae-gun soon smiled. Knowing that Lee Soo-hee was watching him, Ha Jae-gun started to calm down, and his irregular breathing gradually stabilized. Ooh. Ha Jae-gun closed his eyes and went through the faces of everyone he was grateful for in his mind. The moment Lee Soo-hee's existence brought about a sense of security in his heart. He opened his eyes and started the lecture. I'm sorry I blanked out. Lee Soo-hee's expression stiffened. It wasn't the usual greeting. I blanked out all of a sudden, and I'm not sure if I can continue with a coherent lecture going forward. There are just too many people here today. I panicked and blanked out. Anyway, I've recovered, so I'll make sure to blow everyone's mind today. The audience members laughed. Ha Jae-gun continued even before the laughter subsided. I hope it'd be the kind of lecture that makes you think. The lecture was funny today, but what was it about again? I hope that this short period will become an enjoyable break time for all of you amidst your busy schedule. I really think that salaried office workers also need times like these. Ha Jae-gun's voice was loud and clear, and he spoke neither too fast nor too slow. The audience members grew comfortable and started smiling. The keyword for today's lecture is creative content. Now, I might just be an ink slinger, but all of you are employees of a game company, so I'll kick off with a story that's game-related. A collage of various game logos appeared on the large screen. Ha Jae-gun looked back briefly and said excitedly, I love playing games too, especially RPG games. I've tried Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, and other similar games. I liked RPG games from North America as well, but I prefer Japanese RPG games more. Anyway, it's all because Ha Jae-gun gestured, and the slides changed, showing a beautiful, curvy female character. The audience members burst out into boisterous laughter. Yes, it's all because of these beautiful women. Time and time again, the beautiful women in those games have never failed to make me feel febrile, and I don't think we'll have enough time for me to list all of them. I've written novels using the beautiful women I liked since there's no other way for me to create content other than through writing. I couldn't draw comics, and it was ridiculous for me to dabble in game programming at such a young age back then. While listening to the lecture, Nam Gyeho whispered, Didn't you say he's not that experienced in giving lectures? Yes, that's right. Lee Soo-hee replied with a smile, without looking away from the rostrum. Meanwhile, Ha Jae-gun continued. Now, was it called 3D? I think I'm much more attracted to the beautiful women in games as compared to those female celebrities on TV. Even when I dream, I don't dream of the pretty girls in CLS.S, but of the beautiful women I see in the games. They always distract me that I had virtually no interest in any real, in quotes, females back during my school days. At this point, Lee Soo-hee felt completely at ease. She had been worried that the employees would find the lecture boring and break out in yawns. Am I the only weirdo here? Wait, am I even a weirdo? At Ha Jae-gun's question, the slides changed once more. And so, I want to show everyone my family portrait. The entire hall broke into roars of laughter at the photo that Ha Jae-gun had put up. Lee Soo-hee also started laughing. However, Ha Jae-gun continued seriously. As you've seen, I'm a most normal person in my family. I'm definitely not crazy, either. Yes, I see that everyone's laughing. I'm laughing as well, so that makes all of us siblings today. A thunderous applause sounded. Ha Jae-gun waited until the excitement subsided before continuing. So when I write my novel, I'll first shape the female characters that appear in my novel. I tend to create beautiful female characters capable of making me feel febrile as compared to real-life women. This is especially more so when I'm writing fantasy novels. I'll change their names, keep the personalities that the public likes, and add a special facial feature that I like so that I'll enjoy the process of creating them. Ha Jae-gun then reached his hand out toward the audience. The wrist.w.tch that was gifted by the writers sparkled under the spotlight. I'm pretty sure there are many of you here who are like me. Those who never dreamt of becoming a writer somehow ended up in a game company. Shall we have a show of hands to see how many of you are here? Nearly a third of the audience raised their hands. Ha Jae-gun looked at all of them and nodded. It's not just a hobby, but you made it into reality. All of you are great people. You've already embarked on your creative life and are making a difference in the world with all your might. Lee Soo-hee turned around to see the audience that had turned silent. All of them seemed to be paying attention to the lecture, which made Lee Soo-hee feel a great sense of pride. You're amazing, Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun looked much more dazzling than the spotlight that was shining on the rostrum, and the fact that she was the only person closest to him among all of these people made her heart pound even harder. The lecture was so enjoyable that time flew by. 30 minutes had already said, but Ha Jae-gun didn't feel exhausted. He continued speaking with vigor. Just then, creak, one side of the double doors slowly opened, and Oh Myung-hoon quietly made his way into the hall. He was on the way home, but the cheers from the hall had attracted his attention and inadvertently brought him here. I love all sorts of genres, so aside from using my real name, I also go by the pen name Pongchunyu to publish genre novels. The characters in those genre novels are shaped to be more intuitive and clear. A three-dimensional character is a human in itself. However, it might affect the reader's immersion in the story. For example, something like this. Ha Jae-gun wiped the sweat off of his forehead, then snapped his fingers. Let's say that there's a villain who killed the main character's family, harmed their friends, and even interfered with the main character's future. However, we eventually discovered that the villain was actually quite pitiful and that he had a tragic backstory that led him to how he is in the present day. This would make the reader feel stunned for a moment. Oh, what's this? Who do I vent my anger on or curse at now? Ha Jae-gun messed up his own hair, making an exaggerated gesture. The audience empathized with him and clapped their hands, bursting into laughter. Oh Myung-hoon stared wide-eyed. Had Ha Jae-gun always been such a confident person? The way Ha Jae-gun led the audience by the nose on stage made Oh Myung-hoon wonder if he was even the same Ha Jae-gun he knew. Lee Soo-hee, he recognized her right away in the sea of people. He spotted her in the crowd with her long, flowy hair that moved smoothly as she clapped her hands along with the other audience members. Oh Myung-hoon reached his hands out inadvertently, but there was no way he could reach her. Lee Soo-hee seemed to be getting further and further away from him as well. HELO, team leader. Oh Myung-hoon turned to the voice that came from beside him. The speaker was a reporter who had a name tag emblazoned with Naven's logo pinned to his chest. I think we can post this up as a special. The reactions are great, and the content is interesting as well. Yes, that's right. Dawoom said that they're live streaming this, but I'll try to get an interview after the lecture. Yes, I understand. Oh Myung-hoon turned around and gnashed his teeth. Meanwhile, another thunderous round of applause echoed behind him. Ha Jae-gun's lecture ended as a huge success. The live stream, along with an article that was posted in real time on Dawoom's portal site, received an overwhelming number of views. There's also a multitudinous amount of netizens who left comments on the video. Keek. This is a very interesting lecture. I'm watching this for the third time. That family portrait is just keek. I never knew there was this side to writer Ha Jae-gun. He's good with words, letting you know that I'm now a fan. _ I really almost couldn't recognize. Do you agree? Yeah, agreed. That restyling, that amazing suit fit Naya. I want to do that hairstyle too. What's it called? Can I just show the hairdresser this video instead? I'm an aspiring writer. The lecture was both interesting and informative. I'm always rooting for you, writer Ha Jae-gun. But does anyone know how Park Do-joon and Ha Jae-gun are related? Why did Park Do-joon bow to Ha Jae-gun? Oh, Keek. I spotted the one-piece girl in the hall when the camera panned at 13:41 Keek. Ah, a real Jodes Keek. I've pre-ordered There Was a Sea. I hope it'll come soon. Naven did an interview with Ha Jae-gun after the lecture and hurriedly posted an exclusive article on their portal site. The article also had endless comments from readers after seeing the other side of Ha Jae-gun during the lecture. Ha Jae-gun's name and novels seem to have been engraved into the real-time search rankings for the time being. The responses from the employees of Next Ion were no different either. It had been 2 days since the lecture was held, yet they still had him in their various conversation topics. Wow, what kind of writer has such a glib tongue? Yeah, section chief. I thought I would doze off during the lecture, but it ended so soon unknowingly. It's my first time knowing that Ha Jae-gun was Pung Chun-yu too. I've read all of his novels as Pung Chun-yu. They're all interesting. Really? Recommend me one. Does he have any from the martial arts genre? Nam Gyu-ho and Soo-hee sat across from each other at a table in a corner of the pantry. The conversations they overheard got Nam Gyu-ho muttering. The responses seemed good. Yes, I think so, too. Lee Soo-hee replied with a smile. Nam Gyu-ho looked out the window onto the city center, keeping silent for a while. He then tapped on the table with his finger and asked casually, "What's the most interesting thing about it?" Lee Soo-hee was taken aback by his question, but he soon understood the meaning behind it and replied, I recommend The Breath by Ha Jae-gun. It's a fantasy novel, plus it's quite suitable for the project we're working on right now." Nam Gyu-ho waved his hand. "I'm not looking to read it as a reference, so just recommend me one that's most interesting." "They're all interesting," Lee Soo-hee replied confidently. She meant it without an ounce of exaggeration. Nam Gyu-ho expressionlessly nodded in understanding and stood up. "I'll be going first. Take a look at Writer O's scenario when he's done with it, and let me know what you think afterward." "Yes, director. Goodbye." Lee Soo-hee continued sipping on her coffee with a faint smile. She secretly realized that Nam Gyu-ho had begun holding an interest in Ha Jae-gun. The sky shown outside the window was clear like her heart, without a fluff of cloud in the blue sky. This is Quante 1 from Laugh Books. Ah, a lecture at MC Sport. HELO. This is Shin Dong Mi from Laugh Books. W8. Where are you from? NG Electronics? For your new employees? The phones in Laugh Books rang constantly. Laugh Books' office had been flooded with requests for hot J guns, lectures daily from not only large corporations, but from smaller companies as well. It was a CHO.RE to even answer every single call. Thank you. This is Young Somi from Laugh Books. Ah, yes. From Samsung Venture Investments? Could you please leave your name and contact number first? We will look at Writer Hot J Gun schedule and contact you again. Young Somi wedged the receiver between her shoulder and ear before typing the details on her computer. She couldn't even keep track of how many such requests she had received so far. The requests are endless. Writer How wouldn't even be able to accede to all of them, even if there are 10 clones of him. This is seriously, at this rate, we'll have to hire someone just to answer the phones. The constant ringing of phones was the same at Mysterium's office. The requests that they had received were more toward casting Ha-J Gun for broadcast programs. They spanned from radio, educational, and refinement programs to even health and lifestyle programs. They had witnessed the best-selling author's glib tongue in his latest lecture and thought the public would love his appearance on their shows. However, Ha-J Gun had to reject all of the requests that had come through Kwon Tae-won and Oh Myung-suk. There was only one of him, and there was something else much more important for him to work on. Yes, I'm sorry. The scenario for There Was a Sea is still incomplete, and I wish to focus on my work at least for the next 2 months. Yes, I understand. Enjoy your meal, President Kwon. Ha-J Gun hung up the call and let out a soft sigh, then looked out the window. Park Do-jun was next to him reading a book. Park Do-jun looked up and asked, "Are you not going to give lectures now? You did so well, though. Have you already forgotten how exhausted I was after that lecture? It was thanks to you that I was able to clear it without issues, but I'm not confident that I can do that again. I didn't help you much aside from giving you a few ideas. You've always had the qualities. But why is the traffic so bad today? Hyung, let's just hit the shoulder and get out of this jam." Okay, but did you manage to find another manager to drive you? They were currently headed to the venue where the audition for There Was a Sea was to be held. The director had made arrangements such that Ha-J Gun, the original author of the novel, could also be part of the judging panel for the casting. That was exactly why they were traveling together. "This is quite interesting, too," muttered Park Do-jun as he slightly lifted up the book that he was reading. It was There Was a Sea that he had purchased during the pre-order. Did they say the public release at bookstores will be tomorrow? Earliest tomorrow. Otherwise, it'll be the day after. Reading the novel makes me understand Cho Kong-jae's psychology much better. His mental is amazing. I assure you, this would definitely perform way better than Summer in my 20s. I'll be relieved, even if it only breaks even. I'm feeling quite burdened this time, as the movie adaptation was decided even before the novel was published. It'll turn out well. Chiron had finished reading it and was going on about how good the book was. Do you know that the Applet members have been reading The Breath and Oscar's Dungeon? Really? That's interesting. The Breath is quite heavy. BZZT. Their conversation got cut when Park Do-jun's phone rang. He checked the name on the caller ID and answered the call. HELO. HELO. This is Kim Na-yeon. I'm here for the auditions right now, but I was wondering where you were. I'm on the way there, so don't worry about me and prepare yourself. Did you not receive the designated script? Yes, I have. Just focus on practicing that while you're waiting. There's no free lunch in this world. Understand. I'll see you later. Park Do-jun hung up the call. The traffic light finally turned green, and the long-standing van started moving once again. They soon arrived at the building where the audition was held. Ha-J Gun alighted from the van. Park Do-jun said, "Do you want to head up first? I'll talk to my manager for a while, make a phone call, then head up later." "Sure. See you later." Ha-J Gun headed to the elevator and pressed the BUT-ton for the 5th floor. He checked himself out in the mirror and took in deep breaths. There shouldn't be much for me to do. Ha-J Gun didn't have an eye for judging actors acting. He was here to obtain new experience. The auditions that he would be experiencing later could become reference materials for his novel in the future. Ding! The doors of the elevator opened upon arriving at the 5th floor. The first thing he saw was the notice on the audition venue stuck on the wall. After Pa S. Sing through the long corridor and turning a corner, a waiting room appeared in sight. It was BR.M.N.G with people who were there to join the auditions. There are quite a number of familiar-looking people. He spotted quite a bit of familiar faces from various TV programs. Despite having a foot in the entertainment industry, many of them had still decided to join the auditions. Ha Jae-gun sat down in an empty chair. Past the open doors to the waiting room, Ha Jae-gun spotted a female who was in hot pants with her legs crossed while busily chewing gum. Ha Jae-gun recognized her immediately. She was Chai Bo-ra, the same girl who acted as Lee Yi-jin in Summer in My 20s. I hope you're not joining the auditions. Ha Jae-gun thought to himself. It wasn't just because of her rude words and actions. He would have forgiven her if she acted well, but her acting had always been a mess. She was even criticized for her bad acting in Summer in My 20s. Writer, huh? Why are you sitting here? Director Yoon Tae-sung asked when he spotted Ha Jae-gun while on the way to the washroom. Hello, director. The auditions will begin soon, so why don't you take a seat in the most left seat there? Okay. Ha Jae-gun took the seat on the far left of the long table. The people in charge of the characters, the assistant director and director, as well as the casting manager, took their seats at the table. We will begin the auditions now. They will be done in 15-minute intervals. Only those whose names are called out may enter. Let's start with Mr. Lee Young-taek. The auditions began, and the first auditionee entered. He looked to be in his early 20s, seemingly nervous. He stammered a few times while acting out his given script, and he also made quite a few mistakes during the role-playing with the assistant director. Do you have any other talents you would like to show us? I'm not prepared to do that. Thank you. Please call on the next person. Yoon Tae-sung's hawk-like eyes glinted as he took a sip of water. Sensing that he had been eliminated, the auditionee left the room with drooped shoulders. After that, the second auditionee walked in stiffly like a huge piece of wood. Nothing seems to be easy in this world. Ha Jae-gun rolled his tongue at the auditions. Everyone did their best, but the results weren't always good. There were also quite a number of auditionees who had to leave midway through their performance with a hand gesture from Yoon Tae-sung. And every time that happened, Ha Jae-gun couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Would Ms. Desul be auditioning somewhere else as well? Desul's face appeared in his mind. He recalled how she had confidently declared that she wanted to become a celebrity to find her mother. Ha Jae-gun suddenly felt worried for her, as he didn't know her real name or her whereabouts. Next is Chai Bo-ra. Is it that Chai Bo-ra? Yoon Tae-sung's voice pulled Ha Jae-gun back to reality. He turned and saw Yoon Tae-sung's cheeks trembling in anger. Don't waste our time and send her away. JQ Entertainment's president even called to make sure we take good care of her. Please take a good look at her, at the very least. Darn it. Eventually, the door opened, and in came Chai Bo-ra. She gathered her hands in front of her and bowed down to each of the judges at the table. She flinched upon making eye contact with Ha Jae-gun. Who is he again? I definitely met him somewhere before. Chai Bo-ra couldn't recognize Ha Jae-gun because of his change in hairstyle and overall demeanor. She tilted her head to both sides, trying to recall, but the assistant director cut her off. Please stand at the spot marked on the floor and act according to the given script first before acting in freestyle. Chai Bo-ra started her performance. The scene in the given script was one where she had to suppress her sad feelings and say goodbye to her lover. Don't be mistaken, I've never loved you even once. You had never managed to enter my heart. You're just one of the many men who crossed paths with me. While we were both feeling lonely, we happened to meet each other and enjoyed our company together. That's all there is to it. Yoon Tae-sung looked down at his wrist. W.A.Tch. The assistant director was kicking away the trash that had fallen to the floor with his foot. Chai Bo-ra's acting didn't fall short of their expectations. What kind of acting is this? Even Ha Jae-gun was embarrassed. Esta said. It was a lot worse than what he had seen in Summer in My 20s. Chai Bo-ra's gaze wasn't stable, and her contorted face didn't display any signs of her suppressing those sad feelings. Her monotonous voice, as if reading out loud from a book, made it unclear whether she was really saying goodbye to a lover or if she was making a garbage disposal announcement. I will never see you again from now on, so yes, thank you. Yoon Tae-sung could not watch any further and reached out to stop her. Chai Bo-ra was taken aback and straightened herself up. Director, I haven't shown you the dance I've prepared. I'm sorry, but we can see your dance another day. Chai Bo-ra's face twitched. She bit her lips and turned around. Looking at her back, Ha Jae-gun heaved a sigh of relief, thankful for Yoon Tae-sung's decision. Let's take a 20-minute rest. Ha Jae-gun headed to the rest area across from the audition room and moistened his throat with a cold drink. Chai Bo-ra barged into the room with a phone to her ear, looking tearful. I'm so annoyed. I couldn't even show everything I prepared and got chased out. Art, I don't know. How can they do this to me? Are you sure the president put in good words for me? Ha Jae-gun quietly stood up from his seat. He didn't want to get involved with Chai Bo-ra. However, the moment he held out to grab the door, oh to be, the words he had heard made him stop in his tracks. I can already tell the quality of the movie. All sorts of trash had shown up. I saw a host girl from a private room here as well. Was it Kim Na-yeon? I think she was even a karaoke helper before. How did I know? Director Woo told me. Ha Jae-gun's face turned pale. He looked down and saw his trembling knees. No way. There were so many people in this world. There was no way that she was the same girl that he knew, and there was no way that she was here for an audition. Kim Na-yeon, creak. Ha Jae-gun opened the door with vigor, and his eyes quickly zoomed in on the waiting room. Where are you going, Jae-gun? Park Do-jun called as soon as he stepped out of the elevator. However, Ha Jae-gun didn't hear him. All Ha Jae-gun had in his mind was the waiting room that he was heading toward. His footsteps soon crossed the door into the waiting room. There were over 20 people in the room waiting for their turn to audition. Most of them took their seats and were either listening to music or practicing their lines. Ha Jae-gun quickly scanned the faces of the auditionees, but he could not see the face he had in mind. He looked around outside the waiting room to no avail. Who is Kim Na-yeon? Ha Jae-gun looked out for the girl whom Chai Bo-ra thought was disgusting by checking each of their name tags. He finally found someone with the name Kim Na-yeon. Is this her? Ha Jae-gun quietly looked at the girl, who was focused on reading the script. Was she in her early 20s? She indeed had a beauty that Serpa.s. said most auditionees. Nevertheless, Ha Jae-gun felt discouraged as a bitter smile painted his face. She wasn't the girl that he was looking for. Ironically, a hint of disappointment was added to his small sigh of relief. Yeah, the world is so huge, it's stupid of me to think that Ms. Desol would appear here. Ha Jae-gun mocked himself for his foolish thoughts and shook them away. Park Do-jun appeared from behind him and tapped his shoulder. Why did you ignore me and walk away? When did you come here? Just a while ago. I called you at the elevator, but you just walked past me. Help me look at the back of my head. I think it got pressed down while I was in the car. Park Do-jun pointed at his hair. The auditionee's attention immediately landed on Park Do-jun. It was a natural reaction since Park Do-jun was the male lead of the movie they were auditioning for. The female auditionee's reaction was more intense. They smiled widely and stared at him with flushed faces. The same went for Kim Na-yeon. She was only pretending that she was reading the script in her hand. She was actually stealing glances at Park Do-jun. There was no way she could strike up a conversation with him, first since Park Do-jun had always reminded her to act like they were strangers in front of other people. But who is that? Kim Na-yeon's gaze then fell on Ha Jae-gun. Who was that man talking so comfortably with Park Do-jun? The man looked quite handsome and neat-looking, but he didn't feel like a celebrity. Is that his manager? As if agreeing with Kim Na-yeon's suspicions, all the other auditionees were also secretly stealing glances at Ha Jae-gun. Just then, one of the many auditionees carefully approached Ha Jae-gun. Excuse me. Yes. Ha Jae-gun turned around to see a large-framed, handsome-looking man in his early 30s looking at him with a slightly bent posture. Are you talking to me? Yes, are you Mr. Ha Jae-gun? Ha Jae-gun smiled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed, said to hear himself getting addressed not as a writer at the audition site. Yes, it's me. I knew it. I wasn't sure at first, since you looked quite different from before. I love your novels, so I've decided to partake I.P.8 in this audition. The large frame man's words got several more auditionees' gazes locked on Ha Jae-gun. These people were the same as the male auditionees. They had joined the audition because of their interest in Ha Jae-gun's works. They were unlike the usual auditionees, whose agencies or acting academies had pushed them to join the auditions. That's Ha Jae-gun. No wonder he looked so familiar. I should have gone up and talked to him first. After finding out Ha Jae-gun's identity, the questions in each of their minds disappeared without a trace, like melting snow. The feelings that came afterward were of admiration and envy. I'm Joe Wonjun, the man said excitedly. I really enjoyed all of your novels. From Foolish Woman and 90s Kid and even Summer in My 20s, I've read each of them at least 5 times. I even bought There Was a Sea on pre-order and finished it. Thank you so much. The story in There Was a Sea really touched me, especially when Cho Kong-jae jumped off the bus that was heading to Seoul just to save Bada. Wow, I might look like a bear, but I'm quite sentimental. My eyes have puffed up so much after crying the entire night. The large-framed man pinched his own eyelids. Ha Jae-gun smiled apologetically as he gathered his hands together to his chest. You're making me feel sorry now. I'll make sure to let the director know of this and seek his understanding. Ha Jae-gun's joke elicited loud laughter from the large-framed man. However, the large-framed man continued with a serious look. I joined the audition hoping to get the role of Kim Pan-ho. I see. He's another one of the characters I liked while I worked on the novel. Ha Jae-gun nodded in agreement. The large-framed man seemed to fit that role pretty well. Kim Pan-ho was Cho Kong-jae's confidant. He was a relatively important character in the story and was often tormented between staying loyal to Cho Kong-jae and worrying over his poor family. My self-esteem isn't that high, but I want to do my best. Speaking of which, I would like to act out the scene where Kim Pan-ho assignates Cho Kong-jae for my free acting piece. Could I ask for some advice on what your thoughts on Kim Pan-ho's image or his psychology are like? Advice? I'm not sure. Ha Jae-gun trailed off with a perplexed look. He had created the character, but it was only in written text. There wasn't much advice he could provide in terms of acting. Just then, a female auditionee approached them with a shy smile and said, Mr. Ha, I'm looking to try for the role of Bada's friend, Eun-hee. If not Eun-hee, then maybe Mija. Could you give me some advice as well? I'm an outsider when it comes to acting, so I doubt I can provide you with any useful advice. Another auditionee, B.U.T.Ted, into the conversation. Mr. Ha, could you all take a look at my mask? Which role do you think I would fit best? Ha Jae-gun broke out into a cold sweat and glanced at Park Do-jun, asking for help. However, Park Do-jun was busy drinking his canned coffee, ignoring his silent pleas and enjoying the scene before him with a playful smile. Everyone breaks over. Mr. Park Do-jun is here too? H.E.L. Low, assistant director. How is the audition going? Haha, let's talk after it ends. Ryder Ha, let's head back. Okay, I'll be on my way. Ha Jae-gun finally managed to escape, thanks to the assistant director. As soon as Ha Jae-gun returned to his seat, the name of the next auditionee was called out. Ms. Kim Na-yeon? Yes, it's me. Ha Jae-gun looked up. Kim Na-yeon was in a normal gray sweater and jeans, standing next to the camera. Her plain clothes didn't become her disadvantage. It made her beauty stand out. Director Yoon Tae-sung looked at her application and asked, I see that you've been taking acting lessons up until last year? Yes, for around 1.5 years. Why did you stop? Because of my family situation. You look quite shy right now. Can you do this well? Kim Na-yeon gulped and nodded profusely. Yoon Tae-sung gestured for her to start, and she started acting out her pieces one by one. She's quite good. Ha Jae-gun was astonished. Was it a prejudice that someone's acting skills would definitely be low when they had extremely good looks? Her ability to switch between sadness and happiness smoothly meant that she was indeed a skillful actor. Ha Jae-gun turned to observe the expressions of the other judges, curious to see their reactions. Starting from the director, Everyone was expressionless, making it hard for him to read their thoughts. I'm not sure if it's because of the bad acting from earlier that I felt her acting was so much better. Ha Jae-gun concluded his thoughts there as an outsider to the acting industry. Kim Na-yeon soon finished acting out all her parts, greeted the judges, and left the room. "Mark her," Yoon Tae-sung said. The assistant director nodded and drew a circle on Na-yeon's application. Ha Jae-gun felt proud that he wasn't the only one who felt that way. She said Director Woo knew her, right? As the next auditionee stepped in for their turn, Ha Jae-gun recalled what Chai Bo-ra had said earlier at the pantry. He had heard her saying that Kim Na-yeon was a host girl and that she had heard it from Director Woo. Ha Jae-gun felt slightly disturbed. Meanwhile, Kim Na-yeon stepped into the elevator that was heading down the building. She had spent all her energy on the audition, so she was completely exhausted. Did I come all the way here for nothing? She had taken the audition with Park Do-jun's help, but she still felt quite anxious. She had to stop taking her acting lessons due to her family's financial situation and had to step into the ugly side of the entertainment industry to make ends meet. So how could she even dream of returning to acting? Even she felt that she was trying to achieve a pipe dream. BZZT. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a call from her roommate's sibling. Kim Na-yeon let out a sigh and held her phone to her ear. "Yeah, Na-yeon Uni. How was your audition?" "I'm not sure. I think I performed weirdly. Things will turn out well. You're pretty and a good actress, after all. Let's eat out tonight. Let's have meat. What about your part-time work at the restaurant?" "It's my off day today. I changed shifts wanting to celebrate you sing the auditions in advance." Hee hee. The younger girl's energy brought a smile to Na-yeon's exhausted face. "All right, I'll be back soon. It'd be great if you could come together." Park Do-jun came as well. "Wow, really? Really? I should have gone too. Is he really tall? Is the height on his profile true?" "Yeah, he's really tall. I thought I would get a herniated disc if I talked to him while looking at his face." "Ah, and the author of the original novel came, too. Ha Jae-gun. They seem to be friends. They look quite close." "Hello, you can't hear me?" "Why, yeah, Uni. Sorry, I'm underground right now, and I suddenly couldn't." "It's fine. Let's talk when we meet. See you later." Kim Na-yeon ended the call. The elevator doors soon opened, and she stepped out into the sunlit area. Ha Jae-gun's new novel, There Was a Sea on a Steep Rise, increasing twice as fast as Summer in My 20s. Eighth on Bandy and Lunia's bestseller 4 days after the publication of There Was a Sea. There Was a Sea confirmed for movie adaptation before its publication. The male lead is once again Park Do-jun. Eung-sung Publication Group invests $4 billion production fee on rookie director. This is going to be a huge hit again. Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young were on the sofa in the writer's office, enjoying their afternoon break. Kang Min-ho was reading the articles on his phone, while Jang Eun-young was watching an entertainment program on the TV. If the initial response was twice of Summer in My 20s, it might hit 2 million copies sold. Wow. So how much would he be earning in royalties? It's going to be a huge sum, right? I can't imagine. "Oh my hyung." Park Do-jun appeared, Jang Eun-young said, and slapped Kang Min-ho's shoulder. The TV was broadcasting an interview with Park Do-jun before the filming of There Was a Sea. The reporter asked various questions about the movie and finally asked about Ha Jae-gun. The photo of you and writer Ha Jae-gun at the Upgujong Rodeo has been quite the topic on social media platforms recently. Many fans are quite curious as to how both of you are related and why something like that happened. They have many other related questions as well. Any comments about it? Park Do-jun scrunched his nose slightly with his signature aloof expression and replied, "I appeared at a radio broadcast some time back before. We knew each other from back then. I have many things to learn from him as well. Our personalities matched, so we ended up becoming good friends." A picture of Ha Jae-gun was shown on the screen behind Park Do-jun. Kang Min-ho and Jang Eun-young both laughed, amused and fascinated at the same time. Mr. Park Do-jun is definitely cooler in person. "And you want him to drop by the office again?" "What, are you jealous?" "Bull. He needs to be of a certain level for me to be jealous." "Do you want some coffee?" "Yeah, thank you." "But where is Yunwoo?" "He said he went out to take a breather, but why is he taking so long?" "Should I call him?" Kang Min-han let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. Don't look for him. It's best for him to spend some time alone when things are going tough. I don't feel good to see the usually bright kid looking so depressed. He'll get himself up again soon, said Kong Min-ho, but he was still quite worried. Lee Yun-woo was going through his first ordeal since he had become a writer. Both Kong Min-ho and Jang Eun-young had gone through the same ordeal as well, so they were aware that no one else could help Lee Yun-woo other than himself. Are you really fine with not going back? I'm free until tomorrow. I love this place. Can I call some of the applet girls? Tap. Park Do-jun thrust the billiard stick toward the ball. They were currently at the lounge in Jae-gun's BAS E.NT. The construction had ended, and the SBAC had become filled with a variety of colors. Park Do-jun had already spent a few hours here and was unwilling to leave. Come here, let's play a game. I'm not good at billiards. I'll help you as we go, so don't be worried. Place 500,000 for yours, and I'll place 2 million. Will you remove 3 cushions for me, too? Isn't that going too far? BZZT. His phone left on the bar was vibrating. Ha Jae-gun held his cue stick and went to answer the call. HELO. HELO. Is this Mr. Ha Jae-gun? This is a call from Gazan police station. What? The police station? Park Do-jun retrieved his cue stick and turned around. Ha Jae-gun repeatedly said yes to the phone with a serious look until the call ended. What's wrong? Why the police station? Yun-woo paused, set out drunk outside. Ha Jae-gun replied as he took his coat. You'll have to stay here alone for a while. I'll be back soon. You really don't need me to go with you? Why would this globally huge star want to hit the tabloids? Help me take care of Rika. Ha Jae-gun hopped into the car and entered the address in the navigator, then hit the road. The police station wasn't that far since it was located between the writer's office and Ha Jae-gun's house. Ha Jae-gun parked his car and entered the police station in a daze, even forgetting to greet the policeman. Lee Yun-woo lay like a piece of dead log on the long bench with his mouth half open. He was also flailing around like a drowning man, which was a spectacular sight. Are you Mr. Ha Jae-gun? The clear voice made Ha Jae-gun turn around. A policewoman in her late 20s was standing at her desk. Her DY-looking build and sharp gaze could easily make one think that not anyone would be able to take up the job of a police officer. Ha Jae-gun did not commit any crime, but felt himself shrink in her presence as he asked, Yes. It's been hard on you. How did this happen? As you can see, he got himself drunk at the convenience store right over there and mistook the streets as his bed. The policewoman pointed outside the window in a specific direction. As per her words, Ha Jae-gun spotted a convenience store across the streets. In other words, Lee Yun-woo collapsed across from the police station after drinking until he was dead drunk. I had contacted his mother earlier, but she said she was busy and couldn't make the trip down and asked me to deal with him on my own. I searched his recent call logs and only saw Mr. Ha Jae-gun on the list. I see. Was Lee Yun-woo on bad terms with his family? Ha Jae-gun had never once asked or heard about Lee Yun-woo's family circumstances. Ha Jae-gun looked at the drunk Lee Yun-woo tenderly. The latter seemed like an abandoned puppy in Ha Jae-gun's eyes. He found him pitiful. Is my identification card enough? Yes, and please fill up this form. Ha Jae-gun entered his identity and stamped his seal, then put down the pen. All that was left now for him to do was bring Lee Yun-woo back with him. The policewoman suddenly said, I'll always be supporting you, Mr. Ha. Pardon? Ha Jae-gun asked in return at her sudden words. The policewoman clenched her fists. I recognized you from the moment you entered the station. The true image of the police in summer in my 20s. I've engraved Corporal Ko Sun Young deep into my heart. Like the detectives and police in the novel, I'll also strive to be a true protector and civil servant. It was the true feelings of a policewoman with an overwhelmingly strong spirit. Ha Jae-gun smiled, deeply moved. It's a pity I can't get your autograph. If I had known that I would see you here, I would have brought my book with me along. The policewoman seemed quite disappointed. Ha Jae-gun pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, Please wait for a moment. Pardon? Ha Jae-gun returned his car and took out the author's copy of There Was a Sea from the box in his trunk. Thankfully, He had left the book in his car as he found it annoying to bring it with him. This is my new novel. If you're fine with it, should I sign here and give this to you? Oh, I haven't been able to purchase this because I'm too busy. The policewoman smiled brightly for the first time. Ha Jae-gun opened the book to its first page and signed there before handing the book to the policewoman. She happily hugged it and said, I will treasure this for the rest of my life. Thank you so much. I should be thanking you instead. You kept my brother safe. With her and another policeman's help, Ha Jae-gun was able to carry Lee Yun-woo back into his car successfully. Ha Jae-gun started the car and peeked at the rearview mirror to find the policewoman still standing by the entrance. Thanks to her, Ha Jae-gun had made another realization as a writer. The text in his book had different meanings depending on who was reading them. Or should I be grateful to you instead? Unfortunately, Lee Yun-woo was too drunk to answer him. Ha Jae-gun smiled bitterly and grabbed the steering wheel. The car glided onto the road and into the busy traffic. The morning sun penetrated the window. Ugh! Lee Yun-woo squinted and groaned. His head was pounding badly from the terrible hangover. His throat was stinging and parched. He guessed that he had vomited, but he couldn't remember it at all. Where am I? Lee Yun-woo sat up on the bed and looked around. He was in a room that he had never been in before. The floor was laid with wine-colored carpet, and the room was furnished with a sofa for two, a round table, and a wall-mounted TV. Creak! He opened the door to leave the room in a familiar living room. Ha Jae-gun was on the sofa, reading a book. Are you awake now? Hyung, what happened? What else? Yupa is set out drunk on the streets and got sent to the nearest police station, so I had to go over there and bring you back here. Hyung, I'm really sorry. Lee Yun-woo wrapped his forehead with a distorted look on his face. The scenes from last night were slowly coming back to him. This usually happens when I drink rice wine. And because I started off with soja last night and then mixed it with rice wine afterward, Ha Jae-gun Hyung, I'm really, really sorry. You must have been busy, but because of me. Ha Jae-gun closed the book in hand and stood up, then approached Lee Yun-woo. He tapped the latter's shoulder and said, It happens when people are going through tough times. Hyung, let's go have some food. Ha Jae-gun turned around and picked up his wallet. The topic about last night's events ended there. Lee Yun-woo didn't need to be reprimanded right now. He had to be having a hard time right now to the point that he felt like dying would be a great respite. How about some oxbone soup? You got to cure that hangover. I can make do with just ramyun, Hyung. You don't have to eat that because of me. It's not because of you. I want to have oxbone soup. The two of them headed to a 24-hour restaurant near the subway station and ate their early breakfast. Lee Yun-woo didn't have much of an appetite, but he still ate as much as he could. Ha Jae-gun's nose felt sour as he watched Lee Yun-woo shove spoonfuls of food into his mouth. I hope he hangs in her. Ha Jae-gun could still remember going through the same ordeal as Lee Yun-woo, so he was familiar with how painful it felt for one's novel to fail its debut. Back then, the shock proved so strong for Ha Jae-gun that he had to stop writing for quite a while. He even had to get a job at an ice cream factory in Incheon and worked mindlessly, sticking ice cream sticks. It was his escape route and another means of survival. It allowed him to forget the torment during his work hours. It was his first failure and the first crossroad that he had encountered. He had two choices back then, whether to continue being an ink slinger or find a different path. Quite a few people wished to become writers, and most of them grew up hearing remarks that they showed potential in writing. Those people often identify themselves with their works. They would work diligently every step of the way until their work was completed. They worked hard to complete their work, but their work crumbled instantly in the face of harsh reality, crushing the souls of those writers. It was difficult to get back up with just perseverance and pa-s.shaun. It could take as short as a few days or months, but some could take a few years or even their entire lives to recover from the failure. Ha Jae-gun was worried about the latter the most. He desperately hoped to reduce the time Lee Yun-woo would need to get himself back together. He wanted to offer as much help as possible since the latter was Pung Chun-yu's biggest fan. Don't look up your novel on the internet for the time being. Lee Yun-woo stopped eating midway and looked up at Ha Jae-gun. Ha Jae-gun looked down at his food. He stirred it and continued. The low performance shouldn't be the only thing that's making you feel this way. Okay, Hyung. Lee Yun-woo nodded, understanding what Ha Jae-gun meant. The other thing that was bothering Lee Yun-woo so much was the malicious comments and criticisms about his novel. The situation right now is completely different as compared to when you serialize your work for free. Once you become a writer who profits off your works, the reviews on it become harsher. You should have heard many say this often as well. It's not easy to earn money off of others. Okay, Hyung, I'll do that. I won't search it up and just focus on my novel. Where did you stop for Martial Geode Management? I've completed up to Volume 5. Ha Jae-gun smiled faintly. He was glad to hear that Lee Yun-woo kept working on his novel even though he was struggling internally. As expected, Lee Yun-woo's mental was strong. You're going to finish off the novel at Volume 6, right? Once you're done with the plot, show it to me. Okay, Hyung. Thank you. However, that was not all Ha Jae-gun had to say. The advance royalties Lee Yun-woo had received for the first 2 volumes of Martial Geode Management wouldn't be able to last him for long. Lee Yun-woo didn't like the idea of working part-time to earn enough for his living expenses, considering how much effort he had to put into his writing. Ha Jae-gun pondered about it before saying casually, "Driver? No, be my manager." And manager? Yeah, not every day, just be my chauffeur on the days when I need to travel to a few destinations. I'll be able to use the time to work on my stuff in the back seat while you earn some pocket money on the side. What do you think? It's a win-win, right? It was a proposal he had thought of that would allow Lee Yun-woo to naturally earn a living and allow him to experience different things as a writer. Why aren't you giving me an answer? You don't want to do it. Ha Jae-gun could not ask further as he saw tears of joy and sorrow rolling down Lee Yun-woo's cheeks despite the latter looking down at the table. The tears dripping onto the table sparkled under the sunlight that streamed through the window. After a while, Lee Yun-woo finally spoke. "I'm really grateful to you for looking out for me." "Hyung, really? If I ever crumble again." Lee Yun-woo's sentence got cut off as he gulped his sobs before saying, "If I ever crumble again, I'll leave the office by myself. This won't happen ever again. You said this before in the car. I'm for real this time. As you said, I won't concern myself over other things and just focus on my writing. I get it, so stop crying. Why are you such a crybaby? I've never cried in front of anyone else besides you, Hyung." Lee Yun-woo wiped his tears and looked up with a bright smile. And that was how he became Ha Jae-gun's manager. The contract was established by eating the 2 bowls of oxbone soup in front of them. "What? Mom, really? Our house got chosen as a filming site." Young Somi could not believe her ears. The phone call from her mom early in the morning was enough to shock her to the point of fainting. The bed and breakfast run by her parents had just been decided to be used as the house where Bada lives in the movie There Was a Sea. That's not all, girl. During the entire period of their filming, we will be providing food for all of them, and the staff will be using the place as their accommodation as well. How blessed are we to have this business during the off-season. Your father has been busy cleaning the entire building since morning. It'll be great if our bed and breakfast will become popular when the movie becomes a hit. Stop getting ahead of yourself. But we'll get more customers if the movie succeeds, right? Mom, you're getting ahead of yourself too. There Was a Sea was near the end of its pre-production stage. This was the period where they had to prepare all elements for the filming on-site. It was only natural that the quality of the movie would increase drastically because they had put in all their efforts to prepare for it. Dozens of staff were still in the midst of preparing for the trip to Donghae City today. Even the director, Yoon Tae-sung, was talking to the production manager as they faced the Moko Sea. There are no issues with the generator car as well. The accommodations and food for all staff have been arranged too. It's not difficult to cordon off the area as there aren't many people around here usually. Thanks for the hard work. Oh, and director, should I notify you about the rainy season in advance? Yoon Tae-sung shook his head and said, "You seem not to know much about Gangwon-do, department head." "Pardon, the weather at the EC doesn't betray during this time of the year." BZZT. Yoon Tae-sung took out his phone. It was a return call from Ha Jae-gun, who couldn't pick up the call when Yoon Tae-sung called earlier. "Yes, writer Ha. My apologies for not answering your call. I was in the shower earlier. Have you checked out the scenario up to scene 50? Yes, I actually called you after reading it. It was great. Please proceed accordingly. Thanks for your positive review. I feel great as well since there's no need to work on it twice. If you'd like to see the filming, please let me know anytime. I understand. Thank you so much. Yoon Tae-sung hung up and took some time to stretch his body. He turned around to see Park Do-joon standing across the street. Park Do-joon's expression looked quite grim, considering that he was the one who wanted to see the filming site for himself and followed the staff here. Yoon Tae-sung tapped the production manager's shoulder and asked, "What's with him?" "Mr. Do-joon? I'm not sure. He was still quite bright and lively until just now." Park Do-joon was silently staring at his phone, unaware that Yoon Tae-sung and the production manager were talking about him. His phone was filled with impure text that could be labeled as hearsay and malicious rumors. The words were about Kim Na-yeon, who was cast for the role of Eun-hee, a friend of the female lead in There Was a Sea. Phew! He had seen it coming, but he couldn't help but panic since it happened earlier than he expected. Park Do-joon pondered over it before gnashing his teeth and dialing a certain number. "Why did you call?" Woo Jae-hoon sounded curt over the phone, and the surroundings were noisy as well. "Why did you call?" "I'm busy, so get straight to the point. I called you a few times, but you didn't answer them. I've said that I'm busy, and I still am. So what is it? How are preparations going for the movie?" Woo Jae-hoon was working on a new movie. He had chosen to work on another movie since talks with Ha Jae-gun didn't end well. The title of the new movie was The Himalayas. It was based on a true story and had been announced on the news. Whether it's going great or not, what's it to you? "Don't act this way, director." "No, Woo Jae-hoon Hyung. Don't call me that." Feeling sad, Park Do-joon placed one hand on the wall and said, "You're making me feel bad. You always said you'd be understanding toward me and told me to act whichever roles I like." "Did I say that?" "You literally stabbed me in the back. You betrayed me." "Betrayed?" "Yeah, betrayed. You're a traitor. You bastard." Woo Jae-hoon put a strong emphasis on the word betray, rendering Park Do-joon speechless. "Think back on how much I've taken care of you up until now. How dare you be ungrateful and follow that Ha Jae-gun punk? Can you even imagine how I felt? If you're not a traitor, were you then?" Park Do-joon's breathing got rougher, like the waves crashing onto the stones. "Hyung, no, director. How can you label this as a betrayal? And I'm ungrateful? I abandoned you and followed Ha Jae-gun? That does not make sense at all. I'm just following the character Cho Kong-jae that he created. There's no need for you to raise your voice at me. This is the end between us. Let's see how well you fare with that rookie director. Character? Quality? Huh. Do you really think that it's that easy to turn a movie into a box office hit? You'll probably have a hard time next year onward." Park Do-joon only listened to Woo Jae-hoon's curses and bad criticisms silently, with his jaw clenched. He then saw his manager approaching, signaling with his gaze, asking what phone call it was. "I'll just ask you one thing." "Ega, sure. Ask me anything. Why did you do this to Na-yeon?" Woo Jae-hoon didn't give an immediate answer. Despite feeling his manager's anxious gaze on him, Park Do-joon continued. "It's because of you that she quit her job and went back to acting. Even if you couldn't look out for her, isn't leaving her alone the least you could do? Are you trying to reprimand me right now? And what nonsense are you spouting? Are you implying that I've been spreading rumors about her being a host girl?" "1. I heard it from Bo-ra. She said that you told her about it." "Hey, I just mentioned it in Pa S.Sing while drinking. I didn't even talk much about Na-yeon to her." Woo Jae-hoon was obviously fluid U.S.tiered because he had raised his voice. Park Do-joon scoffed and leaned his head on the wall. The good feelings he had for Woo Jae-hoon instantly crumbled. "Oh, whatever. I'm hanging up." The call was cut off unilaterally at the same time as Woo Jae-hoon yelled into the phone. Park Do-joon's continuous ridicule made his manager ask cautiously, "That's director Woo Jae-hoon, right?" Park Do-joon nodded his head limply while his manager let out a sigh. "I told you so. I said that he wouldn't let things go so easily. It doesn't matter anymore. I actually feel quite refreshed now." Park Do-joon stretched and shook the sand off of his feet. Do-joon, Producer O called. "Producer O? What is it about?" "To cast you as a guest for I Live Alone. It's the best timing to appear on the show now, too." Park Do-joon looked down at the ground and nodded slowly. I Live Alone was a documentary-type variety show that showed the daily lives of solo living celebrities and it had always been performing well with relatively good viewership ratings, so there was no reason for Park Do-joon to reject it. It would also become a good platform to promote There Was a Sea. You'll guessed on it, right? Do-joon, it's nice to build up your image as an actor, but if you continue to reject such offers, your entertainment sense could get lost entirely. All right, I'll go on it. And about writer Ha Jae-gun. What about Ha Jae-gun? Can he appear in the show as well? You're distant from your family, and there's no way we can have Chirin go on the show with you. I think writer Ha is the best person right now. Plus, it'll look good to see the most popular actor and best-selling writer of the original novel be good friends. You guys can talk about the posts shared on social media. Actually, this was brought up by the producer first. Park Do-joon looked up at the sky and fell deep in thought. His manager was right. However, would Ha Jae-gun even agree to appear on the show? Park Do-joon was afraid that he would get rejected, so he was afraid of bringing it up to Ha Jae-gun personally. Hyung, why don't you ask Jae-gun about it? Why would I? You're now so much closer to him, seeing how you're even hanging out at his place and all. Those are two separate issues. I'm hungry, let's go have some food. Park Do-joon spun around, heading back to the bed and breakfast run by Young So-mi's family with his phone in hand. He had wanted to send a text message with words of consolation, but he stopped himself midway. Good job, Yunwoo. Lee Yunwoo was smiling and looking all proud at the writer's office in Bucheon. He had just completed Volume 6 of Martial Geode Management. The novel didn't fare well, but the flow was undisturbed, so he managed to end it successfully. You will still get some royalties since it'll be published in the form of ebooks as well. So relax and prepare for your next novel. Okay, Jae-gun Hyung, it's all thanks to your help. The season had already changed, and it was now autumn. Lee Yunwoo successfully closed his debut novel while the other writers were busy advertising their own novels. Yang Hyun-kyung also regained his confidence and determination. Meow. I'll play with you in a while. Rika. I'll be finally done with the scenario after another week. Tadadak. Tadak. Tadadak. Ha Jae-gun's fingers started typing away at bullet speed. He was at the final stage of completing the scenario, so he wasn't too far away from putting that last period of the sentence of the final scene. The typing sounds felt unusually chirpy to him, and it was mostly influenced by director Yoon Tae-sung. Contrary to the strict impression shown during their negotiations, he had approved over 99% of the scenario that Ha Jae-gun had written. There was no way things wouldn't go smoothly. He was in a good mood, after all. Hyung, it's time for us to head out. It's already 3 p.m. Is it that time already? Ha Jae-gun saved his Word doc that meant and stood up from his desk. Today, he would appear in a cultural radio broadcast. Ha Jae-gun even gave a lecture to a group of new employees from a large corporation just a few days ago. Lee Yunwoo, Ha Jae-gun's manager, had also become his chauffeur. I'll be back with Yunwoo then. Please be safe. Have a safe trip. Kong Min-ho and Jang Eun-young's replies and expressions were somewhat stiff, and Ha Jae-gun could swear that he hadn't seen the two talk to each other since morning. Did they fight? Ha Jae-gun found it strange, but since time was tight for him, he couldn't ask about it and had to leave the office. It's annoying to have to leave while in the middle of working on the novel, Ha Jae-gun muttered as he climbed into the back seat. Lee Yunwoo entered the address in the navigation and smiled before saying, President Kwon and Editor-in-Chief Oh Myung-suk had chosen all of these for you, so it's best if you did it for them too. Lee Yunwoo took out his phone and double-checked the schedule before adding. Next week, you got the movie press conference on Tuesday, for There Was a Sea, and dinner with Professor Han Hae-sun on Wednesday evening, then dinner with Editor-in-Chief Oh Myung-suk on Friday evening. Ha Jae-gun smiled while Lee Yunwoo turned around. Seeing how much you're taking care of my schedule makes me feel like I've really become some celebrity. But, Hyung, you're a celebrity, Yunwoo said seriously. Ha Jae-gun face-bombed and chuckled at Lee Yunwoo's reaction, almost forgetting the fact that the latter was Pung Chun-yu's biggest fan. The car drove out of the car park and onto the roads. But, Hyung, you should appear on TV as well. Why are you only going on radio shows? It's good to go on current events or educational programs, too. You're good at giving lectures and aren't camera shy. Weren't you asked to appear on a variety show as well? It feels kind of ambiguous. Ambiguous. Ha Jae-gun nodded, and explained himself. For shows like A Writer's Study, there's a clear focus on why I had to appear on the show. I also want to share more about my novels. It's the same for the radio show that I'm going to appear on today. I see. But the TV show requests that's been coming in recently didn't have those. They can definitely find someone else to replace me if I reject them as well. I kind of understand where you're coming from. Instead of just showing my face to the public without mentioning my work at all, I'd rather stay in the office and work on my novel. That's just what I think. I'm not very sure, but that's cool, Hyung. Hey, stop that weird expression and focus on the road. BZZT. Ha Jae-gun looked at his phone to see an unknown number showing on the screen. Lee Yun-woo quickly turned down the music for Ha Jae-gun as he answered the call. Hello. Hello, Writer Ha. I'm Park Do-jun's manager, Woo Tae-bong. Are you available to talk? Ah, yes. Hello, I'm able to talk now. I should be congratulating you first. I've just seen on the news that the novel There Was a Sea has. H.I.T. over 500,000 copies sold. I've contributed to the number as well by purchasing a copy. Haha, I see. Thank you. It's all thanks to you that sales. H.I.T. 500,000 copies then. Ha Jae-gun replied with a light-hearted joke. As their laughter died down, Woo Tae-bong continued softly. I actually called to ask you about Park Do-jun's broadcast request. Have you heard of I Live Alone? The program shows celebrities who live alone, right? I know of it, Ha Jae-gun replied. He didn't watch TV often, but I Live Alone was actually one of the few popular programs that he was familiar with. Yes, that's right. Do-jun has been scheduled to go on the show before the premiere of There Was a Sea. Have you possibly watched it before? I might have watched a few in Sing, but I've never watched an entire episode before. They sometimes have the guest family or friends appear on the show together, or the guest would head outside to play. Otherwise, it'd be boring if only the guests were shown on the episode alone. Ah, I see. Jae-gun's tone dropped, realizing what Park Do-jun's manager had called him about. I'd be extremely grateful if writer Ha Jae-gun could help him out with this. It'll become a great promotion for the movie. There's no need for you to feel burdened. The program has no script. You just have to hang out naturally with Do-jun. Park Do-jun's manager quickly added, fearing that Ha Jae-gun would reject. I personally hope that writer Ha will appear on the show with Do-jun. It isn't just me, but Do-jun hopes that you'll join him as well. Do-jun couldn't bear to bring this up personally. That's why I called you instead. He's quite soft-hearted than he looks, afraid that others might reject him if he decided to ask them for a favor, and he would always get hurt by the rejections. The face of the always bright Park Do-jun appeared in the car window in Ha Jae-gun's eyes. Ha Jae-gun made a decision and said, "Okay, I'll do it. Thank you so much, writer Ha. I'll never forget this favor. I trust in your words that there's no script that I'll have to prepare myself with." Ha ha ha, of course. Thank you so much. I'll contact you again soon. As soon as Ha Jae-gun ended the call, Lee Yun-woo asked immediately, "Have you decided to appear on I Live Alone?" Together with Do-jun Hyung. You've got a great hearing. You heard the entire conversation. 10 minutes later, Ha Jae-gun's phone vibrated, and the screen lit up. It was a text message from Park Do-jun. Don't be mistaken. I'm not making dinner for you just because I'm grateful to Oscar. Ha Jae-gun chuckled at the message. Park Do-jun used the line by a female character in Oscar's dungeon to express his gratitude in a roundabout manner. Ha Jae-gun returned the gesture in kind by replying with Oscar's line. I've never been mistaken. If you're really thankful, there's no way you'll only repay me with just this. Hey, Jae-gun, stop it and keep your weekends free, all right? Okay. Ha Jae-gun kept his phone away and looked up. He leaned back on a headrest and suddenly recalled the strange looks on Kong Min-ho and Jang Eun-young when he was leaving the office. Oh, right. Did something happen between Writer Kong and Writer Jang? They didn't look so good when we left. Really? I've been busy working on my novel, so I haven't felt anything different from them. I hope it's not a big deal. Ha Jae-gun looked out of the window. Winter would soon come, and Ha Jae-gun found it a pity that time was sing so fast. 1. They call it room girl in Korean. Please give me the bag. It's not heavy at all, and it's a carrier, so I could drag it along as well, Kong Min-ho said as he donned a neat suit. Today was the day for Kong Min-ho to head back to his hometown. The growth he had made this year was much greater as compared to the previous year. It could be said that he was returning home in glory. Just give it to me. I'll send you to the bus terminal. Yang Hyun-kyung grabbed the bag back from Kang Min-ho. Even Jang Eun-young, who was standing by the side quietly, said, "Just let him carry it. You'll be there for an entire week, so he'll feel lonely while you aren't around." "Seriously? All right, I get it," Kang Min-ho replied awkwardly, all the while consciously avoiding eye contact with Jang Eun-young. It was the same for Jang Eun-young. When Kang Min-ho turned away, however, Jang Eun-young's hands naturally reached out for Kang Min-ho's shoulders and dusted the dirt off of his shoulders. "Open your shoulders and walk confidently, Hyung. Stop nagging." Jang Eun-young smiled faintly. This could be her last chance to fix his clothes. With that thought in mind, sadness started welling up in her. "I'll be going then," Kang Min-ho said without turning back. Jang Eun-young continued with her nagging in a chic tone and hit him lightly on the back. "If you meet a good lady, don't stutter and maintain eye contact with her whenever you're speaking. You seem to wish me to do well." "Of course. It's a CHO to worry about you, Hyung. So become successful and get married already, you old bachelor." She looks quite pretty in that photo, too. Yang Hyun-kyung could not help but feel pitiful as he watched Jang Eun-young trying to act calm. He knew exactly what was going on between the two. "Why aren't you leaving already? Go. I want to focus and work quietly in the office. What shall I buy back when I return? Let's talk about it once you've returned a week later." "Go on now," Jang Eun-young urged. "All right," Kang Min-ho said and stepped out of the office. Yang Hyun-kyung followed behind, dragging the luggage with him. As soon as the door closed, Jang Eun-young fell silent. The breath that escaped between her lips was hot. She stood at the same spot, not knowing to move. Kang Min-ho wasn't going to return just to visit his parents. His parents had actually arranged a blind date for him. Kang Min-ho didn't particularly hide the conversation he had with his parents from Jang Eun-young. His parents had called him one day during one of their meals when both Yang Hyun-kyung and Jang Eun-young were present, so they got to listen to the entire conversation. However, the issue was with Jang Eun-young. She failed to conceal her feelings upon hearing about the blind date. All sorts of emotions overwhelmed her so much that she was even shocked by them herself. Even Kang Min-ho started becoming awkward with her since then until today. Idiot! There was no way of knowing whether she was referring to Kang Min-ho or herself. Jang Eun-young had always liked Kang Min-ho since the moment they met in literary sale back in high school. She had long regarded it as a simple fondness she felt toward a trustworthy older brother. However, her feelings had come clear as day to her. That idiot, stupid dumba.s. Jang Eun-young plopped down to the floor as her legs gave way. She buried her tear-stained face into her hands. She didn't dare to express her emotions first as a divorcee, and she found herself pathetic and frustrated because of it. "The sky is open to us, and you are by my side, standing with a bright smile. Yes, you're the blue sea." 1. Park Do-jun was singing out loud in the BAS.NT lounge at Ha Jae-gun's house. Meanwhile, Ha Jae-gun was sitting comfortably on the sofa behind him, revising his scenario. Ha Jae-gun had invited Park Do-jun over to his place on this peaceful weekend out of consideration for Park Do-jun, who couldn't really go out because he was a celebrity. They had also ordered black bean noodles for a late lunch. "Jae-gun, just throw this machine out, man," Park Do-jun said after looking at his score on the screen. He had scored a whopping 70 points. "I can't get over 90 points no matter how well I sing. Try putting in more sincerity when singing." "How much more should I put in? Did you not know? I was originally going to be a singer, but I stopped myself from doing it, afraid that I would become an obstacle to my beloved junior's career. As expected of the most popular celebrity in the world. I'm thirsty. Don't you have anything to drink?" Park Do-jun put down the microphone and rummaged through the fridge and cupboards. He looked at Ha Jae-gun speechlessly and asked, "Hey Jae-gun, is this all you have for alcohol?" Park Do-jun was holding a bottle of soju. Nothing else. Ha Jae-gun grinned and nodded. "I prepared them in case my father decides to visit and have some drinks. I don't drink much on my own. You've got a bar and counter set up here, But were these drinks? Soju rice wine, and what's this? Siberian ginseng? Is this raspberry wine? Those sweet drinks are for my mother. Try opening the gray fridge. There are some beverages in there. Park Do-jun cleared an entire can in an instant and then sat down next to Ha Jae-gun. He peeked at the screen on Ha Jae-gun's laptop and asked casually, "Are you sure I'm not disturbing you?" "Not at all. I'm not exactly working. I'm just double-checking my work." "All right, there's nothing I should worry about, right? After all, it's a rest day, and you're the one who invited me over to play. What shall we have for dinner? It's only been an hour since we ate black bean noodles. Let's think about it later." Ha Jae-gun revised the scenario and closed his laptop, then looked up. "Anyway, do you really have no advice for me when going on a live alone?" Park Do-jun frowned immediately, looking annoyed. "How many times do I have to tell you? There's nothing at all. The writer of the show just sets the situation, and all we have to do is play it out accordingly. What's there to worry about? Variety might be part of your daily life, but it's my first time. It's natural for me to be nervous. BZZT." Just then, Park Do-jun's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Park Do-jun threw his phone into the other corner of the sofa. "Who's calling? Someone annoying." Park Do-jun's phone kept ringing. Annoyed by the consistent ringing, Park Do-jun resorted to burying his phone under a cushion before standing up. "Jae-gun, let's bet on our dinner menu with a game of 4-ball billiard. I'll remove 3 cushions for you." "No, you're too good at billiards. I'd rather we go with a game of darts." BZZT. This time, it was coming from Ha Jae-gun's phone. It was a call from Applet's Lee Chai-rin. Ha Jae-gun had an idea of what was going on and asked Park Do-jun before answering the call. "It's from Chai-rin. You guys fought. Don't answer it. How can I ignore her call? She should know by now that you're here with me. Even if you don't tell her, your manager would have told her too." Park Do-jun wordlessly lay on his stomach on the sofa. Ha Jae-gun pondered for a while and eventually answered the call. "Yes, Miss Chai-rin. Ah, I see. My novel is selling well, thanks to you. I saw that you promoted it on your social media this time as well. Thank you so much." Yes, Park Do-jun. He's with me right now." There was no sign of movement from Park Do-jun up until now. Keeping his eyes on Park Do-jun, Ha Jae-gun continued. "No, it's all right. No problem. I'll send it to you through text then." "Yes, goodbye." Ha Jae-gun ended the call and sent his address to Lee Chai-rin. Park Do-jun sprung up immediately and looked at Ha Jae-gun. "What are you doing? What else can I do? It's not like you'll go meet her anyway." "Ah, seriously, I think I'm going to fight with her if I see her later. I don't know why you guys fought, but talk it out in person." The doorbell rang in less than 30 minutes. Lee Chai-rin didn't show up alone. She had come with Lee Yuri, whom Ha Jae-gun had met before at Park Do-jun's place. "It's Yolo, writer, Ha. Come on in. Feel free to park your car in the garage." Lee Chai-rin and Lee Yuri came over as soon as their live broadcast ended without even removing their makeup or changing out of their stage outfits. Their stage outfits were quite revealing, making Ha Jae-gun unsure of where he should look. "Your house looks really great. I really wish our dorm was half as good as yours. Our dorm is large enough right now. You don't even help clean the house, yet you want to live in one yourself. Hey, how dare you call me out like that in front of writer Ha?" Ha Jae-gun led the girls down to the lounge in the BASME.NT. The smile on Lee Chai-rin's face disappeared as soon as she saw Park Do-jun on the sofa. "Wake up. Ms. Chai-rin and Ms. Yuri are here." Ha Jae-gun nudged him, but Park Do-jun didn't reply. It was only when Ha Jae-gun grabbed and shook Park Do-jun by the shoulders that Park Do-jun finally sat up with a tired look. "Ah, why are you disturbing my sleep? Ms. Chai-rin is here." Park Do-jun then saw both Lee Chai-rin and Yuri standing around 5 steps away from him. However, Park Do-jun squinted and looked around, then muttered, "Who is she? I don't see anyone around." Lee Chai-rin's clenched jaws trembled visibly, and Lee Yuri stepped up, unable to watch on any further. "Do-jun appa, why are you doing this to Uni?" "Ah, Yuri, you're here? Welcome." Park Do-jun ignored Lee Chai-rin and only greeted Lee Yuri warmly. Ha Jae-gun was at a loss for words at Park Do-jun's childish antics, despite him being unaware of what the couple was fighting over. Lee Chai-rin noticed the bar counter and headed over with a distorted look. Like what Park Do-jun did before, she rummaged through the fridge and cupboards and finally took out a bottle of raspberry wine and bowl, then sat down. Do-jun, go on, do something. What am I supposed to do? Hey, raspberry wine is quite strong, and she's drinking it from a bowl. Huh. Ha Jae-gun's eyes widened in shock. Lee Chae-rin was filling up the bowl once more after emptying it once. Ha Jae-gun couldn't watch any further and took the bowl from her hands. Don't take it from me. Give it back. Lee Chae-rin yelled with tears streaming down her face. Her mascara smudged, and Ha Jae-gun sat down in front of her. Ms. Chae-rin, why are you doing this? Sob. Sob. I don't wish to intervene in your problems, but seeing how both of you are acting in my house, there's no way I could stand by and just watch. Lee Yuri hooked arms with Ha Jae-gun from behind and answered in Lee Chae-rin's stead. It's because of the bed scene that Park Do-jun Appa is supposed to do. Bed scene. And there was a C. There's a bed scene between Cho Kong-jae and Bada. Isn't there? They're fighting because of that. Ha Jae-gun finally understood. It was his first time witnessing something like this. Lee Chae-rin raised her voice while still crying. Hey, Yuri, you should get things right. I'm not doing this because I do not understand that he has a bed scene. It's because he kept provoking me, saying that he likes acting with Kim Ji-won and all. Kim Ji-won was the name of the actress acting as the female lead, Bada, and there was a C. Ha Jae-gun knew of her as well since she was a promising actress possessing both beauty and great acting skills. Park Do-jun sat in a corner of the room and muttered to himself. Who was the one who said that she was going to date Block C Ziku if we ever broke up? What are you saying? I can't hear you. Come here and say it in my face. Ah, you're seriously. Are you not going to lower your voice? Why disgrace yourself here at Jae-gun's house? Park Do-jun stood up in anger. Soon afterward, Ha Jae-gun and Lee Yuri broke into a cold sweat, trying to break the fighting couple apart. Eventually, the fight ended for the time being with Lee Chae-rin's sobbing apology. So, I'm sorry, Appa. No, right or huh? I'm sorry. Call me however you like. I'm fine, and you don't have to apologize to me. You're really magnanimous, like the sea, incomparable to someone who is so petty. Lee Chae-rin, stop yelling. Ms. Yuri, there's a bathroom up that way. Ha Jae-gun sent Lee Chae-rin upstairs with the help of Lee Yuri and finally let out a sigh of relief. Park Do-jun sat down in a daze with his arms stretched out along the sofa. I'm sorry, Jae-gun. Forget it. It's weird, but this is a new experience for me. I had no idea that celebrity couples could fight like this. Hey, honestly speaking, this isn't the first or second time. I'm the real Buddha here. Ah, forget it. I have to take a quick shower. Park Do-jun headed upstairs. Taking in the peaceful moment, Ha Jae-gun took out his notepad and started writing away diligently with a pen in hand. That expression was really interesting. I think it'd be nice to use Oscar's line there. He couldn't help it. Ha Jae-gun recorded every line said by both Park Do-jun and Lee Chae-rin, which left an impression in his mind. It felt like he had gotten a great scene to use in his novel. His phone rang while he was scribbling on his notepad. The call came from Kwon Tae-won. Yes, President Kwon. Hello, writer huh? Comic KT contacted us again, saying that they wish to adapt Oscar's Dungeon into a webtoon. I think it'll turn out well, too, seeing how well the record series has performed before. What do you think, writer huh? I'm sorry. I think I'll decline the offer this time, Ha Jae-gun replied, but he smiled. Ha Jae-gun wanted to delay any distribution rights acquisition for Oscar's Dungeon for as long as possible until the illustrations that Young So-mi had drawn were acknowledged as an adaptation or even recreation of his novel. It applied to any form of adaptation, not just webtoons. Yes, thank you for understanding. I'll be hanging up. Ha Jae-gun continued writing on his notepad after the call. Unsure how long it had been, Ha Jae-gun heard the sound of laughter all of a sudden and looked up to see Park Do-jun coming down the stairs with Lee Chae-rin on his back. Planning director Nam Gyu-ho's eyes were shining like GLA.S.S. In his hands was a copy of Oscar's Dungeon, and he was reading it in the pantry next to Nextion's mobile planning team office. He had already finished reading all of the Breath on ebooks, and he was already finishing Oscar's Dungeon, with a few more pages left over. Did he work in a game company before? His dungeon composition is quite strong. The dungeon setting in the novel was so great that it was good enough to be applied directly to an actual game. Soon, the last line in the novel was carved in the retina of his eyes. Nam Gyu-ho finally put the book down and looked up to see Lee Soo-hee Pa sing by with cup in hand. Team leader Lee, he said, calling out to her. This is actually a song. It's here if you want to listen to it. Here. Lee Soo-hee approached with her cup in hand. She noticed the serious look on Nam Gyu-ho's face as she pulled out the chair across from him and sat down. What's wrong? What do you think of this? Nam Gyu-ho asked, showing her a copy of Oscar's Dungeon. Lee Soo immediately realized why he had stopped her and nodded in response. It's a great novel. I think there's no problem with us adapting it into a game. Its success as the original novel is relatively high, so I think it'll be easy for us to market the game as well. Nam Gyu-ho smiled faintly. This was why he liked Lee Soo-hee. She was quick-witted, and her diligence in fulfilling all her duties without qualms was a great match with his long-standing way of running the team. Has he worked at a game company before? Writer, huh? No. Nam Gyu-ho lightly smacked the book cover and continued. This book convinced me that he had some experience in game development. The system is almost perfect, and the world setting is great enough for a mobile game. We just have to refine the gameplay and economy. The characters and scenario are already available for us to use, so I think we can create an entire game within a short period of time with this book. I feel the same as you, director. Lee Soo-hee chuckled inwardly. Her intuition was right. From the day Ha Jae-gun gave the lecture at their company, Nam Gyu-ho started to take an interest in Ha Jae-gun as a writer. But how is this writer's work ethic? Nam Gyu-ho asked. He had to make sure that Ha Jae-gun's work ethic was great. He didn't want to work with another Oh Myung-hoon. Would he reject feedback or discussions made with regard to the game planning? If the writer is too sensitive to such things, I think it'd be better if we could take charge of editing the scenario ourselves. Lee Soo-hee's face turned serious and shook her head. He is quite broad-minded and knows to admit his mistakes if you point them out correctly. Are you sure you're not biased because he's your batchmate? Do you still not know my character after working together for so long? All right, please contact him in the next few days. Nam Gyu-ho had just tasked Lee Soo-hee to sound out Ha Jae-gun's intention and arrange a meeting with him as soon as possible. It would take a long time to produce an RPG mobile game, unlike those puzzle or shooting games, which could be made with less than 100 million won in just over half a year. In other words, it would be great to start working on it as soon as the decision was made. Yes, I will contact him and let you know. Lee Soo-hee took out her phone and immediately put the task on her calendar. Nam Gyu-ho finished his now-cold cup of coffee and asked casually, how's the closed beta preparations for Dragon Knights? It's going swimmingly. Dragon Knights was a new mobile game that Oh Myung-hoon had been working on. Its release date was approaching, but Nam Gyu-ho wasn't particularly excited about it. All he hoped for was that the game would break, even eventually. The game isn't that bad overall, but something feels off. Nam Gyu-ho would always feel some sort of discomfort whenever he thought of Dragon Knights. The part that disturbed him the most was the light atmosphere and unfitting scenario. The scenario was written in a serious and heavy tone, without an ounce of humor in the characters. Of course, he was aware of the root cause: vague communications with the screenwriter during the development process. Out of every 5 meetings, Oh Myung-hoon would reluctantly appear in one, and even so, he would only sit quietly without voicing or participating in the scenario discussions. He wouldn't even respond to either Nam Gyu-ho or Lee Soo-hee's opinions. However, Oh Myung-hoon was still the game's screenwriter just because he had reflected everyone's opinions accordingly in the scenario script. There wasn't any communication, but at the very least, he listened to their opinions. He had completely edited the parts that Nam Gyu-ho had pointed out. That was why Nam Gyu-ho couldn't openly voice out or argue over the fact that he felt somewhat disturbed and dissatisfied with the finished product. Nam Gyu-ho knew that his opinions couldn't always be right, so he hoped that a reb.u.t.tao would be in place whenever he voiced his opinions. It was through his process of persuasion that the team would eventually build a great game. However, They failed to resolve their issue with Oh Myung-hoon. Oh Myung-hoon still looked stiff as usual. This isn't just a loss. Nam Gyu-ho put on a weary smile and concluded his thoughts. He would never want to work with a dogmatic writer like Oh Myung-hoon ever again, even if his life depended on it. Anyway, let's try arranging a meeting with him first. Nam Gyu-ho stood up and left the pantry. Lee Soo-hee stood up briefly and greeted Nam Gyu-ho as he left, then sat back down with her phone in hand. As usual, her heart was pounding as she wrote a text message to Ha Jae-gun.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.